Okay, I should be live now. Let me go quickly switch the source. Give me a sec. Alright. Hi there, Hassan, and hi there, Tara. Welcome. Royal Rumble. What is that? Never heard of it. Though I haven't watched TV in years. But okay. Let's get stuff started then. Oh yeah, I had that muted before. Okay. Alright, then we should have like the new Snowbreak patch later today. That we'll check out later as well. Okay, give me a sec, I just want to double check something. What question? Okay. Huge. Okay, there's something I wanted to check. Okay. Let's get dailies done then. Let me go grab the thing on my ult. One sec. The face tracker was being weird. I had to reset it. Okay. Let's head on over to get the things done. How you on, Spirit? Welcome, welcome. I didn't stream last night. Cause I had to get up early to go to the hospital. To get my stitches removed and stuff, and then after that I just went to again. I woke up not too long ago and ate dinner and took a shower. But yeah. That's what ended up happening. Alright, let's go get this done. Oh yeah, what's also crazy is, like, I checked my emails earlier this morning. And now a different top-up site is sponsoring me for Endfield as well. I'm like, what the fuck? That's crazy. But like, it's not like I'm gonna go take another one while I'm doing one. Because it'd be just weird to have both of them at the same time. I just got the stitches removed earlier today. The stitches got removed now. So there's that. The stitches are gone. For the most part. I guess. Yeah. Not quite. But a lot closer. Join what? Oh yeah, before I went to take a shower, I just did the Raiden final trial. Because, yeah. Though, what's neat though at least is I only have to do it twice a week, I realized. For the thing. Mathematically, if I do final trial every day with all the other stuff, I only have to do raid twice a week. And I'll still have enough. But yeah, high flagger. Yeah, I just gotta wait a bit longer. Oh, my ult needs the rift drones. And the what? WL6s. But yeah. I see. But yeah, it's crazy though. It's like I'm almost done with the Enfield sponsor, the current one, and then I have another one just lined up basically, which is crazy. Yeah, almost time. It's crazy. Almost. Mm-hmm. Maybe I'll end up taking that other Enfield sponsor too. But after the current one pays me. Would be funny. It's like I wait for the current one to finish, then I take another one. Alright, let's get this done. Alright, I need to get the thing for my ult done. Alright, let's see. What's today's join op? Yeah, I'll only do one run of this. It's kind of annoying to do this one. And then I'll move on to the next thing. But yeah. There should be a new Snowbreak patch soon. In a couple of hours. That's what I mean by soon. Right, by soon I mean in a couple of hours. Oh, happy birthday you should uninstall. Right, happy birthday. Hopefully you're having a good day. Right, happy 21st birthday to you. Alright, let's go get this stuff done. Alright. Alright, let me go ahead on over there. Mm-hmm. You're going to the casino, good luck. Be careful though. I don't know how great of advice this is, but if someone wins something big in the casino, that's when it's time to stop. That's when, if someone else wins. That's another indicator of when it's time to stop. If you're using any of the machines. Because what they can do with a lot of modern day casino machines and stuff is they can link them up. Legally, they're obligated to at least do some payouts every once in a while, right? But like, they can also rig them to an extent. if you ever touch any of those things, keep that in mind. Because like regulations and stuff like that, they have to legally pay out occasionally. But what it also means is if someone wins on one of those machines, whatever it is, they could rig it so that no one wins for a while. It's impossible to win for a while. You see that all the time as well with like arcade machines that give like prizes and stuff like that. If you ever paid attention, especially like those stacker machines and stuff like that, or arcades with like prizes or whatever, or like claw machines. But with like, yeah, especially because like a lot of those machines are like network connected and stuff like that these days. They can do some pretty crazy shit. So if you do go, keep that in mind. Not really. Because I know how fucked up they can be, it ends up being like, eh. But yeah. I mean, the best thing though with the casino though is the food. The food's the better part. Not so much the gambling. Because the reality is the house always wins. It's just like the more you're aware of everything, it's like you look at things in a different way. But yeah, that's just kind of how it is. So like keep that in mind. But yeah, be careful. Exactly. I mean, it's like that on purpose because they want to keep you inside. They don't want you to leave. The longer you stay, the more money they can make off of you. That's the way, that's why it's like that. But like, good luck. Right, and have fun there. I mean, like, if you have to leave, that's potential loss of profit. You know? They don't want you to leave. They want you in there. So you can make bad choices. Yeah. Like if you live near one, it's like that's what you do. You don't do anything else, just go to the buffet. Big brain. Then they will try to sign you up, yeah. All sorts of things can happen, so be careful and stay safe. Right. And just be careful and stay safe. Okay. I still need to like finish all the event stuff in ToF. We'll probably just focus on that on the weekend. Okay, we got that done. Alright, we'll move on to the next thing. But yeah, I think it's like in a couple of hours and we'll see the Snowbreak stuff is there. But yeah. Alright, anything else here? Nope. Alright, give me a moment. Let's switch over to do an itemist. Alright, let me get out. Open up Heroic Games Launcher. I should switch to the... Wait, why is there an update? Oh, that's just Heroic Games Launcher that got an update. I should switch to the Steam version of Do What Night Abyss. I should. But it is what it is. Because I've been using Heroic Games Launcher. Alright. Bruh. This freaking update thingy there. Right, because there's a bunch of stuff I need to get done in Do What Night Abyss still. That I haven't, like, touched. But yeah, hi there, Mazvara. Welcome, welcome. Alright, let's get on in. Okay. Right, there's this shit. Do we just go in and get it done? Is that how this shit works?
Let's go. To corners of the world I've never seen. To this, for a life ablaze.
I wonder if we should replace thing with either Fusha or Fina with Truffle and Fulmert. Damn, not enough damage. Oh, you can just keep farming it for points? Damn, I have to like farm wedges and max them out to get more damage. That's like pain.
Who's the target today?
I have to do it 20 times, goddamn. Yeah, I want to get all of these things. But I will grab that. How the hell are people getting these those things there? That's crazy. I'll do other stuff first. Alright, we got stuff to do here. Oh yeah, there's this shit. Right, we're farming Fushu here.
My venom is surging like my passion for love.
Now I'm mad.
What is the secret letter right now?
How? You asked for it. Let the healing flow.
Alright, because I have Fina maxed out.
That's it. How pathetic. Pay for wasting my time. Move it, or else you won't live long enough to pay me. That's it. How pathetic. Now I'm mad. That's it. How pathetic. You asked for it. That's it. How pathetic.
Alright, let's see. No, what we want is exploration. For other thing. Alright, let's do some Mystic Mazes.
I stand watch.
Ooh, let's go.
The river of life.
That's the best thing to get at the start.
Is my guide. to do. As every river returns to the misty sea. Head. Night turns to day.
We got a bunch of attack. But yeah, I gotta farm so much stuff. It's crazy.
Hands in the air! Oh, this one looks tough. I'm out of here. I've mucked it all up! You'll get yours next time, just you wait!
Oh, come on. Alright. Got another buff.
Like the mass fatigues of Mother Earth. I am one half.
Next stage. Alright, what do we got here?
Be still, Reinx. 'Tis my guide you follow.
Alright, next one.
Yeah. Head.
Oh, that one's kinda ass. Whatever.
As every river returns to the misty sea. Samsara's pulse.
At least I have summons now.
Hit.
Like the massive Samsara's pulse. Night turns to day.
Now my summons have more attack. That one's not very useful. But whatever. Next. Okay. Let's get this thing done. Alright, it's over here then. Aww. Might as well get more Lume seeds.
Be still, tis my guiding. I am my power. As the true river returns to the misty sea. Samsara's pulse. Night turns to day.
And now he's gonna do its other phase. Now the thing's gonna stall for a fuck ton of time.
Hit.
Like the massive tears of Mother Earth. Samsara's pulse.
Alright, it's dead. Mm-hmm. Alright, I need to get more of the stuff here.
Who's the target today?
Alright, then there's all what? I gotta finish Immersive Theater as well. Alright, this shit needs to get finished. Then what else we gotta get done? Oh yeah, I got bounty commissions to do. Let's get these done. There's so much shit I have to get done, man. There's so much. Alright, let's go get the things done.
Let's go. To corners of the world I've never seen. Blossom like flowers. The next round seems to be a territory battle. Let's hurry over!
Okay, gotta get 2 of these done. That's at least 3 of these, What the hell? My thing is glitched.
Drive them out of the designated zone. Victory will surely belong to us.
Okay,
Shake
now it
hands.
works. It was like glitched for a sec.
The pride of the Legion rests on you.
Hey, we'll burn in the sunshine.
Ugh, they're so stubborn. Guess it's time to get serious. Even though lost, there's still next round. We still have a chance.
Finally! The third match! Quick, to the prize jacket! We can't let anyone else grab it! It's starting now! Snatch the keys back from these guys and break free from the cocoon.
I gotta kill them all.
Your devout followers, pluck the fruit of victory in its name!
Here's the last key.
The chest is open! Yay! We won!
Dance for a life ablaze. Light turns to gloom. Samsara's pulse.
Alright, what do we got?
This journey will be etched in my heart forever.
Morale, Serenity, Uplift. Okay. Let's get loaded on in then. Mm-hmm.
Let's go to corners of the world I've never seen.
Wait, what? The first match is starting already? Let me see. Our first task is to eliminate the star player of the Shaken team. But we've no idea where the others are hiding. Let's look around for clues. We know where their star player is hiding. Let's go defeat. Oops, I mean, eliminate them.
Yeah, I don't know why, like, I think his shooting is, like, kinda weird. It doesn't register properly for some reason.
next round seems to be a territory battle. Let's hurry over!
Alright, let's get on over.
Decay or burn in the sunshine.
Drive them out of the designated zone. Victory will surely belong to us. Chiefs the best. The pride of the Legion rests on you.
Blossom like flowers.
Ugh, they're so stubborn. Guess it's time to get serious. Even though we lost, there's still next round. We still have a chance.
Yeah, for some reason, like,
The third match!
it just, like, stops detecting my shooting input for some reason on Psyche.
It's starting now!
Dance for a life ablaze.
One lock open! Keep it up! We can get the rest too!
God, devout followers! Pluck the fruit
Oh
of
my God.
victory in its name!
Not really, my Psyche's not that strong. It's not. Like, I have it on plus $10 wedges because it's a pan. Like, it's really not that impressive.
For the glory of the Legion.
Because, like, doing wedges, secret letters is ass. But I have to do hundreds of them. And I don't feel like doing hundreds of secret letters, man.
The chest is open! Yay! We won!
I can't stop here. I have to keep fighting. Rest here. This journey will be etched in my heart forever.
Ooh, that's a Serenity one. Oh, I just need 2 more Hydro Serenities and I can get this to plus 10. That's crazy.
Let's go to corners of the world I've never seen.
Wait, what? The first match is starting already? Right, let me see. Our first task is to eliminate the star player of the fourth Shaken team. But we've no idea where the others are hiding. Let's look around for clues.
Okay, not there.
We know where their star player is hiding. Let's go defeat. I mean, eliminate them. We know where their star player is hiding. Let's go defeat. I mean, eliminate them. The next round seems to be a territory battle. Let's hurry over.
Alright, let's see. This way.
Blossom like flowers.
Drive them out of the designated zone. Victory will surely belong to us. Shapes the best.
Alright, now we gotta get this thing done.
The pride of the Legion rests on you. No. Guess it's time to get even the rest. There's still next round. We still have a chance.
Finally, the third match. Quick, to the prize chest. We can't let anyone else grab it. It's starting now. Snatch the keys back from these guys and unlock the final treasure chest.
Heretics! How dare you covet treasures bestowed by the gods! Ready to face.
One lock open. Keep it up. We can get the rest too.
The hell is it lagging? I think do I need a best stuff is lagging. It would also help explain why the thing's not responding properly.
The chest is open. Yay! We won.
Alright.
This journey will be etched in my heart forever.
Alright, let's go forge all of those wedges. I have no idea. But like, it's far from being the strong thing you can, as strong as you can make it.
Who's the target today? Let me provide medicine for the battles to come.
Right, and I have to get this stuff also maxed out eventually.
Let me provide medicine for the battles to come. Who's the target today?
The butterfly has just fluttered over with an invitation. It told me there's a midsummer ball in the woods full of violet tricolor.
Aww. Yeah, I think I'm gonna use this one. Switching away from resolve and putting morale there. Okay. Yeah, I need to get a bunch of Blaze Volitions. I need to get these two to +10. The Blaze Volition. need to eventually farm that out. It's a pain, man. So much more damage I'm missing because I don't have the things upgraded there. It is what it is. Alright. At least it's exploration this time.
Let's go.
You know what? Let's see. Maybe we can do some reacts while this is going down. Yeah, let's do that. Let's see, is there anything? Alright, cool. Okay, what do people send me? The fuck? I got sent a bunch of stuff. Let me get the small version of the thing. Yeah, we'll put small Enfield there. Yeah, no problem. I should get the things to +10 though, but like, what's going on here? What the fuck? There was a court case? What? I have not like looked at this stuff in a couple of weeks. Alright, this is crazy. There's a bunch of stuff here I missed. Let's go with... You know what, here, we'll take this. We'll take a look at this one.
For now, I can only hope the decisions which need to be made will be made by those who are just as enchanted with that vision as I am.
I showed a
And I
manga
won't be left
protagonist.
wondering what could have been.
Alright, someone sent me this video.
I remember.
I found a serum storage point. I'm pretty awesome, are you?
The administrator.
I just found out that there was some sort of case going on. I have no idea what the hell that's about, but okay.
Arknights Endfield is the highest quality gacha game I will ever play in my life.
Okay.
It is also the most disappointing game I have ever experienced in my life. It is an expected yet still mighty testament to Hypergriff's technical expertise and talented artists. But despite Enfield's technical prowess, the developers have made many questionable decisions that have prevented and will continue to prevent this game from reaching the heights it pretends to be capable of. If you are looking for a focused, meaningful experience to sink your teeth into, look elsewhere, because Enfield cannot offer it. But if you are looking for yet another cynical cash grab, chasing an unobtainable dream of replicating the success and influence of Genshin Impact, then Enfield may have something for you.
Yeah.
In this video, by making clear to you as many of Enfield's issues as I can, and analysing the changes made between all three test versions of the game in detail, we will uncover the underlying pattern throughout nearly all of Enfield's problems. In order to do that, we need to cover a lot of ground, which is why this video is so long. It took a lot of time and effort to make, which is why it's only now being uploaded this close to its release. This is a very critical video. When the game releases on the 22nd of January, you may try it for yourself and find that you disagree with some of my critiques. That's good.
Okay.
It means you're thinking for yourself, and that's all I can reasonably ask of you. It is up to you to decide if they are deal breakers for you or not. But if you find yourself offended by them simply because they are critical or you don't like the presentation, let me be clear, I make absolutely no apology. But before we get into the bad, it is only fair that I praise the good. There are some parts of Enfield which are absolutely world-class and deserving of the highest praise. The most obvious of which is visuals. This game is gorgeous. Every landscape is stunning, every shader is perfected, every character model delectable, every build and progression screen meticulously crafted, every UI element exceptional, the look and feel of every part of the menu, the curated color palette saturating the carefully chosen shades of white, black and grey, the mountain contour motif they've put absolutely everywhere, the chromatic sort of oil spill texture accentuating the highest tier of rewards, the pulsating orange glow of the sprawling factory belts, the surprisingly excellent camera mode and the unique character animations if you look at them from behind for too long. Every detail feels premium. It just looks incredible. Valley 4's industrial identity and its ruins landscapes scarred by huge originium structures create an aesthetic that I absolutely love. Even seemingly benign details that you wouldn't ordinarily pay any mind to just add so much to it. Like the clouds, for instance. The hub's comfy blue skies, Origin Load Spring's huge imposing grey shelf, the flowing wisps in the hills of Wuling. Speaking of which, the new region Wuling is spectacular. Particularly in Wuling City, Lowlight's background in landscape architecture is clear as day. The different hues of green of the bamboo forest and the city groves and the Shiranite roots, the great wall-like structure dominating the hills, the central theme of water existing not just with streams and waterfalls but deeply integrated into the city infrastructure, all of it is just absolutely exceptional. And if that's still not enough, then perhaps the fact this game is made in Unity will impress you. A ground-up custom rewrite of the engine's core means this game is one of the most well-optimized games I've ever played. Everything you're seeing in this video is captured on a GTX 1070 Ti, an 8-year-old card, on high graphics settings, all in buttery smooth 60 FPS. This game is the gold standard of optimization. Equally as incredible as the visual.
Hey, the only downside, though, is the game has a memory leak problem. Right, we've seen it a couple times when my game would just slow down to like 2 FPS or whatever. It's fucking memory leak problem, still not fixed.
But which doesn't get as much attention, is sound. I probably don't need to persuade you that the game's sound design is incredible because you can just hear it for yourself. God, it's all so good. Now, Enfield's soundtrack is somewhat ambient for the most part, not including boss themes and stuff like that, but a number of people seem to think that makes it bad. Presumably because it doesn't stimulate the TikTok brain enough with constant noise. Yes, it's not a grand orchestral magnum opus or whatever, but that's sort of the beauty of it. It takes a few modest tones, just some bits and pieces punctuating the soundscape, then combines all those sounds into one melody. It's gentle, it's perfectly balanced, and it's just very pleasant to listen to.
To be honest, if they made like they kept the ambient music, but then made like alternate variants of it depending on what's going on the screen, that would like improve it a lot. So, like if they made the music a bit more dynamic like that, just take like the ambient music they had and then like have adjustments based on what's going on. If they could get that working, it'd be so much better. Because it's just like, yeah, when you're standing still or whatever, it's nice. And then also, if you're in the factory area for too long, the music just stops playing, which is kind of unfortunate.
I think it's brilliant. Obviously it won't be to everyone's taste, and that's fine, but I hope more people will at least come to appreciate it for what it is. That said, of course, I think pretty much everyone can get behind the boss themes.
Yeah.
absolute cinema. I'm thoroughly looking forward to hearing the future boss themes too, just as much as all the other pieces we've yet to hear. As for the combat itself, it's...
I hate the combat. I don't like it.
I'm sorry, I really have to be honest here, it's not that good. It's okay
not.
sometimes, I guess, but it's certainly nothing I would write home about. Combat preparation, meaning team building and theory crafting and so on, is enjoyable, and I like their approach to character builds overall. But it also really isn't anything special, and more importantly, it really doesn't constitute that much of its gameplay. And as of the official release special program just recently, they'll also be adding in-game guides to make it easier, so it'll constitute even less of it with the release version. The overwhelming majority of the overall combat experience is in execution, which in the game's current state makes me want to jump cliff happy.
Yep.
The way they've designed it means in order for the execution to be interesting and engaging long term, it relies entirely on the existence of interesting enemies or interesting operator playstyles, of which there are currently very few. To understand why, we need to look at how the foundation of combat works, but as you may have noticed, this video is very long, and over-explaining every interaction and technicality and minutiae of combat would not only make it even longer, but also wouldn't meaningfully aid your understanding of it if you haven't actually played it with your own hands. And since the game will be released in a few days for you to try for yourself anyway, here I will only give a brief overview of combat, because dumping that much information about a gameplay system on someone who is new to it will usually just overwhelm them and end up being counterproductive.
So, what you're saying is, people who are learning a skill for the first time need to be able to figure things out by themselves, and explaining every detail to them while they can't really put it into practice with their own hands will make them feel overwhelmed?
That's right, Paimon.
Oh, fascinating.
So here is a brief overview. Each operator has a basic attack, battle skill, combo skill, and ultimate. There are no cooldowns on battle skills, but using them costs skill points, or SP, which is shared among the whole team and will slowly regenerate over time. Combo skills are themselves basically a quick time event in that you just press E when the prompt shows up, but they're triggered by achieving certain conditions while in combat, which are unique to each operator with unique cooldowns. All enemies have a stagger meter, and staggered enemies will be unable to act and will take more damage. Physical damage combos with itself by repeatedly applying physical statuses, while arts is split into 4 different elements which you can stack inflictions of and then consume those stacks.
It's even, here's the thing too, right? It's not even just the combat something crazy, the combat is just kind of shit. No, Paimon is not. The combat is just shit. I hate the combat. I played PGR years ago. It was cool at the start, but then over time, it's just more of the same garbage. And I'm like, tired of it. But it also doesn't help how the PC client is awful. PGR's optimization on the PC client is so awful. If you're using Windows display scaling, or if you're running an ultra-wide monitor setup, or a very high-resolution monitor that's higher than 1440p or something, the game straight up breaks and doesn't function properly. Amongst other issues. And then, like, yeah. It's just more so, like, more than ever. Like, the way they end up designing kits and stuff down the line, it's like they want you to get so many different pieces for the cost to, like, make them usable. And then even then, it's like the newer character designs or kit designs after, I think it was like a year or 2 ago, they all kind of just homogenize somewhat, or like they all pretty much have ways to ignore the game's mechanics and stuff like that. So it's just like, eh.
With a different element to cause an arts reaction, again with different effects. Operators have 4 main attributes when it comes to character builds, each providing a different survival bonus, and each operator has a main and secondary attribute providing attack increases proportionally. Weapon essences are the sole piece of gear with random substats that you need to farm, and leveling an essence, or etching, is done by consuming other essences of the same tier to increase the bonuses it gives, but with a high chance to fail. Character gear is crafted using factory materials, more on that later, which will increase some of those stats, plus defense, which is the main stat on every piece. Plus there's also the tactical slot for healing items, which are made with the factory. Gear stats also have no RNG, everything is predetermined, and you can increase gear attributes with a process called artificing, up to 3 times each, but again with a chance to fail. That is pretty much the extent of what you need to know to comprehend the rest of the video with regards to combat. There is more to it, but like I said, further detail is really not necessary for this video. So, the team building and theory crafting side of it is decent. Because stats are predetermined, it gives them space to distribute stats among the available gear pieces in a way that lets you make interesting choices instead of just farming the same stage for weeks on end praying to RNG. But again, while this is an interesting system, and I'll certainly enjoy the theory crafting side of it, they've also streamlined the process so you don't have to think about it if you don't want to. I digress. Etching.
I want an option to just dump like 100 secret letters at once. I fucking hate doing secret letters. It's so boring, it's so annoying, it's so tedious, especially for wedges. The fact that you gotta do like 100 plus for just a single +10 wedge, and then you gotta repeat it over and over. It is so awful. I fucking hate it.
Etching essences feels kinda bad. Yes, it's better than the hell of farming a stage for weeks or months at the mercy of RNG substats, but you can only etch gold essences using other gold essences, and farming doesn't drop that many of them. Meanwhile,
wedges.
You can't etch
There's
purple
so much
essences to
shit,
increase their
man.
stats, but you also can't use them to etch gold essences, so they just keep piling up.
It's not
You
even
can
just
only
gotcha
trade them for
fatigue, it's
stock
life
builds.
service
More on
garbage
those later.
fatigue.
Why not just let us use multiple purple essences as equivalent to a gold one? Like, instead of using one gold essence, we should also be able to use 3 purple ones as a substitute. You know, like how it worked in the last beta? Why was this removed? Anyway, like I said, while all the combat preparation is quite good, the overwhelming majority of the combat experience is in its execution, and for most players, that will largely consist of just going through the motions of a skill rotation without much decision making or strategic gameplay at all. It may seem like combo skill triggers and deciding who gets to use your limited skill points are the objectives you're working towards in execution, but more often than not, those combo conditions will just be met as an emergent property of your rotation, and the decision for who gets to use SP is obvious ahead of time, again because of the rotation. Meaning, the only thing you are working to achieve is doing things in the right order. For the vast majority of characters, you will quickly find that your combat experience consists of holding left click until you get a final strike and pressing E a bunch of times, or using a battle skill and pressing E a bunch of times and then continuing to hold left click for basic attacks, or something along those lines. And that's without even mentioning that if you end up using a team that you looked up with a guide, the satisfaction of carrying out your own planned rotation is lost. Combat can very easily become stale very quickly. You just
It's
do the
more
exact
than
same
just
thing
stale,
with no
it's fucking
variation
annoying.
over and over and over and over again. Now,
I
when
really
say
don't
that,
like the
you may
combat.
be inclined to think, but
I
that's
really
like
don't.
every gacha game ever, what's the problem? Endfield has all 4 characters on the field at the same time, taking aggro from some enemies away from you, but
I mean, he also he's not. I'm gonna assume he's gonna forget a fact that you can equip an item here. Like, you have bombs, you have fucking the ability to build towers and stuff, but you can't do any of this shit in combat.
you have no control over your teammates' AI, giving you almost no control over grouping enemies without explicitly using a skill to do so, and there's only like 2 6-stars who can even do that.
Yep.
You also don't have that much control over the direction some skills go in. Arknights Ultimate, for example, goes in a straight line, and technically you can control it to an extent by swapping her into your control character and using the lock-on mechanism, but it's still very finicky to control because, again, the other 3 characters in your team are there taking aggro and running around, and you can't control their behavior. And when you want to line up a straight line skill like that, you have to scroll through all the enemies in front of you before eventually getting to the one you want, which is incredibly annoying to do, and can then be made more annoying by the enemy being just out of range of the skill. So even if I know it's going to hit enemies in the line of sight, it thinks I only want to hit this one enemy, so I have to reposition again before I can use it. Without the innate ability to group enemies with your own aggro, something to replace that positioning step needs to be baked into the combat system. And without control over teammate aggro or teammate AI, then for that positioning step to be effective, you need to be able to aim it much more precisely.
Yep.
Interesting. Where have I seen all of this before?
No, I don't.
And the first basic attack on a staggered enemy will always be...
That's the thing, I don't. I have some stuff at full +10, but not a lot of the stuff. Because it's just so boring and tedious. And I'm like, there's the other thing too with the consonant swap and wedges, and I fucking hate
what's
those
called a
too.
finisher. So if any nearby enemy becomes staggered, your controlled character will always prioritize the finisher over basic attacks, even if they're not in your field of view. So even if you do manage to be effective in grouping enemies to deal damage to them all together, if a lot of smaller enemies become staggered at the same time, good luck trying to do anything useful with basic attacks after that, because you'll just be doing a shitload of finisher attacks instead. But I digress. As cool as it is to have all the characters on the field, the only way the game actually takes advantage of it is teammates using healing items from time to time and being able to let rip a bunch of combo skills at once, which is fun for a while but quickly loses its novelty. And besides that, combat feels like it's built as if there's only one character on the field at a time while asking you to play as if there isn't. That is to say, the characters all being present and attacking with you is little more than a gimmick and is arguably even detrimental most of the time. There are very few challenges presented to you in execution of combat, by which I do not mean challenge as in difficulty, but as in obstacles or objectives during combat. Enemies have charge-up skills that you can interrupt with battle or combo skills, but you can also just dodge out of the way most of the time, so interrupting it becomes more of a nice bonus than a real objective you want to look out for. So the only real challenge or obstacle presented to you in execution is also one that pretends you are the only character present on the field. Yes, it's time, you knew it was coming. Dodging. Perfect dodges are another way to gain skill points, so I've quite often found myself deliberately entering an enemy's attack range in order to then dodge for that purpose, which is kinda neat I guess, but it feels a bit silly with how easy it is to do because the window and hitbox for perfect dodges are extremely generous, which to the surprise of no one I'm not a fan of. But that being said, the new dodge does mean you can now sprint a couple of times to delay your final strike to hit after a combo skill cooldown is over, which I think does outweigh the other things. However, it is still worth pointing out that just maybe, the ability to perform 15 consecutive perfect dodges with very generous timing when I don't even have a maxed out stamina bar, completely nullifying long sustained hazards like this one, gaining so much SP from it that it's objectively suboptimal not to do this. While I'm not even timing these inputs, I'm literally just spamming the right mouse button, is perhaps, maybe, possibly a bit much? And that's without even mentioning the fact that the maxed out stamina bar doesn't even matter because I can do this without any stamina at all. Can we perhaps agree this is a little bit silly? Can we maybe put a limit on the number of consecutive perfect dodges to like, I don't know, 7 or 8 or something? Or is that going to rock the boat too much and turn the Enfield community into rabid dogs foaming at the mouth again? Because anyway, there is exactly one exception to the lack of interest in combat execution, and to be completely honest, she is the only reason I've actually been enjoying combat in this beta. Aviwenna, a 5-star damage dealer. Her combo skill and her ultimate will place thunderbolts in the ground, and her battle skill will retrieve those thunderbolts from wherever she's standing, dealing damage to everything in their path. There is an extra positioning step baked into her kit. Placing them somewhere such that retrieving them will hit as many enemies as possible is a genuinely fun objective to play around, and if desired, you can also try placing as many of them as possible before retrieving them to make the best use of your limited skill points, and it's incredibly satisfying to pull off. It's not hard to do any of this, it's a very simple extra step, literally just place the bolts before retrieving them, but because it's baked into the kit, the result is that she's just so much more fun to use as your control character than any other character in the game. It's not even close. Without Aviwenna in the team, everyone else I used as the controlled character grew stale very quickly, and combat likewise deteriorated into feeling more like a chore than a fun game. I would ultimately like to see more interesting combat with regards to positioning, perhaps with stage or arena devices for area control, or environmental hazards to watch out for, or even just more operators like Avi with fun extra objectives that add a layer of directionality, anything that makes the actual execution of combat more interesting than it currently is. However, even if that were to happen, the problems with combat are compounded by the fact you are asked to engage in it so often while it takes so long to do. When a game doesn't have much exploration and focuses on other gameplay elements, like combat, those lengthier combat instances are totally fine. Enfield's design was open zone with loading screens, and the developers still say it's not an open world, but with the removal of loading screens and the zones becoming significantly larger, even compared to the last beta, the open world label is now starting to feel somewhat more accurate than open zone, and its combat encounters have always just been there able to be stumbled upon, so its combat frequency can be more accurately compared to Genshin Impact, and we'll also compare it to Wuthering Waves as well for good measure. Genshin was very obviously inspired by Breath of the Wild, and a very important design goal it copied from Breath of the Wild is that it affords the player freedom and creativity in both its combat and terrain traversal through its combat mechanics and elemental system. You can use some Anemo abilities to help you traverse, or you can climb on geostructures to the same effect. You can walk over water with certain ice abilities. You can make a barrel explode to send enemies flying. You can use the rain to your advantage to freeze them. You can push enemies off the side of a cliff, or hold enemies in midair and send them flying up and away. Having this much freedom in both combat and exploration means combat encounters don't grow stale unless you're not taking advantage of that freedom. Wuthering Waves doesn't let you get that creative with its combat mechanics to interact with the open world, so it compensates for this by letting you move around the world a lot more freely, with wall running, grappling hooks, flight, and more recently with the motorbike, stuff like that. So, in between combat encounters, you still have a lot of freedom in how you interact with your surroundings, which naturally paces your exploration. And all of that is in addition to the much higher degree of movement it employs in much of its combat, which is particularly clear to see with the recently announced AMIF. So those who value more freedom of movement and more spectacle and character animations will naturally prefer Wuwa, while people who prefer to get creative in using elemental reactions and the surrounding environment to their advantage will naturally prefer Genshin. While Enfield is starting to feel more and more like an open world, it doesn't have either of these advantages. Your movement is restricted to running and jumping and some pre-placed ropes. All the while, its combat encounters generally take somewhat longer to complete. This combination of its combat and its movement works well in smaller, more focused zones that feel more akin to levels than regions of an open world.
I mean, freaking Infinity Nikki makes it work a lot better. But you also have like different ability outfits to deal with more interesting obstacles. Like, for the platforming stuff like that, it's just inferior to something like Infinity Nikki. You also have a bit better control in there too.
But as its world continues to get bigger and bigger, the lack of any real freedom of movement or creative interactions with your surroundings between combat encounters only makes the problem of combat growing stale even worse. When the game takes very clear steps towards a more open-world design philosophy than before, during exploration, players are naturally going to want to go and try and reach somewhere they can see, because the open-world games they're used to provide them the tools to do that. But exploration in Enfield is mostly just running around aimlessly, picking up random bullshit you see on the ground. It may be natural to think, well, why not just make exploration better by adding, like, climbing and swimming and whatever else? But the one solitary unique advantage Enfield has over its contemporaries is the placing of AIC structures. Relaying power across the region to power mining rigs and unlock certain areas, placing ziplines to make it more convenient to get to specific locations you frequently visit, and stuff like that. So if you aren't placing your own structures as you explore, the one unique advantage Enfield has with its exploration is lost.
So what you're saying is, if Enfield streamlined its exploration gameplay to the point where you don't even need to place any structures at all, then it would just be a case of moving from one place to the next and picking up random bullshit you see on the ground?
Yes.
That's right.
It is.
That would make combat the only thing left, which would make combat feel even more stale than it already is.
Yep.
Right again, Paimon. As for existing endgame content, we received confirmation in the official release special program of what Enfield's permanent combat endgame mode will look like with the Umbral Monument event from the beta, in which there are a certain number of challenge stages with normal and agony difficulties. Unfortunately, if you are hoping for something more interesting than just kill all the enemies before the timer runs out, you may want to join me as I jump cliff happy, because that's exactly what Umbral Monument is.
I hate
normal mode
that
is easy,
mode,
I breezed through it with my level 75 star team. Agony mode was more difficult because my defensive stats actually mattered, which was very welcome news, but after upgrading Aviwenna from 70 to 80, along with her weapon, and finally getting a matching essence for it, the same team was able to clear the agony stages just fine, albeit with some deaths, and with a few more tries I beat it with no deaths. No 6-star required. You can make the argument that talking about endgame isn't really important at the moment because it's just a beta and endgame will be fleshed out later, but I think the real issue here is not so much the specific format of endgame content, but much more so that enemy designs are just not even remotely interesting at the moment. There's a couple of enemies with some very basic mechanics attached to them, but the only non-boss enemy for which you actually have to change your approach is this mob with a shield who loses it upon being staggered, and that's it. In the last beta, there was this enemy who would throw a gas cloud which disabled your ability to sprint and dodge, but that enemy was completely absent from the beta. It did show up in the official release special program, but we don't yet know if the gas cloud still does that, and there is a strong possibility of it being nerfed, because for this guy with a flamethrower, in the last beta you could use cryo abilities to nullify it, extinguishing the fire so to speak, but until then he would deflect melee attacks off him until he either
but he doesn't do that anymore,
or you used cryo to extinguish it. You can still use cryo abilities to stop the fire, but that deflection of melee attacks is also now absent. Did that many people complain about the only two enemies that forced you to change your approach?
No, here's the other thing too. For a lot of characters, they no longer apply their element on their skill. And they just straight up force the reaction on their own. Which is just weird. Like, they had a mechanic there, and then, like, for a lot of characters, they ended up stripping it away. I just let them force apply whatever. As weird as that sounds.
Enfield is a 3D game, so making new enemies is going to be a lot of work. How long will it be before we get some actually interesting non-boss enemies? Because any endgame format is probably going to be pretty uninteresting until then. Now, there is more to the overall combat experience in some other side modes. For example, the Outpost Tower Defense mode, which is a very simple case of placing turrets to stop enemies reaching an objective, with each challenge having a mode where you can attack alongside the turrets and one where you can't and turrets need to do everything. This probably sounds like a cool side mode if you're an Arknights fan, but it's kinda bad.
Yeah.
There's absolutely nothing interesting to say about it. It also really suffers from being a 3D third-person mode as opposed to a top-down overview of the whole arena, because running back and forth between enemy paths is more annoying than fun. This mode was also present in the last beta, but it is also not all that different from the last beta. The whole mode just feels kind of like an afterthought more than anything else, and it will forever suffer from the obvious and inevitable comparison to Arknights. There is also what at first appears to be an extraction mode called Etch Space Salvage, in which instead of a timer, you have a derangement meter, which slowly fills up over time and fills faster every time you loot something or fight an enemy, and you'll be forcibly extracted when it's full. The commissions you need to complete aren't anything special, but even then, once they're done, the mode very quickly loses its appeal and becomes boring as fuck because there's no variance between runs. You have a commission, you go in knowing exactly where the loot is and the route you're going to take, you grab, extract, rinse, and repeat. It's an extraction mode in name only. It really begs the question, what is the point of the so-called extract mechanic in the first place? Do they want it to be more akin to an extraction shooter? Or is the extract just a gimmick to encourage a more speedrun adjacent approach? Both of these can work, but the catch is, this is not an endgame mode. This is a periodic farm with rewards behind it. Hypergriff really needs to consider what the audience they've deliberately cultivated will want out of a mode they have to farm every so often. We can examine both ideas, the extraction shooter and the speedrun approach. If they're more interested in the extraction shooter approach, then there needs to be unpredictability between runs, both in terms of enemies and loot, and there needs to be mechanisms that actually create tension to be resolved, because there's currently none of it in the mode at all. One major way in which all extraction shooters achieve this is that you can't just leave the map from wherever you happen to be and still keep all your loot. You have to get back to one of a few extraction points. Another is the fact that loot is mostly random, and the high tier loot areas will have more enemies there presenting a greater threat. To use a more specific example from Arc Raiders, just because I've been rather enjoying it lately and this gives me a reason to talk about it, Arc robots are designed in such a way that will frequently make your location, or at least your presence, known to nearby players. A snitch, for example, will not attack you and is easy to kill, but if you don't kill it fast enough, it summons 3 more dangerous robots to your location. When a Rocketeer is aggroed, it knows the location of every player in a certain radius, so you can use that to your advantage and try to force a PvP encounter. A Leaper will jump so high and far that it will pinpoint your location to pretty much everyone above ground. When any Arc Robot reveals an enemy's location, you can decide whether or not to push and loot those players based on those cues. That unpredictability of enemies and on-the-fly decision-making and getting back to the extract safely all coming together, creating and resolving tension, is what makes Arc Raiders fun. Etch Space Salvage has zero tension whatsoever. First of all, you don't need to get back to a specific extraction point, you just leave from the pause menu, and even if it forcibly extracts you, it's literally impossible to lose any of your items, which you could argue is fine in this context of it being a periodic farm, but there's also the fact that all enemies spawn in exactly the same place every time, and the fact that you can just run past enemies right next to them and they'll just say, huh, what was that? So they don't pose any threat whatsoever, and because it's purely PvE, it means there's no tension in looting a given area because it's always safe to do so. And all loot is deterministic, so you know exactly where to go to complete commissions, meaning there's no decisions to be made about where to go to look for loot, no decisions to be made about whether to fight some enemies you come across, or anything remotely interesting whatsoever. If they want to go with the other approach though, something more speedrun adjacent, then there needs to be a far greater reward for challenging platforming and challenging combat. There is merit in looking to Metroidvanias for inspiration, given they often have a community of players who, upon completion of the game, will go back for a second run, but with the knowledge of certain helpful items in a particular spot, or secret passages, or platform skips and stuff like that, so thinking of it more like a Metroidvania could be helpful. Etch Space Salvage isn't really structured in a way that would allow for that kind of replayability because Enfield's platforming doesn't have nearly enough depth to allow for that kind of optimization, and you can't bring your own ziplines into the mode. There are only the pre-placed ones you unlock as you go. If we could bring our own ziplines for further optimization, or perhaps if there were mode-exclusive AIC constructs like jump pads and movement speed boosters, that alone would make it somewhat more interesting because, much like the ziplines in normal exploration, doing the automation and optimization yourself is what makes automation gameplay fun and engaging.
Yep. But that's only when you get to do it yourself.
The thing is, when the automation is done for you, it's no longer a fun activity and it instead just becomes a convenience feature.
Yes.
That's right, Paimon.
And if the convenience feature is there before the game is even released, then the satisfaction of gaining that convenience is lost because it's already the default state of gameplay.
Right again.
So, if the automation gameplay were to do the automation for you before you even had the chance to do it, it's no longer just for convenience, but actively diminishing the gameplay experience.
You're very good at this, Paimon.
Wow, yippee!
The more fundamental issue, though, is that while I trust Hypergriff to experiment with their gameplay, experimenting on it both in this beta with Etch Space Salvage and the last beta with Algorithmic Memories has led to very unfulfilling gameplay experiences.
Yep.
It sort of feels like we're searching for depth by splashing in puddles. It makes me somewhat concerned for future game modes if the two that we've already seen are this shallow and unfulfilling. I'm not going to talk too much about the gacha system because it's been done to death and there's not much I can add, but just briefly, all the stuff about the guarantee not carrying over and the dossier at 60 pulls and 50-50 at 80 pulls, 10 pulls being wasted and just doing single pulls instead so you don't waste it. I don't give a shit about any of that. It's not important. What I do give a shit about is their decision to make all 6-star characters limited. If you're coming from the mainstream gacha games, you may not care because you're used to this, but that's exactly why it pisses me off so much. Every banner being limited feels fucking miserable. I'm coming to Arknights Endfield from Arknights, in which guarantees also do not carry over, but most banners will add the rate up 6 stars to the standard pool afterwards. And the occasional limited banners it does have every few months all have known rerun dates because there are 4 prescribed windows every year for limited banners. You're not just waiting around for them to announce a rerun of a limited character you like because you know exactly when that next rerun will be, that being in 1 year. Not the case in Endfield. They saw what the other mainstream gachas were getting away with and decided to cash in on the blatant greed. If they just kept the same system as the last beta, I would be sat here defending it, but having limited characters is precisely what legitimizes all the other complaints the community at large has. I wish I could say to people don't reward such greedy behavior by spending money on this game, but then again, gacha gamers are the kinds of people who will complain about predatory gacha systems that extract as much money as possible from their players and then immediately go to war over the mobile-only revenue charts.
Yep, that is so true.
Now, there will be people who defend limited characters and say it's because it needs to make fuck tons of money, or it can't be allowed to fail because they spend so much money on it, or other such things uttered only by people who like watching other men fuck their wife. But even though these are stupid things to say, at the very least I understand why they say it, because free-to-play games need to be monetized somehow, and they've been led to believe that anything less than insatiable greed will mean end of service, even though that's demonstrably not the case.
Yep.
But as we begin to discuss story, and don't worry, there will be clear warnings for spoilers, we must make one thing very clear, similarly regarding something people have largely come to expect of the medium. The early story of gacha games does not have to be bad.
Yep.
It is bizarre that so many people in this space are routinely willing to sit through 20 or 30 hours, maybe more, of absolutely awful, soulless, patronizing storytelling just because they've come to expect it from gacha games.
I know,
It
right?
gets good after 30 hours is not a compliment, it is a damning indictment. Are we clear on that? Yes? Excellent, let's continue. Now, Enfield's story presentation is very good. Remember, presentation and writing are separate disciplines. One can be good without the other, and the other being good does not imply the other.
I do agree with
so
this.
I have no complaints about
The story itself is awful, but the presentation is great.
There's a healthy dose of mystery and aura and action to get you hooked on the concept. The whole first half hour or so, including the prologue, is all fine. Good dynamic animations, good camera shots, and some excellent cutscenes. I particularly really liked the one where Emin and Perlica go from the Dijang to the surface. It's only about a minute long, and it's not a spoiler, so just see for yourself.
Just moments ago, simultaneous self-destruction occurred to the orbital landing relay drone squadrons. The communication blackout is expanding towards Valley 4, and the status of facilities along the route is now unverifiable. At the same time, we are picking up extremely intense angeloid energy signals in the affected area. We are hailing the hub base on every channel. So far, they haven't responded. The whole place is offline. The plan was to bring the Endmen to the base in 10 days. But the hub...
We can't wait that long. Fiona, prep for my drop at once.
Wait, now? Okay, I'll run the checks. There's surface interference. Current situation is too risky. Unguided emergency drops might deviate. We'll drop you to the area near the base, out of concern for safety.
Director Chen and Andre are at the hub base. In accordance with the contingency plan, they will take control of the scene as critical events happen. Fiona, keep hailing the hub base, regardless of whether we've received any response from them. Inform them that I'm coming soon.
Good music, good voice acting, incredible visual style, sets the scene very well, builds good tension, it's just really well made. Very good presentation throughout the game. As for the writing, holy mother of God, where do I even start?
Yep.
Once you set foot in Valley 4 and meet Andre the Owl, it immediately starts to deteriorate. You meet Chen and quickly learn that she is Paimon. Her entire role in this region is to state the obvious, restate what someone else has just said so babies can understand, comment on what little is happening like it's a fucking reaction video, and make sure you know exactly how you're supposed to feel at any given moment.
Our clan is called the Pack. Unlike the Bone Crushers, we are disciplined. We know when to dispense violence.
Oh, so that means Bone Crushers are bandit raiders, while the Pack are the heroic wildland rangers?
We need the Reginium ore to make Origo crusts. I don't think we have enough ore.
What? That means we won't be getting any combat facilities.
Mia's drawing turned the graffiti into a home.
Oh, let me guess. Mia really wants to live in a proper house with her family.
Quick, get to the sapling. It's blasting out shockwaves. Good thing we have the saplings here.
Hello? Do you copy? What the... Second.
Was that a radio message? Someone's trying to hail us.
We can unleash the electrical power stored in the reservoir. This will generate an energy pulse capable of flattening the entire power plateau.
Wait. I'm not hearing things right. An energy pulse to flatten the entire place?
So, what you
Paimon,
say?
please, now is not a good time.
Fucking goddamn it.
It's also not just Chen. NPCs are also routinely given lines that make absolutely sure you are under no illusion and that you are the good guys. Characters are never allowed to just be characters because everything revolves around you as the Enmin. You've been absent for 10 years, you have no memories, but you're seemingly unfazed by everyone's obsession with pogging at you and saying nothing interesting. Absolutely nothing feels earned. Having even one non-villain character not immediately treating you like the Messiah himself would make our players far too uncomfortable.
Stop right there!
You don't look like land breakers.
We're the Endfield Crisis Team.
I told you to stand where you are!
Calm down, Eliza.
Landbreakers, the main villains, are still just generic bad guys who want you dead with no nuance whatsoever. It simultaneously wants us to believe they are too stupid for their own good and just collect random electronics without understanding their value, while also capable of doing underground scientific experiments?
Yep.
Who is writing this? But all of Enfield's writing flaws are perhaps best illustrated by the events of the Power Plateau. Like I said, just as a courtesy, this is a very minor spoiler. In my opinion, it won't harm your experience with it to know what happens, but I'm letting you know just in case. It's a very minor spoiler. You meet Crow, an NPC from the faction that inhabits Valley 4, the UWST.
I mean, there's a reason why, like, of the freaking replay through, I skipped everything.
And himself with it for some reason. You go on a fetch quest to find a signal emitter, in which various NPCs tell you people died to defend the signal emitter. You go back to Crow, he rallies all the remaining staff to give a rousing speech with driving music. We're supposed to feel motivated and invested in their fate. Instead, the person in charge of the artillery tells Crow to keep his workers safe and that the artillery will instead provide covering fire. Then the Enfielders charge the Landbreaker forces and the story continues. This part of the story could create real tension and interesting storytelling by criticizing his overly militaristic approach with the idea that maybe it's a little bit unwise to nuke yourself just to kill all the nearby landbreakers with wanton disregard for your own life and arguably the lives of all your other staff. But instead, it's just presented as this heroic act of bravery. It's only criticized, if you can even call it that, because it endangers the lives of the UWST staff. The landbreakers? What was their crime again? Vandalism. Oh yeah, they can all just die then, that's fine. No notes. Really? We're not going to get any kind of internal conflict or moral dilemma? Nothing to treat the Landbreakers as people with their own life experiences in spite of their destructive or criminal behavior? Again, there is absolutely zero interesting writing or nuance with the Landbreakers. They exist solely because it's convenient for the narrative to have bad guys in it. And we're not even given any reason to care about Crow. Has he been accompanying us for a while and aiding us in our trek up to the power plant? Did we get an internal monologue giving a window into his worldview, or some core memory that shaped his militarism, or some kind of personal moment that gives me a reason to care? No, we met him 15 minutes ago maybe, and we know very little about him. We got here, we completed a fetch quest for a signal emitter because it was required of us to proceed, and then hear his speech. There is no emotional investment to justify the payoff, no tension to be resolved to make the player feel some kind of emotional catharsis. It just tells you how to feel and expects you to clap. Nothing is earned. It is entirely surface level. Everything in Valley 4 is completely and utterly vapid and pedestrian. However, you may have noticed that I've been referring to Valley 4 specifically. What then of the next region, Wuling? Thankfully, most of Wuling is a night and day difference, but there is one critical issue that remains consistent that I will point out in a moment. To start off, it introduces you to Ardashir, who is significantly more interesting than any other NPC up to that point, and sows just enough seeds of mystery and curiosity to keep you interested in the overarching narrative. You meet Tang Tang, who is comfortably the best character in the entire story so far. She's charming, she's fun, she's full of personality, and she improves every scene she's in. Chen is released from her Paimonian shackles and is finally allowed to just be a character and just be the goofball she is. Perlica is allowed to express the exasperation of a beleaguered chaperone. The expressive animations and cinematography are exceptional. The start of Wuling is a genuinely fun and enjoyable experience. The writers for this part clearly have their shit together, and it made me way more hopeful for the rest of the story. Except, it eventually became clear the reason this part of the story is so much better is because it's one of the only parts of the entire beta story that just lets characters be characters. We then meet Zhuang Fangyi in Wuling City. Again, like I said, just as a courtesy, very minor spoiler here, but again, I don't think it will harm your experience to know it. She makes it very clear that she and the Enmin have history and we left an impression on them. Enmin was present in Wuling 10 years prior and clearly said or did things that she holds dear even 10 years later. There comes a point where Perlica and Chen are encouraged to go elsewhere to do something unrelated, and you spend some time walking around with her as she tells you what she's been up to. You are interrupted by someone who informs her of a problem elsewhere in the city, so she grabs your hand and drags you all the way there without letting go. After fixing it, you both see Wuling City together as she talks about the way things were and the way things are now before watching a celebratory drone show before walking back to her office. This very obviously reads like a date scene.
Yep.
Let's just say, for the sake of argument, that the Enmin is male and was romantically involved with Zhuang Fangyi, but the amnesia means we've forgotten all that. In spite of the amnesia, we know we have history with her, and we know she holds our past words and actions dear. Since the writing for Wuling has been significantly better up to this point, this premise could make for a genuinely compelling romantic subplot. So, how do we feel about this as the Enmin? Do we ever question her assertion that we played a significant role in her life before? Do we feel some unease at how familiar she feels? Some unsettled sense that something like this may have happened before? Do we feel some level of sadness that we won't be able to meet her expectations? No. You are completely unfazed because you're the Enmin and you're special, so it's only natural that you would be on a date with an ultra-powerful hot woman who protects the entire city. Wow, Enmin, you're so hot and sexy and funny and cool, and I want to jump cliff happy again. Hey, look, see? The hot lady with big boobs is holding your hand. Look, we'll even move the camera down a little bit to remind you that she has big boobs. Please give us money to pull for the big boob lady who's taking you on a date. Are you convinced that she likes you yet? Or do we need to make it even more obnoxious because your perception of what good art is has been so irreversibly warped by all the dog shit isekai animes you wasted your teen years binge watching, so now you merely exist ethered to the bank accounts of gacha game developers? GriftGPT, generate a character with no redeeming qualities whatsoever besides giving me an erection so I can come for the 17th time. But what riles me up the most is that in the process of babying the player like this, it blatantly spits in the face of the years of world building with Arknights and
This is so good.
Listen to these two conversations, one from the tech test and one from the final beta. Don't worry about things like character models or voice acting or anything like that. Just try to gauge what they're trying to be. The difference will become immediately obvious.
We really can't thank you enough for saving Jenny. I'm heading back to the camp. Hope things work out for you.
What is it? Ginny's neuropathy is extremely severe. This may sound cruel, but she's dying. Many of her vital organs have succumbed to late-stage crystallization. I've seen too many cases, and a cursory examination was enough for me to reach this conclusion.
But I thought the suppressants that you gave her worked.
The suppressants worked, but only just. At her current stage of neuropathy, it would only relieve her pain and symptoms, but it can't reverse organ failures that have already begun. Continue our work. That's exactly it. We're not the only ones who have to face this. Those who came before us struggled as well, but we slowly learned that treating the sick is an endless task. The key lies in finding the cause of this issue, and making sure we have the power to fix it. This is the only way to ensure that our future actions will benefit more people.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I was worried sick about my sis. You Enfielders have been a blessing to us. We both owe you our lives.
It's all right, Karja. There is no permanent cure for neuropathy, but regular use of the suppressants will keep most symptoms under control. Unfortunately, yes. When mining and using originium, neuropathy is one of the hazards we must face. Active originium can infect and harm an improperly protected victim, usually through the bloodstream and the circulatory system.
My history teacher told me that neuropathy positives were once ostracized in numerous places on Terra. Many social issues were also caused by neuropathy.
Indeed. Although originium infection no longer leads to stigmatization or social problems today, neuropathy remains a common disease in Talos 2. Don't stress over it, Endman. if you can't remember the past, know that both you and Originium have always been fighting for our survival on Talos 2. You can trust me on that.
All they had to do was end the conversation here. Instead, everything is fine and dandy, and you need not ever question your actions as the protagonist. This is not merely a matter of being a slow burn story. Throughout the game, it routinely spits in the face of Arknights players, occasionally throwing you a bone with a cursory reference so you're adequately pacified, so that you'll continue diligently paying for the monthly card. If you have anything more than cursory knowledge of the lore and world building of Arknights, I don't think I need to tell you how to feel. As if the writing didn't already make the experience infuriating enough, Endfield also has by far the most annoying, patronizing quest markers I have ever seen in any game ever. Just look at this example. After meeting Rossi, you have to go and talk to her up here with this NPC. Doing so means climbing on some boxes and going up some stairs. Sounds fairly simple, right? Just put the quest marker on Rossi and I'll get up there myself by jumping on the box. Psych! The quest marker will move to every individual box you have to jump on and every individual corner you have to turn, making absolutely sure there is zero possibility that you fail to get up there somehow. It doesn't even give you a chance to do it yourself. Do you really have that little faith in the player? Were that many testers so catastrophically stupid that they cannot figure out how to jump on a box and turn left?
Yes.
No, that's not the right way. Come along now, we're going this way, come on. Does your target audience consist of babies? This game is going to turn me into a fucking terrorist. I'm losing my mind.
Yeah. I also really hate how
handily
it is.
Patronizing all this really is, I'm going to compare it to a very different game to demonstrate why it angers me so much. Now, bear in mind, this comparison is not being made facetiously. I think this is necessary to adequately explain to you why you should not put up with this level of patronizing bullshit anywhere in the game. Bear with me here. When I was about 4 or 5 years old, I really liked playing Putt Putt Enters the Race, a point-and-click adventure game from the late 90s made for young children aged 3 to 8. I had only just started going to school. I was learning things like the alphabet and numbers up to 10. Let's take a look at how Putt Putt treats its young player base. I need to find 4 items to enter the race at the local speedway. While looking around, I find the toy store. Wow, free batteries. I don't need these to enter the race, but they're free, so hey, we may as well take them. I keep driving and find Chuck the tow truck with a flat tire. He needs a tire patch in the shape of a square, so he can be on his way. As we keep looking around, we find some pipes in our way. We ask Pete Crane to move them, but he's lost his hook, so we can't move them until we find it. As I go looking, I try to go into this tunnel, but another car is coming the other way, so we can't go through.
It's a one-lane tunnel.
What does this sign mean?
It's a picture of a horn.
Let's just try again. Uh-oh, that didn't work.
It's a one-lane tunnel.
Maybe the horn sign means we need to honk first, like the cars that came the other way. Nice, it worked. Oh, we've driven over something, but we can't see it because it's too dark, so let's carry on.
Yep.
But hey, look, a flashlight! 12 volts the tractor says we can have it, but that it doesn't work because there's no batteries. But that's okay, because we picked up the 3 batteries from the toy store earlier. Let's go back and look at what we ran over. That didn't work. Oh, I have to put the batteries in the flashlight first. Let's try again. Hey, it's Pete Crane's hook. Now we can bring it to him and finally get past the pipes in the way. And hey, look at that, it's the racing tires. That's one of the 4 items we need. The store is closed, but the tire repair kit Chuck needs is here, so let's grab it.
Now, all I have to do is go find some scissors so I can cut it out.
Okay, where might we find scissors? Well, we drove past the library on our way here, so let's try there. Cool, we found some. Clicking it doesn't work. Maybe we need to drag the repair kit onto the scissors like we did with the batteries. Nice, okay, let's cut out a square, bring it to Chuck, and get him on his way. Great, Chuck's all better now, and he says he'll give us a deal on the tires. So we go back there, he says we need 4 coins, at which point we need to go and figure out how to get coins and stuff. Right, so, notice how the game for young children, the game I played when I was learning the alphabet, doesn't have any UI hints explicitly telling me to...
It doesn't do that, yeah.
Pick up the batteries ahead of time, or telling me I need to honk my horn to go into the tunnel, or to pick up the flashlight, or to drag the batteries onto the flashlight, or to look around in the dark with the flashlight, or to drag the hook onto Pete Crane, or to pick up the tire repair kit, or to drag the repair kit onto the scissors, or to click each of the 4 corners to cut a square, or to drag the repair kit onto Chuck. It didn't just tell me the solution to every problem. Instead, it presents the young child with the problem to solve, and lets the young child figure out how to solve that problem on their own, and lets the young child use their prior knowledge to solve subsequent problems because it respects the young child's ability to use their fucking brain. It's not that hard, Hypergraph, goddammit! This obscene level of patronizing handholding is also carried over into factory tutorials.
Yep.
But for some reason, some people seem to dismiss complaints about these tutorials for reasons like, yeah, but what about casuals? And yeah, but gacha players need handholding. I find it deeply alarming not only that so many people in the space find these tutorials acceptable, but the complaints about them are almost exclusively about the number of tutorials and not the content of the tutorials themselves.
Yep.
You know how people keep saying that factory gameplay is overwhelming for casuals and shit like that? It takes a little bit of learning, so yes, some tutorials are necessary, but I guarantee you, even if you start panicking just by looking at some belt layouts, even if you think you need your handheld at every moment, you are more than capable of enjoying this kind of gameplay. I guarantee it. Hypergriff, on the other hand, clearly does not seem to agree. Here's a question for you. Which of these tutorials do you find more overwhelming? This tutorial from Endfield. Follow the indication marker and approach Pack Output Port 4, then open the Output Port panel. Select Output Port 4, then press F to open the Output Port panel. Interruption. Each output port of the
Protocol Automation Core, or Pack, or Subpack can choose to unload one item. Click on the Now Empty item slot. Interruption. The panel displays the item stored in the depot. Click on the Original More in the depot. Interruption. This sets the Original More and the item to be moved out of this output port. Tutorial pop-up. The Protocol Automation Core and Subpack are connected to the depot.
Yeah, it just takes forever. I'm just like, let me through it.
Subpack and Pack share similar functions. Both can be used as CP points and automatically supply power to electric files within their core AIC areas. Interruption. Close the panel. Time to learn how to use a transport belt with an output port to automatically unload items from the depot. Time to learn how to use transport belts to automate production. Observe the Subpack output port. Note it has an output arrow to indicate that it is an output port for transport and logistics purposes. The refining unit nearby has singular arrows at this side of space. These mark the input port to the facility. The direction of these arrows are fixed. Connecting a transport belt from the Subpack output port to the refining unit input port will automatically move the Original More from the depot to the said refining unit. Interruption. In AIC mode, press the hotkey E or hold Alt to click the transport belt button to enter transport belt placement mode. A red indicator cone is appear on the ground. Transport belts must be first connected to an output port. They cannot be placed on empty ground or grid marked with red crosses. All output ports that can serve as a starting point for transport belts are marked by white outward arrows on the ground. Now move the character and adjust the view with the mouse to move the indicator cone to the specified Subpack output port. Interruption. Click left mouse to begin placing the transport belt. The Subpack is selected and highlighted, indicating that the transport belt connection has begun at the Subpack. The transport belt is directional. It must start from the item source Subpack and end at the item destination refining unit. Now the refining unit input ports have been replaced with white inward arrows indicating that the transport belt can be connected to them. Follow the guiding line on the ground to place the transport belt. This moves items from the Subpack output port to the input of the refining unit. Now move and adjust the view with the mouse to move the indicator cone to the specified refining unit input port. Interruption. The indicator cone has been moved to the proper place and the refining unit has been selected and highlighted to indicate that it is the final destination of the transport belt.
There are now enough Ariga crusts.
Yep.
Or this tutorial from Factorio. Check if there is something useful in the escape pod. Move close and press left click to open it. Move the iron gear wheels from the escape pod into your inventory. Close the window by pressing E. Move close to the iron ore deposit and hover the cursor over it. Interruption. When you hover over an entity, useful detailed information appears in a tooltip here. Mine the iron ore. Hold right click. Craft a stone furnace. Press E and check your crafting menu. Interruption. On the right hand side is your crafting menu. Left clicking on the recipe will craft the depicted item. Interruption. This is your crafting queue. Left click on an item in the queue if you want to cancel it. Select the stone furnace and build it on the ground near you by pressing left click. The indicator will appear green if building is possible. Open the stone furnace by pressing left click. Put the iron ore in the resource slot of the stone furnace. Put fuel into the stone furnace. You can use coal or wood, which you can mine nearby.
Okay.
See? Literally no problem.
It's accessible, it's very easy to understand, it introduces you to core concepts simply and elegantly, and it doesn't treat you like a baby who doesn't know how to click the fucking left mouse button. If someone who wants to try out Endfield is a little nervous about the factory gameplay but is still willing to give it a shot, this incessant, patronizing barrage of text and constant interruptions is almost guaranteed to be the thing that actually overwhelms them, and not the factory gameplay itself. It does so much more harm than good. You also need to consider what these tutorials will actually teach the player, because in my opinion, it's not actually teaching them the factory gameplay. Because the lesson the player is going to take away from these tutorials is not how to place a belt or how to make some item, because they're not arriving at that conclusion themselves. They're just being told exactly what to do at all times. What they're really learning from these tutorials is if they click where the game tells them to click enough times, they'll get the reward at the end, like a lab rat pressing a button for a piece of cheese. Yet, Hypergriff seems to think this is the best way of teaching you how the factory works, instead of looking at the already excellent tutorials in existing factory games. But, somehow, we're still not done talking about the issues with Enfield's tutorials. The real biggest issue with them, in my opinion, is the fact they are forced into the main story with no real justification for it. I assume what happened here is that Hypergriff listened to feedback from the last beta saying the factory wasn't integrated well enough into the main story. If you look at changes to the factory between each of the test versions of Enfield, you can pinpoint precisely what led to this. For context, in the early story of the tech test, you placed a few relay towers to rescue Andre from the warehouse which had lost power. Then he told you that the automation core is broken and the backup parts have been stolen by landbreakers, and in your quest to go and find each of the 4 parts, you come across a bunch of NPCs with various issues, kill some enemies in the way, fight a boss called Cliff who no longer exists, retrieve the backup parts, and then go back and repair the core before finally getting to the factory part after a few hours of gameplay. And when you got to that part, there were no patronizing hand-holdy tutorials, it just gave you the information you need and let you take it from there. Now, you arrive in Valley 4, everyone just says, holy shit, it's the Enmin Poggers, and you summon the core from space before Perlica and Andre keep insisting the factory is very important and you need to do these tutorials right now. It doesn't actually play a role in the story anymore. In addition, the tech test consisted of self-contained zones with loading screens between them. There were previously pre-existing relay towers called sector relay towers either side of the boundary between zones to allow you to transport power across loading screens. The factory and infrastructure, being the things you use to generate power, play an important role in that context because you can't bring those towers back online without power. They served a purpose in keeping the player on track as they progressed through the game. In the first beta, the loading screens were removed in favor of seamless transitions between zones, which made the world feel much larger, and you can tell where those transitions are by the connecting terrain between them usually being an enclosed, narrow space. This is all well and good, there's nothing inherently wrong with it, but in doing this, those pre-existing towers that kept you on track disappeared. Their way of solving these problems of their own creation was not to have the factory play a naturally occurring role in the background influencing how the plot unfolds, or to re-implement natural, unobtrusive checkpoints like the sector relay towers, but to shoehorn several factory tutorials into the early story, preventing you from progressing any further until you complete them. But this problem doesn't occur in Wu Ling. The factory is integrated much more naturally into the story. When you meet Zhuang Fangyi, she tells you the city has been trying to make a material called Shirenite to tackle the problems posed by the massive blight zone nearby. Part of the plot is you, the Enmin, helping them to make Shirenite. You make it with the factory. Making things with the factory solves the problems the characters face and moves the plot forward. Surely that's just because the writers got their act together, right? And there's nothing else to say about it because all early gacha stories suck or whatever, right? No, those backup parts you had to go and find before played the same role as Shirenite. They were a plot device serving as the factory's role in the story. In the new story of Valley 4, the plot device is removed because the story was so radically changed in their pivot towards putting so much emphasis on exploration and making the world so much larger and making everything more convenient. And so now, the factory in Valley 4, instead of playing a natural role in the story, it now has nothing to use as a natural plot device, and instead it's just placed front and center, and you are required to learn it right now because Perlica and Andre tell you it's important. In addition, the prologue was previously much slower paced, so being introduced to the factory after that meant the pacing of the introduction and story and gameplay were all in harmony and consistent with each other. Now, the prologue is so much more bombastic, and the gameplay also so much more flashy and fast-paced, that now when you're introduced to the factory, the change of pace is so drastic that it gives you whiplash. But the real trouble with this is, factory gameplay intrinsically requires a little bit of learning, hence the tutorial. An open zone RPG with a big emphasis on exploration and fast-paced action combat that you can mostly button mash through, suddenly slamming the brakes and placing the factory in front of you without any natural role in the story at all, with all of its absolutely awful and patronizing tutorials and forcing you to sit down and pay attention and learn how it works right now or you can't progress any further, is not exactly going to go very well with Enfield's new target audience. Can we really blame those players for hating the factory in this context? No, of course not.
I really like factory games, and this feels awful to me.
Yep.
Because it's such a stark difference with the rest of Enfield, and its role in the narrative and the wider game is not even slightly adequately justified for such a long time, which makes their changes to the factory over time even more short-sighted, frustrating, and ridiculous. We'll get to the AIC factory itself shortly, but first it's important to point out that the AIC as a whole does not only consist of the factory. There are quite a few other gameplay systems within it which are all interconnected. A big one is that you must relay power across the region from the core AIC areas using relay towers. Partly because you need to power your mining rigs to collect ore to produce factory products, partly for various exploration needs such as devices which may open a gate or power a jump pad, and partly to power zip lines which you can place around the map in locations of your choosing, including out of bounds apparently, to make traveling to frequently visited spots and farming certain items a lot more convenient. This is an idea imported from Death Stranding, in which the terrain is extremely unforgiving and traversing it is deliberately very inconvenient, so ziplines are a gigantic upgrade when you get them set up. The convenience of Enfield ziplines is less about making terrain traversal easier and more about making farming gatherables and daily gameplay faster and easier.
Yeah.
You can think of it kind of like automating your farming routes instead of having to run everywhere. It's very satisfying to set up your own network of ziplines and zip around the map at your leisure. Enfield also has shared structures in which structures placed by other players will randomly appear in your world without needing to be connected to power. This is also an idea imported from Death Stranding, in which you will very frequently come across some particularly difficult terrain, like a steep mountainside, and spot another player's zipline within range of where you're standing, so you can just place your own hop on and away you go. These structures only appear once you have connected that region to the network, so you can't just piggyback off someone's zipline to get there right off the bat. You have to make at least one delivery to that region's bunker before other players' structures appear. This used to be the case with Enfield, where so-called sector scanners were placed towards the end of a given zone in the technical test, very clearly with the same idea of getting to a certain point of the zone before you can place structures there to automate it, but sector scanners were scrapped with last year's beta. But more importantly, there is a very careful balance of how frequently other players' structures will appear. In my many hours of playing Death Stranding, I think I have only ever gone from another player's zipline to a second other player's zipline maybe once. The point is for them to help you, not to do everything for you. Enfield's shared structures, particularly its shared ziplines, are absolutely everywhere to the point of it being kind of obnoxious. I very rarely see another player's zipline and think, oh wicked, that's so helpful, thank you player, like I have done in Death Stranding many times. The vast majority of the time, either I think, oh okay, it's just doing it all for me again, alright then, or I think, fuck off, not again, get out of my way. I have very frequently come across entire networks of other players' ziplines already just sitting there, completely negating the satisfaction of setting them up yourself. It's certainly very convenient, but it also completely takes away what made the ziplines fun in the first place. I was indifferent to them doing away with sector scanners in the last beta, but with this one it's very clear that removing them was a mistake. This could have been solved with the zipline route feature, in which you add certain ziplines as nodes on a route so you can press E ahead of time to automatically zip to the next node in the route, because it could create a very obvious incentive to build them to go to specific locations, but I just found this feature unhelpful because zipline routes are one way only. If you go backwards and press E, it just sends you back the other way. And you can't create another route going back the other way because it doesn't let you do that either. If a zipline is already part of an existing route, you can't add it to another route and it all just feels a bit pointless. It's like they added a quality of life feature before they actually knew what any quality of life features should be improving. It would be nice to be able to create named routes, perhaps even from the map, and then while on any node along that route you can select it to automatically move along it in whichever direction you choose. Or instead of names, perhaps we could even choose a color for it and make our own network of them so it looks kind of like a London tube map. That'd be fun. But back to the shared structures, to be fair, there is a mechanic called stability in which shared structures will deteriorate over time and disappear if it reaches 0. This is an idea imported from Death Stranding, in which both your structures and other players' structures will erode from exposure to timefall, which is the in-universe hazard that causes everything it rains on to age very rapidly. You can repair structures using various materials and upgrade them to boost their timefall resistance. These could be a clever way of encouraging the player to build their own ziplines by piggybacking off a shared one and replacing it when it's deleted, but in practice, because they're literally everywhere, chances are another player's structure will immediately spawn in approximately the same place. For example, I have my own zipline set up here that I use frequently, and there's literally always another player's zipline in between them just third-wheeling uninvited. To be totally honest, Enfield's shared structures very rarely add anything to the experience, and I would argue they actually detract from it most of the time. And they annoy me to such an extent that I quite often just delete them from my world because they so frequently get in the way. As such, given that we've imported this many mechanics from Death Stranding already, it would be nice if we could delete shared structures directly from the map as a useful quality of life feature. The biggest issue though with these shared structures and ziplines is that the game has very clearly pivoted towards an audience that wants things like climbing and swimming and things of that nature, a desire to interact with the world around them. When people ask for things like petting the dog, in spite of it being kind of pointless, the underlying desire is to interact with the world and feel like you have an impact and effect on it. Enfield's way of doing that is with bringing power across regions to bring it to life, placing ziplines to traverse the terrain in your own personal way, and things of that nature. With entire networks of other players' ziplines and other players' turrets so often just already sitting there, my desire as the player to meaningfully interact with the world around me is unfulfilled because it's already been done for me. I have to delete these structures if I want to fulfill that desire, and most players aren't going to bother deleting them because even though it's less fun, it's also very convenient, and most players aren't going to forgo convenience when it's offered to them. Another shared facility is memo beacons, like the Jump Cliff Happy one. These are an idea imported at least partially from Dark Souls, or more generally from software games, in which you can place messages combining words from a restricted list. Enfield's memo beacons are naturally much simpler, which is fine, but the main issue is that they're always visible. Part of what makes them fun in the Souls games is that you bring up the message yourself, so there's a surprise associated with it, and because they're smaller, you can come across fun combinations of them, which makes them a fun social feature, in addition to the approvals that you can give those messages. Enfields are always visible, which means not only can far less of them be placed, but you also can't choose to not see them. There's no such thing as just don't use the memo beacons, because you're forced to see them. These could be a really fun social feature, but the way they're currently implemented just makes them a convenience feature that ends up taking some of the fun out of exploration. However, something to note is that you can also repair the beacons just like other structures, and given that the symbols associated with the words are the primary visible part of them, they can also be compared to signposts in Death Stranding, where you place down a symbol which can appear in other players' worlds, alerting them to something nearby or just giving them some encouragement. Walking or driving through a sign will award it a like, and you can likewise earn likes from other players for your signs that appear in their world. It's a way of both interacting with your surroundings and interacting with other players. An example worth mentioning is the baby in a heart, which makes your BB happy when you walk through it. It doesn't serve any real gameplay purpose, but like we just talked about, players have a strong desire to interact with the world around them, and a sign placed by another player making Sam and his BB smile is a fun little feature serving that purpose. So, personally, I think these signs should be more similar to the Dark Souls signs in being smaller messages that you bring up yourself, which can create fun combinations of them to stumble across, but also similar to the Death Stranding signs in having some extra symbols included which some characters have special interactions with when you bring up the message. Like, say, a training dummy which Chen will then go to attack, or a Tata emote prompting Yvonne to say it's cute and take pictures of it, or something like that. Now, the AIC consists of a larger core area and a few smaller outposts, all of which have access to the same regional depot and all of which you can build factory products in. When you unlock an outpost area, you then get access to outpost management, in which you can trade those factory products for regional stock bills, which are used for various progression materials, food buffs, exploration aids, gifts you can give to your operators in the Dijang, and other things. Trading factory products is your primary way of earning stock bills, and the more resources it takes to produce a given product, the more stock bills it will trade for. You can have more stock bills than the stated limit, but excess stock bills will be reset weekly. Trading factory products is not the only way to earn stock bills though. There is also stock redistribution. You can buy a certain amount of stock every day, then hold it for as long as you want and sell it whenever you want. If there are no low-priced items, you can just let the allowance carry over to the following day, up to the regional maximum, and you can sell your stock by visiting your friend's Dijang. So basically just buy as low as possible and sell whenever you or your friend is selling it for 6,000... Almost 10 million stock... What the fuck? Okay, so much for trading factory products, I guess. There are also depot nodes, which are essentially Enfield's resource dump that you can use excess factory products for. They are stations from which you pack a crate, choose a buyer, and then deliver it to them while optionally fulfilling certain conditions. At level 2, that condition is just don't teleport. At level 3, it adds don't take any hits, and at level 4, it adds don't jump. Teleporting, getting hit, or jumping will reduce the goods integrity, reducing the number of stock bills you receive at the end.
Say the line, Bart!
This is an idea imported from Death Stranding. In Death Stranding, you must deliver cargo from place to place, picking up other deliveries along the way, and planning long routes of multiple deliveries across unforgiving terrain, hazardous weather, hostile enemies, and sometimes also the souls of dead people who haven't reached the afterlife yet. All in return for earning likes. Likes are worthless by themselves, but you can make deliveries easier by earning enough of them. You can also earn likes by placing structures to help other players and give likes to other players for their structures. However, Enfield has imported the delivery gameplay at an astonishingly shallow level. What makes
just put a zipline route and you get there easy.
A few things. Firstly, because getting from place to place is deliberately very inconvenient and you have to balance your cargo and be careful not to fall over, which will damage them, strongly incentivizing the use of both your own structures and other players' structures to make it more convenient. Secondly, everywhere you deliver to has more deliveries waiting for you, so you can plan delivery routes by checking who has deliveries for a given recipient and then go on long journeys to multiple different stops. Thirdly, because there is lost cargo scattered all over the terrain, which you can pick up as you go to collect more likes, potentially changing your planned route or adding a detour if you want to deliver the lost cargo. And fourthly, if you don't want to deliver the lost cargo, you can entrust it to other players and share the reward for it. But you can't give standard deliveries to other players, you have to do those yourself. Lost cargo is just individual packages. Standard deliveries can fill an entire truck sometimes. In Endfield, every single delivery starts from the same place and ends in the same few locations. Traversal and exploration are already extremely convenient, and not taking any hits is trivially easy because enemies are so passive that you can just run right past them, which only leaves jumping, which is just not an interesting challenge at all. And even if you do manage to fail any of these, each jump or hit taken will reduce the integrity by just 1%, and teleporting by just 20%. And even then, I tested the delivery in which I reduced the integrity of the goods to 10%, and the recipient still said my delivery was flawless, and I still received about 50% of the full reward. What's the point of the reduced integrity mechanic in the first place if it's basically impossible to fail? Depot deliveries are clearly supposed to encourage you to set up zip lines, except you receive the same amount of stock bills regardless of whether you deliver it or someone else does. Even if the delivery isn't completed, you still get half each. It rewards you less for actually trying and failing than it does for just not bothering with it at all. Who is this for? People who like the delivery gameplay in Death Stranding, like me, won't like it because it misses everything that makes it satisfying in Death Stranding, and people who don't like it can just outsource it and receive the same reward, defeating the point of getting players to set up ziplines to make it easier. Genuinely, what is the point of implementing this if you cannot be brave enough to do anything interesting with it? I think this reduced integrity thing should just be scrapped entirely, and since we're seemingly obsessed with importing mechanics from Death Stranding, why not replace it with premium deliveries in which you earn more rewards for meeting an extra condition, like under a certain time limit, or even just copying the part where you earn more likes for traveling as short a distance as possible, which would much more strongly incentivize players to build and optimize their own zip lines. So players can transfer the delivery to someone else and both still receive the same base fee as before, but the one doing the delivery can earn bonus stock bills based on certain premium delivery conditions. And while we're at it, another part of what makes some deliveries interesting in Death Stranding is the fact that seemingly worthless deliveries with hardly any likes for massive distances will unlock more interesting deliveries afterwards. Instead of just having a random list of recipients with nothing else to it, why not have hidden lore tidbits in there, with hidden side quests started by completing a rare depot node delivery? There's a lot of avenues here to make this a more interesting feature, but as it exists right now, it's just not fun. Now, the final and most important part of the AIC is, of course, the factory. It is also the most important part of this review, which is why I've saved it for last. If you are someone who feels a bit overwhelmed when you look at the factory, hear me out. I completely understand why it looks intimidating if you haven't played a factory game before, but I promise you, I guarantee you, every single person watching this video is capable of enjoying the factory on their own. It is not something to be afraid of. The reason I say all of that is because the factory is easily the best part of Endfield for several reasons, but the biggest reason is that it is the only part of the game that isn't tied to any gacha or live service bullshit. It's just fun. Outside of the forced tutorials, you can just do it at your own pace whenever you want. There's no waiting for sanity to refill so you can build a character, there's no battle pass or limited units, there's no selling you the solution to an unnecessary problem. Watching the pulsating orange glow of the spaghetti belts you put together is very satisfying and almost therapeutic in a way. The factory is easily the best part of the game, and if you refuse to even give it a chance, you will dramatically worsen your experience with Endfield. Once your regional development level reaches the max, assuming you have a mining rig on every ore vein, Valley 4 yields this much ore per minute, but the maximum number of outputs in the whole Valley 4 factory can theoretically yield nearly double that. This gives the player a lot of flexibility with where they place their outputs, and it's perfectly fine to set up part of an assembly line in an outpost somewhere, send the intermediate products to the depot, and retrieve them in a different area to feed them into the next part of the assembly line. Or to put it in other words, once you've upgraded each area, you can just build spaghetti belts to your heart's content. Go nuts. Given the specific yields of each ore, it's easy to calculate roughly the optimal use of resources within Valley 4. The Originium can supply 18 outputs with room to spare, and the Therium can supply exactly 36 outputs. In Outpost Management, there are 3 items that each sell for 70 stock bills: purple tier batteries and each of the 2 purple tier healing items. Purple batteries use 6 Originium and 4 Therium outputs, while the other 2 use 8 Therium outputs each. 3 purple battery lines use 18 Iridium outputs, so that's easy, and now we're using 12 Therium outputs for a remainder of 24, which gives us room for 3 more assembly lines to make purple healing tacticals. I can use however many batteries I need for power and trade everything else for stock bills. Piece of cake. Notice how none of this uses Amethyst. That's because, for some reason, Amethyst is absolutely fucking useless. I don't know what exactly they were thinking, but the only time you ever need Amethyst is in the very early game. Once you get access to the Wuling factory, you only actually need it to make one big stockpile of Amethyst parts to make a few facilities with, which is not an assembly line you need to have permanently. What exactly is the point of having this much Amethyst ore? And why does the fucking quarry, of all places, the literal pit mine, only provide 4 Amethyst veins and no other ore? The
Yep.
quarry is the only zone which isn't part of the main story quest, so I really hope this isn't because testers from the last beta weren't going there to get extra Originium ore and were running into factory problems as a result, because if so, then having the literal pit mine, the zone explicitly
Of course
about
they
digging
are.
up rocks, only provide 4
No.
veins of the one useless
I don't
ore.
bother
Just for that reason
farming
would
drama.
be kind of pathetic. But I digress. Wuling, on the other hand,
I'm
introduces
good.
a facility called Forge of the Sky, which creates Shionite, as I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, he's
you
going
can
with that
only
one.
place one of these to start with, and at least in the beta, I could only place 2
Yeah,
after
you can
unlocking
still only
this node
place
of the
2 on
tech
live
tree,
release.
dramatically reducing the number of Shionite products I could make. And as such, the
Okay.
Wuling factory is currently a lot emptier than Valley 4's.
It is very
One
empty.
such product that you absolutely need is Shionite components, which are used exclusively to make gold tier gear. An assembly line to make these requires the full output of 1 Forge of the Sky, leaving you with only 1 more to make anything else, and you very quickly realize that Wuling batteries are the only thing you should be making with it. This is hopefully a problem exclusive to the beta, given there were only 2 zones, but there was virtually no room to make any interesting choices because most of my resources were funneled into making use of the limited amount of Shionite I could make. Once I had a healthy stockpile of components, I just used the Shionite from that assembly line to make even more batteries. What's definitely not exclusive to the beta though, is the fact that fluids are now only very minimally used by the factory. The primary use
Yep.
for fluid-related facilities is in the various water-themed puzzles dotted around Wuling, which largely consist of emptying fluids from one pit into another or spraying targets with it. Optionally, you can set up sprinklers for the farming plots too, but that's the whole extent of it. In the last beta, there was a separate ore which now no longer exists called cuprium, and each
Yep.
mining rig required water to mine it. There are
I
still
remember
references to
they
this
got
ore
rid
in
of
some
that.
parts of the world, like this one in the Science Park in Valley 4. Now, they've done away with that in favor of making Shionite with the Forge of the Sky, requiring only 1 water input. In last year's beta, fluids were required by some of the lower tier facilities, and facilities that used water also produced wastewater, which had to be piped into treatment facilities.
Yep, they got rid of
It
that
meant you could
gameplay.
make interesting choices with how you managed fluids. Now, either you pipe water into a Forge of the Sky to make Shionite, or you pipe it into a planting unit for one of the 2 plants that need it, or you pipe it into a reactor crucible to make one of 2 fluids using those plants and pipe that fluid into a filling unit, and that's it. You cannot make any interesting choices with fluids in the factory. To call it a gimmick would be overselling it.
So, what you're saying is...
Not now.
What? Huh. Jeez. What's gotten up your ass all of a sudden?
Paimon, get the fuck out of my video before I turn you into wastewater, you What I find most frustrating about the reduced role of fluids is this. Shionite is made using 1 water input and 2 carbon inputs, which you make by refining certain plants. To have a self-sustaining system, you need to use several giant seed picking and planting unit setups, taking up way more space than necessary, just to refine plants into carbon. But seed picking units used to make a waste product called plant matter, which was then processed into carbon to make character XP. So the so-called waste product wasn't really waste at all. The outputs were even color-coded for that purpose.
Yep,
In the
but-
first beta, XP production was outsourced to the Dijang, and carbon became quite literally useless. And even though it has a use now for making Shionite, it's no longer made with plant matter, and you instead have to dedicate entire planting unit setups specifically to making plants just to burn into carbon. My question is, why didn't you just make Shionite using the already existing wastewater? I can give them the
I
benefit of
know.
the doubt and say it's because they wanted to have a real use for carbon after scrapping its original purpose, but even though it may not be useless now, the amount of space needed for the facilities to make it is a bit ridiculous.
It
Can
is
we
very
really not just
ridiculous.
go back to the plant matter and color-coded outputs? Is that really too complicated? I presume they got rid of wastewater because testers thought it was inconvenient, but here's the thing. Factory gameplay is all about solving problems. That's
Exactly.
the entire basis of it. Factory and automation games are, at their core, fundamentally about putting problems in front of the player that would be incredibly inconvenient to solve manually, and giving them the tools to automate it and make it convenient.
Yep.
Crucially, if those inconveniences are already convenient, the gameplay ceases to be fun. Before I get into this next part, notice what the absence of both wastewater and plant matter tells us. They've already simplified the factory twice, from alpha to beta, and from first to second beta. Now, you can also save your assembly lines and layouts as a blueprint for later use. Saving your own blueprints is a feature common amongst all factory games and is obviously a welcome addition to the game.
Yep.
There are also system blueprints you obtain by completing tutorials for each facility. This is also fine. System blueprints are a learning tool. You can also share your blueprints with your friends. I personally think this is also a good feature. Sharing your blueprints with your friends is a fun social feature and adds to the experience. You can also share your blueprints online in the form of a code. This by itself isn't necessarily an issue, depending on how it's implemented. However, Enfield's blueprint sharing has virtually no meaningful restrictions. The moment you unlock the blueprint feature in the very first hour of the game, you can grab a code from the internet, save it to your collection, paste it in, and you're done. You do not need to have completed the tutorial for each facility, and you do not need to have done any factory gameplay yourself. You can just do this as you please. The only restrictions are that it can't be more than 50 meters in either direction due to the box selection limit, and there's a limit to the number of facilities you can include, although I couldn't figure out what that number actually is because apparently each individual tile of belt counts as a facility. So in practice, what this limit really means is, you can blueprint entire production lines for the highest tier products within the first hour of the game. Yes, it's not for your entire factory all at once, but it's really not far off. I've heard a few people say that the shared blueprints are their compromise so that they can make the factory even better with more depth for people who like it, but all the evidence so far suggests otherwise. Remember, despite the blueprints, they've already simplified the factory twice. If blueprints are there so the people who like it aren't impeded by those who don't, this wouldn't make a whole lot of sense, would it? This is not merely speculation. They have done this before in Arknights twice. This is a pattern of behavior from Hypergriff. Allow me to explain. Stationary Security Service, or SSS, is a monthly farm that provides module resources. Because it's a permanent farm, it is fair to say they at least have somewhat of an obligation to either continue updating it or replace it with something else. SSS used to require farming more frequently, and before that it used to be much more difficult. But because rewards were not as easily obtainable as players expected, they complained. That is, when it came out, Hypergriff soon made a difficulty concession and made it dramatically easier. Then they made the farming period twice as long, so you only engage with it half as much. Then they let you skip it with the same tickets you use for weekly annihilations. And now, when the towers get updated every 4 months, one of them is always a rerun. So, SSS gets updated with a grand total of 6 stages per 4-month cycle, or 18 stages per year. Reclamation Algorithm, or RA, would seem to be more understandable at first because it's a permanent endgame mode as opposed to a periodic resource farm. Its first iteration as an experimental mode involved relatively short runs, but not many people liked it, so they changed it to be an endless mode instead and made RA2 permanent. But still, not many players bothered with it. In addition, when it was released, it had a standard mode and a challenge mode, but even though it is permanent endgame content, meaning the rewards aren't going anywhere, players still complained they couldn't get rewards easily enough. Hypergriff soon added an easier mode called Peaceful Mode, despite the fact that rewards are permanent. Peaceful Mode completely removes any enemy raids that aren't part of the questline. As a result, there are numerous examples of players who get stuck at a specific point while in Peaceful Mode because the questline that's supposed to continue upon reaching this point doesn't continue because they haven't yet done a raid which spawns on day 30 because Peaceful Mode lets them progress faster than they were supposed to. Why would they add this mode despite knowing that it completely fucks with the RA experience? Because players couldn't gain rewards easily and complained about it despite the fact the rewards are permanent. RA stopped updating more than a year ago, and we have no confirmation whatsoever, none at all, that they are working on RA3. It now exists in this weird limbo, sitting next to the integrated strategy screen, waiting to see if it will ever be updated again. Hypergriff have consistently demonstrated that although they may not completely abandon gameplay that hardly anyone engages with, they sure as hell don't give it much attention and will sideline it over time. If we change this argument to Hypergriff have demonstrated they will experiment, I can fully get behind that. They've tried out all sorts of experimental events in Arknights, but the notion they are routinely willing to dedicate development time to less popular gameplay is demonstrably false. The phrase, "why do you care how other people play a single-player game?" doesn't fly with games that are in perpetual development, constantly evolving in direct response to how their player base engages with it.
Yeah, that's
with
fair.
With standalone finished single-player games that aren't in
enough
perpetual development, this would be a totally fair point. But Arknights and Arknights Endfield are not standalone
they're live
games.
service.
Gacha games are a different beast, because how other people play it directly affects both the short-term and long-term future of their development. One could also make the argument that shared blueprints exist in other factory games. Except in virtually all of those games, you have to complete a lot of your own factory before unlocking the blueprint feature. Satisfactory, for example, is the most casual factory game I've played, and it unlocks blueprints in tier 4 of 9. In my opinion, Enfield's entire factory is about as complex as tier 2 of Satisfactory at the very most, arguably even tier 1. If Enfield's tech tree looks more complicated, there's a good reason for that. The tech tests production objectives for every node in the tech tree, such as produce this number of steel parts with this facility to unlock the next technology, made it very clear what to do next at any given stage of the player's progression, much like they do in every other factory game. There were an abundance of alpha testers who had never played a factory game before and weren't expecting to enjoy it all that much, yet still found themselves engrossed and addicted to its gameplay loop. because it was designed in much the same way all other factory games are. In last year's beta, the tech tree was changed to instead use something called AIC points, collected through exploration from the wavy tube guys dotted around the map. So now there is no internal logic at all to AIC progression, and you instead just unlock a whole bunch of tech tree nodes at the same time after exploring the map for a while. So there's no need to figure anything out. Last year that caused issues because the internal logic of the tech tree disappeared, so it wasn't always clear what players should do next, but now with the shared blueprints and an even simpler factory, it's becoming pretty clear what their real intentions are. The reason I'm talking about Enfield's shared blueprints to this extent is because it epitomizes what so many of Enfield's problems are symptomatic of. It is terrified of losing even one player. It is terrified of giving the player any room to fail. Its only ambition is player retention. The community keeps saying the factory will filter people, but if it does, you can be damn sure Hypergriff will do everything in their power to lure them back. Because it used to be such a wildly different game, they've been scrambling to try and make the factory acceptable to people who don't want to accept it. But it wasn't enough, so now they just let you skip it altogether. And if you still don't believe me, Haimao, the godforsaken producer of this game, has explicitly said the whole point is to let you skip it if you want. What happened to being an amplifier of creativity? What happened to being a core pillar alongside combat? He also refers to subculture RPG gameplay, very clearly suggesting that Hypergriff wants Enfield to conform to the expectations of that subculture. You fucking coward! You had in your hands one of the only projects in existence that could have pushed boundaries and defined a new generation of these games offering meaningful, focused, fulfilling gameplay experiences. The potential that so many people fail to see in the technical test is that it existed within a medium that is trending towards making absolutely everything as convenient as possible, while taking automation gameplay, which requires presenting the player with problems to solve, heavy inspiration from Death Stranding, which gets players to help each other overcome long journeys over difficult terrain, and combine them with a strategic combat system you couldn't button mash your way through. All of its most important gameplay systems contributed to a focused and meaningful experience. That combination worked. Enfield could have shattered the ceiling of what these games can be and what kinds of experiences they can give. It was slower paced and it was smaller in scale, and yet it was a bold and compelling idea. It was unashamed of doing its own thing. It should be very clear from the examples given to you throughout this video what kind of game Hypergriff originally wanted to make. Yes, it had some technical issues that needed ironing out. The controls were a bit wonky and needed to be made more intuitive. The factory didn't have a bulk select feature, so making any changes was laborious. It had a lot of downtime during combat, which needed further development. The elemental orbs didn't spawn often enough, which caused their randomness to be kind of frustrating. It had unavoidable damage because of an animation lock-on. The skill cooldowns were unnecessarily long. It was unrefined and needed more time in the oven, but those were all fixable issues. The core idea underneath all of that worked. What I saw in Enfield was a compelling attempt to push the boundaries of what live service single-player games can be. Hypergriff is one of the only companies making these games in existence with the financial means and cultural reach to pull that off, to move the medium forward and pave the way for these games to offer their players more fulfilling gameplay experiences. Arknights Endfield is not only a spin-off of a game and a world that I absolutely love and has been a pretty big part of my life, but is also an obvious combination of the kinds of games I adore. It used to be a gacha game for a target audience I happen to be part of. Now, all I see in Enfield is a bastardized version of that game I was so excited for. Frankenstein's Arknights Impact. A generational mistake. I do not think this version of Enfield works anymore. Enfield is now emblematic of the overwhelming mediocrity of the gacha space. Hypergriff themselves said, simply improving production standards is no longer enough to satisfy today's players, and yet, the only, and I mean the only thing Enfield is doing better than its contemporaries is precisely that. Simply improving production standards. That is by far the biggest disappointment I have ever experienced comes out after, and it's just like, what? Games. Perhaps somewhere down the line, Enfield finds its feet and surprises me in ways I couldn't possibly predict. I would be delighted if that happens. I really would love to rediscover the passion I once had for this game. No one on Earth wants to lose that. But for now, I simply have to be honest with myself and admit that after this beta, I don't have that passion anymore. In spite of its bright spots, the vast majority of the experience is okay at its best and miserable at its worst. It is certainly not a game I love. Not anymore. In their stubborn insistence that they can surely make a game for everyone, they have only made a game for no one. So, for the foreseeable future, as I was worried would happen, I am left wondering, what could have been?
Yep. But yeah, I do wholeheartedly agree with a lot of the stuff this guy had to say. But like, you know, sponsored stuff can't really say it during those sections. But I can talk about later when I eventually make my review. But yeah, good video. If you scream while clicking through tutorials, they become slightly less unbearable. Yeah. You continued to play the putt segment. The guy was invested, damn. Yeah, not much has changed since then. Yeah, literal game for babies respects intelligence more than the modern 3D gacha games, yep. Yeah, it's just crazy, man. Alright, I'm just gonna finish this Mystic Maze run. And then we'll go to the Arknights section, and after that, well, I'll use the washroom. Then we'll do the Arknights section, and then after that, we'll go open up, thing. Then we'll go do, what's it called? The Snowbreak patch. Right, I did a bunch of secret letters during that, but, like, secret letter farming for wedges and shit is just so awful. I haven't even done the thing yet. Oh, I tried one stage, I couldn't even get to 40,000. Or whatever it was. In fighting the thing. Like, it's freaking... I couldn't kill the boss. I got so close, but I didn't have enough damage. So, like, I'm pretty sure I have to, like, max wedges, man. I was, like, 300 something. 320 something. Was my rank. Freaking things like a balance around people being UL 60 or whatever, and then having everything fully maxed. I don't have everything fully maxed at everything. I don't have full plus 10 wedges on everything. And stuff like that. I thought I would have enough even without that. I have the weapon. I have 2 of the max weapons that give skill damage.
Hands in the air! This one looks tough. I'm out of here.
Well, I'm gonna go plus 10 the wedges.
I've mucked it all up! I'll get yours next time, just you wait! Oh.
Alright. Yeah, also annoying I have to farm this shit. Alright. Well, yeah, the Topro guy made a pretty good video. I do agree with what he has to say, for the most part. I don't agree with him saying the voice acting is good, though. It is bad. I don't agree with his take on the voice acting. Outside of a few characters that are fine, most of the voice acting is just terrible.
Like the merciful fields of never ends. Stay away from me. Light turns to doom. Be still, Beast. 'Tis my guide and faith.
Yeah. We're doing Duet Night Abyss stuff right now. So we'll move on to the next thing in a bit. I mean, we've been doing it for like the past 2 hours. Almost. Duet Night Abyss stuff. It's just that we were just reacting for like the past hour and a half to one video. While I was doing Secret Letters. Yeah. I barely touched the warp server over the past 2 weeks. I still have to finish a bunch of stuff on the gacha server as well, the event stuff, before it ends. It's just that all sorts of things have happened and then things have been pretty busy lately. On top of me having to go in and out of the hospital like 3 times this month. It's just so much stuff has happened that it just got the back burner. Well, part of it too is the sponsor stuff for Endfield. Right. It was mostly just the thing there. We're almost fully done with it though. Almost completely done with it, so that's fine, I guess. Alright, anything else here I want to...
Who's the target today?
I shall offer.
The butterflies just fluttered over.
Wait, do we actually need multiple?
It told me there's a midsummer ball in the woods full of violet tricolor.
What do you mean? This thing is active. But that gives resolve. Although I'm not really even using resolve at this point. Alright. And I ended up switching the thing to morale there. Yeah. The farming stages thing. Right, we didn't have anything else in that slot, right? Yeah, no, I have these maxed out. I feel like I should end up just switching to Eternity on Psyche.
Who's the target today?
And just ignoring Resolve shit altogether.
Floated over with an invitation.
Because like Resolve ends up being so shit.
All in the woods, full of violet tricolor.
Like it ends up not really doing much. Because we end up with like way too much HP. But like, yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, I don't get it. Like, what do you mean I was like missing something before? The center wedge isn't activating since I don't have 4 volition. It's like, what? What do you mean it's not activating because I don't have 4 volition? Alright, and then I have this thing which gives a bunch of skill intensity as well. When an animal character uses combat skills, it gains 154% skill intensity increase.
Who's the target today? Let me provide.
Yeah, I wonder how much longer that'll take for me to get Ice 6 on Fushu. Right, maybe a week or 2 left. I don't know. Yeah. Because they already just did those earlier.
Let's go to corners of the world I've never seen. Break free from the cocoon.
But yeah, I just got Fushu to I4, so I should be getting at least more damage with the morale boost. And then I switched from what are the wedges? Oh yeah, I'm gonna clear it much faster this time.
Let the feeling flow.
Alright, now I have that much. If I get like full max wedges, I could probably hit 900,000 or whatever. But like I have to go max wedges and I fucking hate farming wedges, man. Wedges are so pain. Because of secret letters, I fucking hate doing them. Wait, I got an idea.
The butterflies just fluttered over with an invitation.
That weapon's useless
There's
because.
a midsummer ball in the woods full of violet tricolor.
Wait, let me just double check her weapon again. I mean, it still gives a bunch of attack speed.
When it comes to the art of organizing, I'm definitely a pro. Gotta keep all the adventure gear neat and tidy, right?
That would give more skill range.
Grab what you need and let's hit the road.
I don't have that max smelted.
The best part of life is the adventure.
I guess I could just use this. I hate this, the freaking events, man.
The butterflies just fluttered over with an invitation. It told me there's a midsummer ball. Let's go. To corners of the world.
But resolve set doesn't do shit, so. From thing? Okay.
Let's go. To corners of the world I've never seen.
Okay. Yeah, I can probably hit at least 900,000 then if I get more thing. If I get my wedges maxed out. Yeah, I want to get all of these amplifier things and hoard them for whenever they make a really annoying thing. Oh well. Damn. Yeah, using the right team. Yeah, there's no point in using the other thing though. I just use whatever is a stat stick. But yeah, I'm gonna have to like farm a bunch more of this shit.
Who's the target today?
The butterflies just fluttered over with an invitation. It told me there's a midsummer ball in the woods full of violet tricolor.
But yeah. And then there's this shit. Gotta clean out the whole shop though.
Who's the target today?
The butterflies just fluttered over with an
But
invitation.
yeah, I think I'm gonna just, I'll really try when I get both of these to plus 10. Because if I can get both of these to plus 10 then I should have like a lot more stats and everything. To just brute force it. Did I destroy my daily wedges?
No, it's in here somewhere. Just give me a sec. I swear I didn't lose it.
Alright.
Let's go.
Mission wrapping up.
I guess we can go try and do another react. While I get that farmed out. Alright, let's see. The insane world of 18 plus gacha.
If you thought paying $20 for a 10 pull in gacha games is outrageous, wait until you see $50 for 10 pulls. Indeed, the world of R18 rated gacha games is truly on a league of its own. If you thought the mainstream gacha market had enough parasocial elements, think again. In a world that's hidden from most casual players is a scene that's probably better off remaining hidden. I've played a fair share of Gunnar gacha games, but nothing to this level of absurdity. Hi, my name is Psyche, and this past week I've been on a bit of an interesting journey. From paying $50 for 10 pulls to spending $500 to increase bond levels with AI-generated PNG images to cucking your opponent's waifus after beating them in battle. I want to showcase 3 examples of 18+ rated gacha games to give some coverage to this hidden side of the market, giving you a small taste of the absolute insanity that occurs within this niche. So, let's begin with the first entry. The first stop is Arknights, a game I describe as Epic 7, but with sex. Now, to run most adult-oriented gacha games, you typically won't find them on storefronts like the Google Play Store, so you'll have to go beyond the veil a little. The site I use is called Arrow Labs, which is an adult game hosting platform based in Taiwan, but it does look like they put in the effort to put in the English translation for their games here. 2 of the games I will be covering appear here, but it's worth mentioning that the games don't all appeal to the male audience. There's a handful of BL action.
Actually, wait 1 second. I need to use the washroom. Well, actually, I'll wait for this wave to clear
going
first.
on too if you're into that. Anyways, Arknights can be played directly in the browser, so let's see what it's all about. Upon opening the game, there's actually an opening with full vocal performance. The quality so far is comparable to certain mainstream anime series out there, so this tells me that they at least gave a damn about the production a little. What's the story about? Well, after a calamity that almost wiped out humanity, people discovered a new energy source called Astrogen, and the source of the calamity called the Apostle, who is a dummy mommy waifu and is still on Earth somewhere. Look, this is an R18 game. I don't know why you'd even want to get into the lore, but it does exist. You are a male commandant on the...
Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Alright.
Hunt for the Apostle with your 4 waifu combatants. You're supposed to pick a
All
player
right.
name, except the game didn't let me type more than 1 letter at a time.
Damn.
It doesn't accept names with only 1 letter, so I just went with the default, which is Mitchell. Shout out to Mitchell, I guess.
Okay.
The team concludes that some of them should get powered up
Yeah,
first.
sure.
And how do you give someone more energy with Astrogen? By giving them the pipe, of course. There's a fully
that's
voiced
just the
animated
very
scene
back
where you
screen.
perform mana transfers straight from the Fate series to
Alright,
2
let
of
me
the girls
stretch and
to
do the hydrate.
prepare for the upcoming fight. You're then introduced to the
Okay.
gameplay. It's a turn-based auto battler where you'll choose a skill to use. There's a turn meter on the left, you click a button and it's done. You can put the game on 2x speed, not 3x speed though, you'll need VIP level 1 for that. Facing against the Apostle, you realize that you don't have the power to win at this time. How do you conquer this formidable foe? Well, it looks like your waifus need more energy. And so, you go to a secluded place and you rail the other 2 girls in your party. I gotta say, the
Okay.
English translation team did a pretty good job here. Anyways, when that's all done, you return to the Apostle, and through the power of having intercourse, you finally win at the end. Brilliant
Okay.
writing. Arknights and Limbus Company should be taking notes right now. This
Damn,
is how the
okay.
game opens up, and you start a new journey on exploring the world after the Apostle has been taken care of. For what it's worth, the quality is fairly good for a game in this niche. Some of the important story beats are voice acted.
Oh, what we're gonna
including
do
the
is
18 plus scenes.
Snowbreak in a
So, if
bit.
you hear voice acting, then you know it's gonna be at spicy.
A
I
react
should also
segment.
mention that if characters receive enough damage,
Oh
then
wait,
their
the video
glows explode.
thing is too big.
Just thought I'd mention it. What does the progression look like? Well, you can level up your units.
Oh, there we go.
Their max cap being equivalent to their star level. They have 6
We're
gear
doing a
slots,
react
and the
segment
slots
thing.
are something called Bond, which
Will
is
I
basically
do
like their
secret
main weapon.
letters?
These are literally just erotic CGs that give more stats and abilities, with some only applying to certain classes.
Okay.
I'm not sure how this is meant to make the unit stronger, but hey, I'm not complaining. You can increase more stats with more dupes, where you can pick either a stat buff that only applies to that unit or the whole team. Like I said, it's literally just Epic 7. I can see that there's even a real-time arena in the menu here. I was, however, curious to see what this tab called Discipline did. Clicked on it, and you just tap on the character while using this rune currency you farm to do exactly what you'd expect. There's a time gate for this, and this also raises their stats. You also have the texting feature, where responding to a string of texts will actually require its individual stamina, and when you
Damn.
receive an erotic CG, you have to pay even more. Of course, in the heat of the moment, you can spend other currencies to get more of it now, but otherwise, you'll be blue-balled until you wait since you're too tired to respond to text messages. Also,
Okay.
some of the CGs in this game evidently use AI for the touch-ups.
Of
We might as well
course.
take a look at the gacha. At first glance, it might look pretty decent, with a 1% base SSR chance that's guaranteed to be the rate up. Again, taking another slice from Epic 7. However, this also means that there's a small group of units that are more exclusive that use a different gacha currency to pull on. Basically the equivalent of the Moonlight summons. This is where the bar gets really raised. Adult-oriented gacha games are notoriously known for being pay to win and being extremely stingy
I
with
don't
rates,
know.
because they know they have stuff that you want. If you
He's
do
just
want to
talking
spend in
about
these
some
games,
random
you're
adult
gonna pay.
game.
Pulling once on the Moonlight summon costs 50 of its respective tickets, so a 10 pull is 500. Here's how the deals work when you click on the top up. The closest way you can immediately top up at least 500 tickets is this deal right here, where you get 600 tickets alongside the regular premium currency crystals. You'll need Arrow coins to buy it, which is the currency that Arrow Labs uses for the platform. Heading into the top-up shop, that exact amount of coins costs around $53. But there is a very important detail here. The extra currency in blue is the first top-up bonus that only applies for the first time you do it. So if you buy it again, you'll actually be just short of this pack. This is abusive
Damn.
pricing in its simplest form. Still, I guess charging $50 for 10 pulls feels so egregious that they have to limit it to 30 times a week. This should give you a taste about the other 2 games as well, but these games can get away with charging these rates because it's perceived to offer more value
I guess
than the
it
typical
is.
gacha game. Overall, I would say if you want PvP gacha, just go play Epic 7. However, I must say that Arc Recode at least put some degree of effort into it, that if you really wanted to squeeze something out of this, you can try it at least. The same cannot be said about this upcoming entry in the list though. The second game on today's radar, Lust Goddess. You may have seen advertisements for this game on certain websites.
Okay.
Well, have you wondered what would happen if you actually clicked on one of those ads?
Really
Plus
milking the
dollars
gooners,
plays
though,
like
yeah.
an auto chess where you will train and pull for waifu mercenaries to increase bond with. Despite looking decent,
Like, here's the thing, though, with how much they're milking these gooners, if you're at that point and all they're giving you is AI-generated stuff anyways, why not just go AI-generate them yourself? If all the shit you're looking at is already AI-generated, might as well do it yourself. Heck, run a local model. It's probably a lot cheaper anyways. Like, actually, even with the fucked up pricing of stuff now, in the long run, it's going to be cheaper for those gooners. Just fucking go and buy a fucking, what, even like, entry level. Go get like a, try to see if you can find a 5060 Ti 16GB or something. Look how they're used to market. Or fuck it, go buy a 5090 for like $3,000. It's probably gonna be cheaper for those gooners in the long run anyways. If they're spending $50 for a 10 pull. I mean, hey, you can run an even more elaborate model with more VRAM. But like, yeah.
this one is easily the worst one I've played so far. The game opens with
Actually, no. You know what? Fuck it. The RTX 6000, what was it? The RTX Pro 6000 Blackwell edition. That one is probably even more economical. Oh, that's the Pro 5000. Where's the Pro 6000? No, that's the 6000D. This one. This is like an $8,000 graphics card. It is the full chip of the 5090. The 5090 doesn't have... The 5090 is like missing like 20% of its shaders. This is like the full Blackwell chip. And you get 96GB of VRAM. Right, a 5090 is, yeah, 21760. While the full one is the B6, the Pro RTX Pro 6000 Blackwell. Yeah, I can tell. I can tell it's your dream, but this is probably more economically viable. If they wanted to AI generate their freaking waifus. Right, for that price. You could actually still find them for that price too. Because NVIDIA's just been like focusing hard on just making these and reducing stock on everything else. So like this shit isn't really that affected by the other bullshit going on. Well, technically there's the whole VRAM, the memory stuff. But like when you're already spending like $9,000, you know. At that point, it probably doesn't matter that much to you. But yeah. Even then, that's probably a lot more economically viable.
you, a male mercenary, waking up to find your personal assistant Kitty prepping you to head out for a job. Before you do that though, she says that she must test your motor skills first. So she undresses and climbs on top of you and asks you to
you probably
work your
can
fingers.
at that point.
So, you know, you give her a light massage. That is, until you get greedy and decide to give her the pole instead. Kitty says that this wasn't part of the exercise, but that you are very skilled.
Okay.
A nice bit of appetizer to get the player invested, I suppose. Though I have to admit, I was kinda disappointed since aside from some generic moaning and groaning sounds, there's actually no voice acting here. You're
Rip.
prompted to enter your player name, but the default name is Ethan, so I'll go with that. Shout out to Ethan. Anyways, you're then introduced to the auto chess game.
Shout out for Ethan, and you know what I remember when I was a kid, when I would play Smash Brothers, specifically the one on the Wii, right? The Smash Brothers Brawl, I think it was. Was it Ike or whatever when he used his final smash? I always thought he was saying rape Ethan or something. I mean, many years later, I found out no, he's trying to say great Aether or whatever. But the way he was like screaming it sounded like he was saying rape Ethan. Poor Ethan.
Play. How it works is that you assemble a team of your waifu mercenaries, then take turns to attack the enemy. They have an attack and health value, and they will deal their attack value to the enemy unit in front of them. And if they're
Wait, let me see if I can find a clip. Right? Is that? Okay, is that thing.
there are no units, then they go for the enemy commander instead. First commander's health to reach 0 loses. You will eventually unlock 5 lanes, and you can get stab boosts if you put a unit on a certain grid. I'm gonna be honest here, the rest of the game is pretty garbage, but this idea isn't bad for a gacha game. There are times where I actually counted how much damage I would be dealing and where to place my units next. The real issue is that you might as well just play an actual auto chess at that point. Since gachas are prone to power creep, and it just eventually becomes a numbers game. So I thought, okay, well let's see the other portions of the game then. What does the main campaign look like? Do you have free goodies for beginners, or is there a current event I can join? Here's what the game says. Story. What story? There is no story mode in this game. There's a shiny button on the bottom right to fight in a PvP mode, and that's it. I mostly just played against bots since it's on the lower tiers, but there's literally no other modes for me to click on. How it works is that you upgrade your rank in PvP, then for every match you win, you get this box that you can open for goodies when the timer ends. However, you can't have more than a few ticking down at once unless you pay for more slots. You're literally not allowed to progress the account as efficiently if you're free to play. This means you have to stagger out your playtime in weird hourly intervals to wait for the boxes to be ready to be opened, so you can claim the goodies and battle again for more. No, you cannot delete a box in case you didn't get a rare one either, but you can pay premium currency to skip it. There are time-limited events that you can do to unlock some spicy CG scenes with some of the girls. With some missions, you can run one daily to get more points. Never mind that though, how do you progress in the game? Well, there's only one avenue in which you can level your units, and that's by getting their dupe tokens, which unlock higher level caps for you to spend coins on. You can either get the common dupe tokens from just playing, but as you might imagine, the rest will have to come from the gacha. The gacha is directly tied to your progression. Do you at least get a lot of free gacha pulls? Of course not, this is an R18 rated gacha game. Even if you got lucky and scored some purples and golds, since the PvP is the only method of progression, you would just get matched up against whales, which will block your entry to the higher leagues. You get basically nothing, and the cash shop is where you'll conveniently buy everything you'll need to level up faster. I have to admit, I know the game is super stingy, but even with my expectations on the floor, I was caught a little off guard when I saw a $500 pack. You might ask, what the hell is so valuable?
Doesn't Woo have a $1,000 pack?
Well, this ties to the affinity and messaging system. You can message the girls via text, and I'll let you witness the cringe firsthand. You basically increase your bond by exchanging messages, and the girl will send you lewd photos once in a while. You can even react to some of the text messages, but this doesn't do anything. You unlock more texting by increasing their bond, which you can increase by giving gifts. They all have their favorite gifts, and you get a freebie gift every day, with more that you can purchase. The high-end gifts is the stuff that's sold for $500. Increasing bond will raise their base stats, more outfits, and other parasocial aspects. There's a red room system with some characters where it's basically an outfit gallery, with more poses, clothing items, and interactions available to you as you rank up your bond. The thing about these types of games is that they know how the business model works. All they need to do is to catch a whale desperate enough to rake in that cash with relatively little effort. Even on their website, it says that the game is pay to win. If you're willing to spend $500 to win the affection of AI-assisted PNG files...
And the funny thing too is that $500 is supposed to be the price, the MSRP of an RTX 5070, but now you can't even buy a 5070 for that price. Remember how I bought my 5070 2 weeks ago? I was curious and looked at the prices now. The cheapest freaking 5070 in Canada is now 940 Canadian. I paid $770 for mine. Shit's crazy how everything is affecting the thing now. But like, yeah, the 770 was at MSRP when you convert the exchange rate. But like, it's just crazy. That's why it's like in the bad weather we had during that time, the freaking snowstorm or whatever. I just freaking went out and went to the freaking Best Buy. I took a freaking hour-and-a-half long tram to get to a Best Buy just to pick it up.
Then you might as well just hire an actual escort in real life. The most shocking part about this game is that it's on Steam. See, the Steam approval system works in very mysterious ways. While most of the visual novels and gacha games with raunchy content may get rejected, apparently this one that puts the bobs and sausages on full display is fine.
I haven't experimented with running stuff locally on my machine yet.
Art, although the disclaimer on the Steam page...
But like, I don't really touch AI stuff. One of these days I'll probably try to experiment with it. Because like, if I'm gonna do it, I'd rather do it locally, not use some other person's crap.
Says that the original art is genuine and only use AI for the final touch-ups. Whatever you say. To the average person with the most basic social skills, the stuff that the game does seems so ridiculous that you can't help but laugh at it. But I mean, the honey trap is clearly working. I guess some people just have refined tastes. I should mention, according to some rumors, if you're a high-end spender on this game, you get personalized service from the game developers, with them having you do a live chat with real-life actresses dressing up as the characters in-game and sending you exclusive photos.
Damn.
I wouldn't completely rule this out as a possibility, as some gacha games like Love and Deep Space do have VIP services for their highest-spending customers, like sending merchandise and personalized letters from the in-game characters delivered to them. This game is quite literally just a money funnel to catch whales exploited by the parasocial aspects of having these artificial relationships. For what it's worth, it's working, as the game actually maintains a consistent 1,000 concurrent players on Steam alone, which is honestly pretty impressive.
That's insane!
One thing I forgot to mention is that when you level up the girls, you unlock a new sprite where their outer clothing is removed. It was then I found out that there are male units in the game too, so I got curious. What happens if you level them up? Do they strip down to their speedos or something? No, they just get a half-naked woman in their sprite art. Gonna be honest, I'm more disappointed in this than the monetization.
Yep.
From a couple hours of gameplay, I actually unlocked nothing that will get me interested in its lore or features, and I was effectively stuck in progression unless I bought one of the many cash deals the game offers. It's so bare bones in features that I would unironically rather play Raid Shadow Legends than this. And now, if you excuse me, I'll need to go learn how to completely remove a game from my Steam library. The case of Orisaries mainly piqued my interest when it was featured
in a
Reddit
make a separate burner account instead?
Called the Cuck Chronicles, where the game featured prominently as some of the absurdities that occur within these 18+ gacha games. The title likely tells you all you need to know about what's been happening in the game, because it has to do with 3 letters that a lot of Eastern gacha players absolutely loathe. NTR. Opening up the game, you pick from one of 6 nations to join. I chose Republic of Aaron because it sounds the goofiest. Shout out to Aaron though. The intro opens with a scene with you, a male Shiki-Cum, and your trusty assistant Helen. However, you wake up realizing it was just a fever dream. Then she introduces you to the base building / conquest core gameplay loop. If you watch my Resident Evil survival unit video, it's more or less the same thing. You have to capture adjacent land tiles to expand your base, with more passive generation of the materials you need to upgrade your base. You can construct all sorts of buildings and train troops to march with you into battle. All these processes take up real-life time. As you probably guessed, you can only have a certain amount of queues running at a time. But you can be more efficient by buying more queues in the cash shop. How it works is that certain tiles will grant you a lot of resources, but the battles will be tougher. You can make a formation of a legion that consists of 3 central heroes, then supply them with generic ground troopers to increase their power. Every battle they do will decrease that power, and they have a stamina system, so you can't just keep sending them out. Calling a troop to a tile and calling them back will take real-life time, depending on how far they are. You can construct other fortresses and tiles you conquered, so you can call the troops there to save you some time. The gacha is where you recruit more heroes that's classified in 3 rarity tiers, expectedly with some stingy rates. Now, before I show you the roster of characters in the game, if you were to take a look at the marketing material, the opening sequence, and the cover of the game, which demographic do you think this game is trying to target? Of course, it wouldn't be a stretch to say that just like the other two games in this video, Orisaries is targeting a heterosexual male audience. However, what if I told you that male characters exist in this game too? This is where things get interesting. Generally, 18+ gachas will target one demographic specifically, and you can immediately tell who it is by the cover art and a brief glance at the store page. The developer for Orisaries has a history of making adult gacha games with a mixed gender roster, which is very unusual in this niche. Their philosophy is that if they made a game that appealed to all genders, then it will make a more inclusive community, since there will be a little bit of something for everyone. This ties into the discipline mechanic. See, once in a while, when you defeat other leaders in the game world, or when other players fail to raid you, you detain their units for discipline. This is basically an interactive mind break simulator where you force them into submission to you, most of the time in a sexual manner. In a nutshell, you NTR other players. Once you're done, you get a reward for the discipline, then you can shake them down for gold for up to 8 hours after they're detained, then exile them. Note that you cannot get the discipline reward if you don't press this button. This will be important later. Now, even though the game has a mixed roster, most of it is female, and most of the players playing this game are guys that want to collect their favorite waifus. As you might imagine, guys really don't like it when other guys are cucking them with their waifu that they've sunk resources and dedication into.
Okay.
Here's a lock. You don't want your lock to be opened by multiple keys. You want it to be only your key, specifically, if you know what I mean. It doesn't help that there's an in-game chat system, and some players would BM the person they beat by sending some humiliating messages like, haha, I just banged your girl. What are you gonna do about it? Worth mentioning that a lot of the female characters in the game occupy the highest SSR rarity tier, and are almost always stronger than the male characters. This created a dynamic that, despite having the highest power levels in the game, it was a risk to send out your female troops to raid other players, since you might get cucked. Yes, it's just some moving PNG files. Yes, you can just skip the discipline minigame, except it doesn't matter. The thought of another guy violating your prized possession has entered your mind. That is unacceptable. In a gacha game, it's not just some PNG file. It's what those PNG files represent. This brings us to the gay meta. See, at the game's launch, for whatever reason, the guys in the game had disciplined scenes too, where you would, dominate them, if you know what I mean. Unfortunately, I tried looking this up and couldn't find any examples, even on certain adult sites, but I do know that it existed at one point. So, the male players started to cook up ways to break the meta, and what became the most popular solution to avoid getting NTR'd is to simply use the objectively weaker male units for raids. And even if they lose, the other player, also very likely to be male, will be forced to get intimate with your dude in order to get the discipline reward. Instead of the winner BMing the loser saying how they cucked them, the loser can now BM the winner by saying something like, haha, how are you enjoying my man? Gay? It was a win-win situation where you can raid other players for loot, and even if you lost, you had the last laugh, knowing the other male player would have to partake in rubbing sausages with your dude unit. So, who's really the winner here? Indeed, forcing someone to watch gay porn has now become a winning strategy. In addition, players would scour through the disciplined scenes for all the male characters to see which one was the most cringe and awkward, and use those units instead. What was meant to appeal to a mostly male audience collecting waifus has turned into a full-blown gay hentai in order to prevent other players from interacting with your waifus in unsavory ways. That was the headline surrounding Orisaries when it first launched. But I'm here to tell you, it gets even crazier.
Oh?
You may have seen this post on Reddit blow up explaining the absurdities of this situation. This post got a lot of traction, and eventually, word spread to Western players that now know about the game's existence. This leads us to the one crowd of players that will break the meta of Orisaries once more.
Okay.
Gay furries. This next section is mainly based on the testimony of Flares' post, but a lot of details in the eventual response by the developers strongly suggest that these events did take place. The niche gay furry gacha community started to arm themselves in anonymous boards like 4chan, and began raiding Orisaries. They would approach the current meta of the game as normal, but instead of having to face the humiliation of having to ravage another dude's rear, what they would do is to reply to the loser of the raid and write an erotic fanfiction of them railing the opponent's male character and auto-translate that into Chinese. Some of those examples might include descriptions such as how they would shove their monstrously furry Now this truly shocked everyone. These brave Western furry warriors would somehow take the advantage of the gay meta and had the pleasure of both winning the raids and getting the last laugh. The typical player literally didn't know how to respond to this. They still can't send out their female units to risk getting NTR'd, but now even their men were not safe. Stuck between a rock and a rock-hard place, the gay furries were just too powerful. Now, having these fanfictions floating around and gaining popularity is not a good thing for the game. The developer behind it already got a little bit of flack for trying to make games for a mixed demographic. Even though this is technically within the bounds of the game's original vision, since now the gay audience gets a little something of their own, the majority of the game's primary audience did not want this. If a case like this got reported too much, there might be interventions and regulators getting involved. And rumors might start floating around that the devs are trying to push the gay agenda, purposefully inviting a certain player base to drive out the majority of the audience. It's very clear what the main demographic this game is intended for. Alienating those players would be a bad idea. And so, the head of the company had to step in. In a statement made on Facebook, there will be changes made to the discipline system. Namely, the vast majority of the scenes for male characters would be removed. Today, if you captured a dude, you just get an interrogation prompt. And that's that. No steamy scene, no nothing. This post basically confirmed that the furries had been there and did the damage. Allegedly, the CEO even personally reached out to the game's highest spenders and asked them what they could do to satisfy them. Yes, in many cases, such as MMOs, if you're a whale that spends in the upwards of tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars on the game, you will receive special care from the game company. To them, you're considered an extremely valuable customer. And thus, all the gay stuff was removed from the game. It's basically their way of saying, hey no, we have your best intentions in mind, we're not appealing to some furries overseas. This leaves us with the state of the game today. If you ask me, ignoring all the NTR stuff, the game itself is fairly generic as a conquest-style gameplay loop, just with 18+ elements to it. Still, I mainly wanted to check it out because of the wild story it spun up when it first launched. And that was the story of Orisaries. So there you have it, 3 examples in the world of 18+ gacha games. Did any of these examples surprise you on how different they felt from mainstream gachas? Or, weirdly enough, did it actually convince you to try out some of them? It'd just be—
I mean, I'm not gonna try out any of them, but that is absolutely hilarious. What the fuck? Alright, let's see this one.
At the end of the day, Limbus Company has chosen one of the most predatory monetization models available in the gaming industry.
Okay.
While it is more than possible to get everything in the game without paying a cent, it's exceedingly difficult, even with due diligence, to properly max out everything, unless you've been playing since day one. Even then, some people can't invest the time or dedication and have half-baked accounts or troublesome unit spreads. This is especially apparent when you rush through the cantos and don't take your time in between to play the other content. Regardless, I'll be covering the ways in which Limbus monetizes itself and comparing it to the casino I used to work at. Mind you, it's an Australian casino. There's actually quite a lot of restrictions on what they're allowed to do. Rather, the full spread of casino tactics cannot be utilized, so I'll bring those up where necessary. Starting out, we've got the most obvious part to compare against. Lunacy. This is your alternative currency to roll and perform premium actions with. It's used to obfuscate the dollar amount or real-world equivalents that you are spending when pulling on the gacha, restoring Ankyphalin, or buying out old seasonal content from the dispenser. This is our casino chip equivalent, where many gachas turn up the predatory nature of currency obfuscation in making it difficult to ascertain the true value of their rolling currency. Limbus is a mildly annoying case of this, since while you can buy Lunacy outright, you can also buy a lot of other things you would normally use a premium currency for. Instead of buying Lunacy to roll on Limbus's gacha, you can instead just outright buy rolling tickets at a discount. Bread and EXP tickets offer outright purchases as well, often with a side of Lunacy. If anything, buying Lunacy for a single purpose in mind is very expensive, and it is more often than not cheaper to just buy the less flexible option. This means you're mainly paying for convenience, rather the flexibility of lunacy. Speaking of which, lunacy that you pay for is further separated into free lunacy that you can earn in-game and is often given as a bonus, and paid lunacy, which you always have to fork out for. Paid lunacy has a few exclusive features, most notably being the only way to obtain the season pass, and rolling a single heavily discounted roll on the current banners daily. It can optionally be spent to refill in Kefalen, although the system prioritizes free lunacy first. Aside from that, it is the only way to buy out announcers from a previous season. You can likewise buy out old seasonal egos, but those can also be sharded, that of which we will go over later. So how does all of this compare to casino chips? Well, you see, casino chips are almost exclusively used for one purpose, and that purpose only. You can use them to play table games. Compared to lunacy, this pretty much makes them single purpose. On top of that, the dollar value of chips is explicitly stated on top of the chip, meaning so long as you aren't swept into the flow, you can reasonably figure out how much you've spent and how much you have left. It's also a one-to-one conversion, at least down under, as the casino takes on the taxes instead, with winnings being waived by the government for the most part. That said, it isn't always that easy when it comes to table games, especially with the faster paced ones. At a certain point, you end up automatically betting just to play on or recover your losses. There's also usually a flexible amount to bet, whereas every function in Limbus has an exact cost and you can max out a few of the functions, table games does not have that kind of restriction. While there's a minimum and maximum bets, the range can be quite wide and difficult to properly recognize. Every interaction with chips is a test on how bothered you are to calculate your spending, whereas Limbus at least has the decency to tell you how many pulls you've made. While it doesn't stop you from continuously pulling, there is at least that stopgap in place to let you know how much you've thrown at a banner. Alongside that, you can spark your desired roll target if it is the one on banner after 200 pulls. You cannot tell the dealer to give you a perfect pair or super 6 after 200 hands. That said, the major difference between casinos and gacha games is that gacha games often give you a weekly income of currency to use. In Limbus's case, this is 750 from your bonus reward clears of the mirrored dungeon, alongside an obligatory 300 lunacy from maintenance downtime. For all intents and purposes, this is a rather generous amount as far as modern gacha games. Some of them refuse to even give you the value of a single pull per day. Yes, I am staring at you, Uma and Genshin, and everything else. Limbus is just above that, granting around 8 pulls a week. This universal basic income functionally did not exist at my former workplace. You could not just play a bit for a freebie. If anything, a lot of the premium benefits needed you to spend money regardless. Speaking of which, there is no such thing as free to play at the casino. In some cases, they may offer a free bet voucher on sign up, but almost never again. While there's a system in place for the turbo whales and leviathans in the casino, it isn't one that can be accessed by your average player. Anyhow, currency talk aside, let's speak on the premium benefits on offer. Paying up in Limbus is optional, but offers a whole host of benefits. The main one being the season pass. Lasting the entire duration of a canto and its intervalos, the season pass offers progression resources, unique currencies, and of course, season-exclusive content like egos and announcers. It has both a free tier and a paid tier, with the paid one often having very appealing rewards, and the season's focused character's new ego. Paying up for this is often seen as a high-value purchase, especially if you can max out the pass and go beyond into the EX tier, that of which offers nominable ego shard crates. We'll return to this specific currency when we get to the gacha system itself. Surprisingly, there isn't that much FOMO on offer here. The rewards don't suddenly become exclusive once the season is over. You can obtain them anytime after for a price. That said, getting them just for playing the game and progressing the pass is nice to have. The free track offers most of what one needs, whereas the premium track is mostly progression bonuses and the capstone ego. To say the least, that is a pretty good implementation of a battle pass system, at least so far as not screwing over your customers. What's the casino equivalent? Well, the loyalty membership program. This is a long-term premium benefits that levels up as you spend more time at the casino. In the case of my old workplace, there were 6 tiers of membership. Player, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, and Diamond. Player cards were for the casuals that would come once and likely never again. Bronze for the fellas that came in and figured they'd come a few more times. Silver for the more entrenched, usually the Pokies players. Gold for those who could afford the weekly visits and amass a large enough turnover to be suitable for premium gaming. Platinum were the career gamblers. You'd meet them daily. And finally, Diamond. Diamond was the top 0.1% of the casino-faring population and required a platinum card, a turnover worth more than your yearly salary and your best friend's one combined, alongside an invitation to the program. These were your filthy rich, generational wealth leviathans, whales, and eldritch monstrosities. I wish I was kidding on that last point, but I once had a patient invent a new disease, if it meant getting additional privileges. So, what kind of benefits were offered here? Progression? Exclusive
eldritch
access?
monsters.
Yes and no.
Don't worry, you'll find Cthulhu at your local casino.
You usually access more lucrative deals and
at a casino near you, you'll find a Cthulhu.
At certain breakpoints, you were offered free hotel nights, complimentary meals, desserts, drinks, and even exclusive lotteries. The biggest bonus was probably the premium gaming spaces. Separated
I
from
don't
the
either.
plebeians, Gold had their own little oasis in the deserts.
I mean, they could already gamble on the stonks market.
Platinum had a huge room upstairs, and Diamond an exclusive dead silent lounge.
Just go in the
These are where
stonks
they could
market
make
and
full
gamble
use of their
there.
membership status to boots. Didn't like the dealer? Ask for a new one. Need a Chinese
At least
speaker?
you'll get an
Can.
asset that way.
Wanted a white blonde hotel concierge. Yes, Mr. Woods, we can get that for you. Okay, that was actually one of that golfer's requests at one point, but that was before the cheating scandal. We had nothing to do with it. All that to say, spending an obtuse amount of money gets you a lot of benefits at the casino. Spending a small amount in Limbus gives you a proportionately huge return, especially when we get to our next point. The gacha system. Now, Limbus's gacha isn't the
If
most
you have a
cool I've
brain,
ever
you don't
seen.
bother.
The 000 rate is 2.9%, and the ego rate is 1.3%. At face value, that's better than games that grant a 1% or less.
Yeah, it's just
but
that when you
superseded by the
understand
fact that the
probability in
000
game
pool
theory, things change. Well, of course not. Keep in mind, let's say you go to the lottery. Right, let's say you have to guess, 6 unique numbers between 1 and 49. So 49 possible numbers 6 times over. That is just slightly under 1 in 15 million odds. No way in hell you're winning that. Okay? That is just slightly less than 1 in 15 million odds. You're not gonna fucking win. Right, good fucking luck. That said though, those are better odds than getting a fucking maxed out Wua Echo. It's like 20 times better odds, if not greater.
Is heavily diluted with junk
Just
from the
funny
past.
and sad
You
there.
can get a lot of stupid or otherwise menial shits from Limbus's gacha. Within that 2.9% for a 000, the on-banner character has a rate up, meaning that at least 50% of the time the on-banner ID will appear. There is, however, no coin toss system like in other gachas. You can just keep missing that 50% if you manage to win the original 2.9%, which in personal experience is very funny. I've seen my fair share of streaks on the gaming tables, and well, let's just say probability is a bitch. Everything else at time of writing is a 0.0201% chance to pull per individual ID, at least when it comes to 000s. What's the rest of the pool full of? Well, there's egos, double O's, and O's. Egos are even rarer than 000 IDs, and are pretty much supers in any other game. You can equip multiple, and they have benefits ranging from nice to haves to game breaking. While it isn't the case of an ego being required to clear content most of the time, there are egos that trivialize a lot of the content.
I mean, you have a much higher
in
chance of getting the
ways.
character whatever in a
Personally,
gacha
though,
game, but
individual egos
it's
are a
still
lot
awful
easier to
either
pull,
way.
with more than double the individual rate of 000 IDs. As for double O's, they are lesser in power than a majority of 000s, and appear more often at 12.8%. They're nowhere near as flashy, haven't had a release in a long time, and are often forgotten about in popular discourse. There is a fella out there whose whole rise to fame is regarding them, but that's neither here nor there for this video. Finally is the zero IDs. These are your complete and total whiffs. They are the base character and you already have all of them. Pulling a zero means you've pulled a dupe. There is no ifs or buts, it's just a dupe. Now, for all of the above, pulling dupes gets you shards. Shards can be used in the dispenser to get IDs and egos of your choice. Once again though, we'll be getting there later. Regardless, after 200 pulls, you are offered the ability to spark the ID or ego on banner. This means there is a soft cap to the amount you should roll, if your goal is to just get the specific ID. Any more than that is seen as rather pointless. So what's the closest equivalent to the gacha in the casino? Well, would have to be table games, but there's a wide variety of them, so where can we even begin? Well, let's go with the most luck-based one possible. Baccarat.
Okay.
While it's not a perfect 50-50 or anything of the sort, it is the closest we get to a purely luck-based game. Baccarat has you betting on which side is closer to 9, the player or the bank. The dealer then draws up to 6 cards, following an annoying chart called the tableau to determine the winner. There's no further input in the game past the initial bets on the player's end, thus no external influence can affect the result. Now when you roll the gacha in Limbus, you're doing it for IDs and egos, something to play with. When you bet on Baccarat, it is specifically to make money.
Or just play,
the goal is to
or
bet
just have
correctly
not
and
no
double your
gacha
money
at all,
doing so.
man.
Winning in Baccarat thus has
Even
no
better.
further purpose than increasing your chips and winning. It's a rather pure game, if anything. The probability of winning is a lot better than rolling a 000. Heck, it's a lot better than rolling a 00. Player has about a 42% chance to win, bank has around a 46%, and the rest of the percentage is a tie more often than not. However, you've probably heard the saying, the house always wins.
Yep.
You see, mathematically it does. Each bet you're making on a Baccarat table is usually a minimum of $100. Baccarat is a high-stakes game after all, and the risk versus reward is already considered quite high here. After all, when you lose at the casino, they just take your money. You don't get IDs or egos, you get nothing. You lose everything. Now where Baccarat heavily differs from pulling on the gacha is the side bets. For you Americans out there, you might call these parlays these days. In the case of Baccarat, you can bet on pairs appearing, ties, or bank winning on 6. Each of them pay more than 1-to-1, but have an incredibly low chance of appearing. Statistically, even if you bet on these every hand, you'll be losing out even if they appear. If you snipe them somehow, you're winning by quite a lot, but that makes you want to try snipe more. So eventually, you lose what you earn. So that gets you thinking, why not just play the mains then? Those are safer, right? Well, anything less than 50% chance of winning means the house has the edge still. And over the course of hours and hours of play, you will eventually lose out. You could just bet on bank, right? They take the increased odds and eventually come out on top by placing bets on the side more likely to win, right? Well, you see, for that 4% extra win rate, we take a commission of 5%. Every 20 hands you win, you've bled one back to us. Or worse, if you've been playing on an even money table, where that commission seemingly doesn't exist, we take 50% instead when a 6 pops up on the bank side. So regardless, you're going to lose. But Eco, haven't you seen that famous meme? It's time to hodl or foddle. Well, yeah, you see, we call that the martingale method, and famously it doesn't work at most casinos. Why? Because of table limits. If you streak out badly, betting on one side and doubling every time you lose, you'll eventually hit the table limit, at which point you are likely in a 5 to 6 figure amount of debt and have no real way of recovering. So no, do not employ the martingale method. The house will come and laugh at you, even if the chance of failure with the method is lower than you'd think. I've seen far worse odds than that, and have definitely been screwed by worse at work. Like, okay, Limbus and gacha aside for a sec, just Baccarat. Imagine you have a table of 6 Chinese aunties. They're not betting much, but a pattern is starting to form at the table. Bank keeps winning. Other people are starting to notice. More and more begin swarming around. It's the 7th win for Bank now. Surely the run has to stop, right? Well, it's the 10th one now, and 20 other uncles have started crowding around the table. There's barely enough room for all the bets. 30 people are breathing down your throat. 50 cameras are watching you from above. Don't fuck this up. The streak goes to 15, and now the crowd is half the play area. you've completely fucked up. You're getting destroyed by the luck of the draw. There's rampant amount of Chinese uncles and aunties lined up, betting in ranks at this point. They are rotating in and out for your now seemingly diamond hands. You pull one more hand once the dust settles. It's another bank. The crowd's cheers are deafening. It takes 10 minutes to pay out the bets. You are going to be late for your break soon. You have to keep going because the one squeezing the cards is a diamond member. Finally, your hands are no longer hot. The player result shows up and you're free. Only that's not the end of the story. Now I have a perpetual crowd of aunties following me table to table, hoping for another hot streak. And much to my dismay, it happened at least 2 more times in that day. That was about 3 years ago, now to the day. The pissing and shit-scared barely qualified dealer Eco was going through hell on Australia Day. At least it paid well. Can't say the same for AdSense in January. Suffice to say, you can miss Limbus's 50-50 for the on-banner ID or ego 15 times easily. Freak accidents happen, and there's a pretty large spike of them during Walpurgis when everyone is rolling. Speaking of which, Walpeepee. This is Limbus's limited banner system. While not quite as limited as one would initially be led to believe, there's a sizable chunk of powerful IDs and egos locked behind a rotating period every year. This window opens for around 2 weeks and offers this game's main FOMO. The main caveat here is that you cannot dispense the stuff on the latest banner until the next Walpeepee. Since they're usually cool and powerful IDs and egos, this incentivizes a lot of players to roll during it. Some fellas only roll during Walpeepee in order to guarantee that they get the newest stuff every time. Now, does the casino have an equivalent? A super special promotional version of table games? Well, yes and no. There are some table games that are linked up to a jackpot system that you could opt into. By playing the jackpots, you have a chance to win the lot. Although the chance is minuscule, it is a huge amount of money. This was our primary FOMO system. If you weren't in it, you couldn't win it. Simple as. And as the jackpot ticks up with every participant in play, you've got to stick in there for your chance to win, right? Now, arguably, this form of FOMO is the most brutal since it will have you there for hours and hours on end, playing losing hand after losing hand on a poker game you likely didn't enjoy to begin with, just for a chance at $500,000. Thankfully, Limbus doesn't employ some crazy lottery system and instead just rotates a separate special pool in for Walpeepee every now and then. Thankfully, IDs and egos don't mysteriously fuck off for years, staring at you, Eula, and get added to the rolling pool and dispenser. Speaking of which, Limbus's biggest thing going in its favor to beat the gacha elements. The dispenser offers every ego, announcer, and ID in the game, minus 4 of them that were part of the Arknights collection. Everything they've released will eventually find its way over here, available for a price. This price is either paid lunacy in the case of announcers and some seasonal content, or otherwise ego shards. These ego shards can be farmed at a debatably reasonable rate. Most events and more difficult endgame content give out ego shard crates. These can be opened for a random amount of different Sinner shards. They can also be obtained from the season pass on both the free and paid tracks. Now, where things get particularly interesting is the grind for ego shards. If you're purely a free-to-play fella, your ego crate income is going to be a third of a paying customer, or you can eventually shard IDs and egos of your choice. It'll take an exceedingly longer time compared to paying up for the bare essentials. In this case, the season pass. Having the paid track offers a 200% increase in your shard crate income, notably in nominable ego shard crates. These are the kinds of crates where you pick an individual sinner to target. With 400 shards, you can buy out any 000 ID of that sinner. This is huge for collectors, since you can get almost everything just by playing the game. Spend enough time in the mirror dungeon mines and you could have everything at your disposal. The rate at which you can farm, though, is getting tiresome. Most MD runs take between 20 to 40 minutes, depending on your team composition, and only offer 9 shard crates on completion, provided you have the pass and the Encephalon modules. These 9 crates can then be opened for 1 to 3 shards of a sinner of choice. The randomness factor here is bloody infuriating and is strangely not replicated at the casino very often, rather at all. After all, anything we can do to not spark aggression or high running emotions is a benefit to us. So yeah, ego shards. Why do they have to roll a d3 to figure out how they want to fuck you in the ass today? I've had cases where I've needed to open 360 plus crates to shard a sinner, and cases where I've only needed around 150. Regardless, if the casino isn't willing to do this kind of thing, why the fuck is a gacha doing it?
Yep.
It's such a slap in the face if you're bottoming out on these things. You open 9 of them and you only get 9 shards. Your heart sinks, the rage builds, and you load up another MD because you're like 5 shards short of dispensing the new ID. Speaking of which, new stuff can't be dispensed for a week if it's a seasonal ID. There's no casino equivalent here, this one kinda just sucks. But mainly sucks for content creators with no patience. Sometimes I'm one of those, but usually I'm willing to exercise restraints if it means not having to open my wallet. I did roll for the new Ishmael though, but I don't find the need to really make a video for her after making several covering NV Resonance. Just watch those and read between the lines for now. Maybe I'll make one if I ever get the Nurse Father. Anyhow, the other caveat with seasonal IDs is that they can only be dispensed during that season. You have to actively be playing to get the newer stuff, or it may just rotate out before you can get all of it. While there's usually enough time and resources to get everything so long as you clear your weeklies, there are times where it's a tad frustrating, and you'll need to make a mad dash to the end if you weren't ready for the end of season drops, and beginning of a new season. Now as for the cruel parts, the seasonals leave the dispenser for a season, but can still be rolled later, meaning the only way to obtain them for the season immediately following it is to roll. Otherwise, they'll come back and be dispensable once the season after arrives. Meaning Season 6 IDs and egos would go missing for Season 7, but return to dispense in Season 8. While it's a solid incentive to get people playing during a season, it is definitely a form of scummy FOMO, especially in keeping them in the rolling pool and further diluting the 000 individual rates. While there are some banners that highlight specific sinners and organizations within the universe, they're not a perfect bandage fix for this kind of self-imposed restriction. Now, if we're to arrive at the worst part of the seasonal rotation, all of your ego shards and crates are halved at the start of a season. While I get this is to incentivize playing more, in order to restore your shard boxes and whatnot, I can't help but feel this is quite a scummy way of doing it. While it's all converted to Fred is significantly less useful a resource in comparison to shards, at least for the sake of growing your collection. It's not a one-to-one exchange, it's a conversion to account development rather than expansion. Same but different. Just nonetheless annoying to deal with at the end of every season. Now imagine if a casino did that, if when you rocked up at the end of a season they were like, okay, hand over half your chips. We're going to be converting those to credits, and you may only use those credits on, you know, the slot machine, or you may only use those credits on meals or whatever. I think we would have riots. Let's cover the worst part. Enkephalon. Energy or AP systems go hand in hand with gacha gaming. It is my belief that these systems are the worst part of any gacha game, and turn me off playing quite a lot of them unless it's later trivialized or otherwise made non-essential. See FGO's apples and Grand Blue's AP elixirs. For both of those games, it may as well be a formality. But as for Limbus, if you haven't been playing since day one, haven't collected up an intense number of modules, then you have no choice but to wait on the daily slow but gradual refill of Enkephalon to get EXP tickets, Fred, and your Mirror Dungeon rewards. All three of these progression systems are inextricably tied to Enkephalon, this game's energy, AP, and stamina. Per day, you can get 240 Enkephalon, restoring at 1 per 6 minutes. This drip feed lets you get 12 modules per day, so long as you remain on top of converting them into such at the cost of 20 per module. However, you need it to play or start story stages at the cost of 20 per stage that involves gameplay. This is maddeningly restrictive for an entrenched player, especially as the level up refills come less and less often and the drip feed of rewards tapers out. Anyhow, for the daily side of things, 3 modules are required for leveling Luxcavation. 6 are required for Fred Luxcavation if you wish to clear all the daily bonuses, meaning out of the 12 modules you would generate per day, you lose 9 to your dailies. This leaves free spare, that of which you can't even use to cash in a mirror dungeon clear. Thankfully, mirror dungeons are a weekly thing instead, meaning you could reasonably save those free modules per day in order to cash them in for weekly bonuses. However, that bonus requires 18 modules instead of 5.
Yeah.
That gives around 7 to 8 clears worth alongside Lunacy. Meaning, if you only do your weekly MD and the daily essentials in Limbus, you only get 3 modules to spare per week to build up.
What do you mean I don't get tired? I
This is a rather
do.
insulting amount of progression, especially when it takes an absurd amount of EXP tickets to level up your sinners. Now, the closest we've got to this in the casino, at least Australian
But the difference for
casinos,
me
the
is just
playtime
that
limits. Players have
I
a
do make
maximum
money
playtime
off of it.
12 hours per day in the casino I used to
It
work
is
at.
very taxing.
This limit doesn't exist overseas, meaning there are often those that are stuck in dreamland for days on end without realizing that time is passing. We have the courtesy to have windows and clocks. American casinos, not so much a requirement. Now,
Damn.
within these 12 hours, we don't restrict your play all too much outside of a few cash limits and buy-in limits. But those only restrict the top end of players. Most average casino goers aren't about to drop more than 50k in a single night. The career gamblers, though, spit and piss on this limit like it killed their firstborn child. That said, Limbus does have Enkerfallen Restoration, although it's very limited in how it's willing to hand it out. From events and pass rewards, you can get Enkerfallen boxes. These restore 60 at a time, meaning you can run an EXP Luxcavation for one of them, burn 2 of them for free Fred Luxes, and burn away more if you need your weekly dungeon clear. These are not the best. They don't trivialize Enkerfallen unless you've been playing since day 1 and have plenty to spare. Players from Season 4 onwards may still be struggling if they're wanting to level everything out there. I know I am at least, but I level pretty much everything, so that's more a me problem than anything else. You can of course also use Lunacy for Enkerfallen. This starts at a piss 26 Lunacy, which is easy to justify, but increases by 26 each time you do so, up to a maximum of 10 times. A single full restore only gets you up to your Enkerfallen cap as well, meaning the less you've played the game, the less efficient it is to use. Suppose this would count as part of a long-term loyalty program too, but I digress. The Enkerfallen rate is needlessly annoying. It's one of those hard to bypass or justify things that unfortunately comes with the territory of gacha.
Yep.
Now to expand on this, the progression of individual IDs is maddening, specifically the leveling aspect. It takes far too many tickets now to get from levels 1 to 60, potentially taking over a week if you only do a single clear of EXP Luxcavation a day. Now, if
I went to the
fully up to date
hospital
with
today to
everything
get
and have
stitches
a huge
removed.
stock of EXP tickets somehow, then this is sustainable, since new IDs don't release at a cadence much faster than that at all. Again, if you are a collector, that of which this game incentivizes, you are in for hell when trying to keep your collection up to date, especially when a new Kanto drops, and you're expected to get a reasonable team together by the end of Part 3.
Hopefully.
This is only more emphasized by
No.
the recent one, which requires all sinners to be of reasonable level for the events of Part 3.
It's no, they
Funny
just
caveat
removed the
there is
stitches that they
first
put
2 parts
in
only need 4
2
sinners,
weeks
really.
ago.
But regardless, it's a troublesome issue of upwards progression and eventual
That's
power
all.
creep. Anyhow, in summary, there are some things that gacha games are willing to do that even casinos do not. Casinos, however, are far more willing to do their highway robbery at large scale and be honest about it.
Yep.
While Limbus is very merciful as a gacha game in comparison to many others, the cracks are beginning to show with the recent season. Nonetheless, they borrow some tricks from the casino and go beyond in other aspects. But since the cash flow going through isn't as severe, many are willing to pass it off as nowhere near as scummy. I'm here to say that I still find aspects here scummy, even having worked the VIP lounge and dealt to multi-millionaires.
Okay.
For instance, you could spend thousands on Limbus and the company wouldn't bat an eye in your general direction. Perhaps they'll make notes of your spending habits, but you aren't going to live a life of luxury or have any significant sway within the company. Do that at a casino and you're given the world. Complimentary drinks,
Yep.
hotel rooms, private lounges, and functions even. Lotteries and promotions up
Crazy.
the arse if required. I've seen several 100,000 given away in prizes in less than 5 minutes before. Whether that be in watches,
I don't have my
cars,
hand tracker
holidays,
set up,
just for having spent the money.
so you can't even
You don't
see
get a
it.
personal ID or adjutant or even VIP host for paying up.
I
for
have
this
to like
game,
dig it out where
or
I
any
put
kind
it.
of
I
crazy
have to
benefit like
find it.
that. Don't play Limbus for a VIP experience. You will be disappointed. Go play a Smilegate game. You're staring down the wrong Korean company if you want the VIP treatment. Smilegate are way too beholden to their whales and stakeholders in comparison. Just look at Tenha before he became a Hoyo show. That guy used to go places, secret meetings, etc. I miss chatting with the fella a little. What's he even up to these days? Twitch died in Korea and all that. Regardless, though a brief overview of how casinos hold up against the modern gacha sphere, this one is a very merciful example. If I ever were to tear into some of the others, I reckon things would be far, far worse. There's a reason that I only really touch Limbus and Uma JP. You need one generous game to balance out the one that's blasting your ass every 2 days.
Damn.
That said, comment below if you'd like to see me break down the monetization in further detail, or if you'd like me to do the same for a different gacha game. I'll see if and when I get around to it. Come to think of it, I heard Arknights Endfield was having the endgame gacha experience, where if you bought a pack with PayPal, you could get hit by a random pricier pack instead. Fun times.
Yeah.
As always, thanks for watching. Currently, I'm collecting hot...
Alright, that's something. Alright, back to here. I was just upgrading a couple things.
Who's the target today?
I just realized as well my Fina was wearing the wrong wedges. So I remedied that a bit. But yeah. Alright, let's give the event stage one more try. I was able to get one of the wedges to +10. Yeah, I need to get all the stuff in here.
The butterflies just fluttered over with an invitation. It told me there's a midsummer.
But yeah.
Let's go to corners of the world I've never seen.
Wait, this is doing pretty poorly now. Is Ushu not like giving me my resources? That one went pretty badly. What the fuck is the Fushu AI doing?
Let's go of the world I've never seen.
Nah, I do like no fucking damage. What the fuck? I say. You know, I wonder what it would be like if I was to run it on a PS5. Or rather the BC250 I have. That one has 16 gigs of RAM. That's shared between CPU and GPU, but like... You know, I could basically have it just be all GPU. I don't know.
Who's the target today?
Honestly, I think I should just give her something for skill range. Oh yeah, soul run for skill range. I'd have to farm out soul run though. Ugh.
Who's the target today?
Yeah, because I feel like at this point what she needs is skill range.
Fluttered over with an invitation. It told me there's a midsummer ball in the woods full of violet tricolor.
No, I don't need one. But yeah. I think I want to get something for skill range for her.
Who's the target today?
I shall...
Right.
Here we go! Are you taking... The butterflies just fluttered over with an invitation.
It told me there's a midsummer ball in the woods full of violet.
Yeah, at least I have this one at +10. You know, I wonder if I just remove duel, if I can do better. Swap out duel for another Blaze Volition.
Let's go to corners of the world I've never seen.
I see. I mean, here's the thing though, it's like, I'd have to run it on Linux because there's no Windows drivers. The BC250 was a PS5 that was sold to crypto miners that I ended up buying one of them. It's to experiment with a bunch of other stuff. But I'm like curious to see. Honestly, yeah. Just stay on the ground and get rid of duel. Not using duel seems to be doing a lot better. Yeah.
Who's the target today? Let me provide medicine for the battles to come.
I'll put it in Fushu's weapon. Yeah, now I just need one more copy of her weapon of Fushu, and then that'll be maxed out.
Who's the target today? Let me provide medicine for the
I still need to like work on like getting her wedges dealt with. I'm probably gonna end up getting rid of the 2 Blaze Inspo for the skill range one. I just need 2 more Serenities and then this will be +10. Of the Typhon's Prime Serenity. Like, soon I'll have like a fully maxed out Fushu. Right, I want to get like 2 Blaze Inspos to +10 and then get rid of these 2 for skill range. Because I don't need to get skill intensity thing on her when I eventually get her maxed out. I won't need it. I see. Here's the thing though. The only reason why AMD stuff is doing better than NVIDIA is the consumer stuff. Not so much the enterprise stuff. And even then, the NVIDIA stuff is slowly getting better purely because of the AI crap and what people are using them on and servers. But like, the only reason why is like, it's the consumer end that AMD has been better than NVIDIA with. Not so much the enterprise stuff. But like, yeah. Oh shit, ads. Right.
Who's the
Okay. We'll switch over to Enfield. Just waiting for the game to boot up. God, why the fuck does it take so long to boot up? I just pushed the thing. Click the button, come on, load. Finally. No, don't look my fucking mouse.
Arknights.
Alright. Okay. I gotta pin this. Oh shit, I accidentally typoed up. Whatever. I'll keep it pinned there anyways, that's fine. But like, no, so the NVIDIA stuff has been fine for the enterprise side on Linux. It's just the consumer end that's just been neglected. Even then, for like certain stuff, it's slowly getting better on Linux, on the NVIDIA stuff. It's just the gaming graphics driver stuff is the one that's suffering, not using it for anything else. It's just, yeah. But also because NVIDIA would rather you spend like 10 times the amount to go buy their pro cards than the gaming GPU. You know? They would rather you spend way more. Obviously. Oh yeah, that one, it's still... The thing is, though, it's way slower than Thing. Because, like, here's the thing, though, with our AI stuff. In terms of compute performance for AI, the 5060 Ti is similar to a 9070 XT and the 32GB variant. Because of the architectural design and stuff like that on the NVIDIA card. The 5060 Ti has similar compute performance. Well, at its stock speeds, it's like 2% slower in terms of like raw compute power for FP4 and FP8 compared to the 9070. Right. So like that's the thing. Right? Like, imagine if the 5060 Ti had a 32 gigabyte model. It's just like, what the fuck? Right, and like there's a reason why as well, like they're freaking these guys are stockpiling NVIDIA cards. More so than anything else. Because they're a lot more powerful per slot. Like, that's the thing. Right. And like that's the other thing too with like the AMD card. It's like 9070 XT versus 5060 Ti. You're looking at paying 50%, 50-60% more on the 9070 XT over the 5060 Ti 16 gigabyte for basically the same performance. It's like, why? Right, and like that's kind of the problem there. The AMD stuff is just too expensive for what it offers, unfortunately. And like the other thing too is like after you're done with it for that, the NVIDIA card still has other uses too. That I wouldn't really say is that good of a case for the AMD card. Like, especially if you're doing like video work, because AMD's encoder is kind of scuffed. Like, you might as well use the one with an actually good encoder that works properly. Like, I'm sorry AMD, but they need to fix their shit there. Because, like, yeah, that's one of the things that's, like, holding them back there, too. The NVIDIA card just ends up being more useful. Alright, like, part of the problem is, like, just the amount they're asking. Yeah, and, like, that's the other thing, too. At that point as well, it's like, if you're gonna end up spending that much, you might as well buy 2 of the NVIDIA cards. 2 of the 16 gigabyte NVIDIA cards. Because it's going to still be cheaper than the 132 gigabyte AMD card, and at least you'll have double the compute performance. And like the thing is, if you're really going to be spending like serious money on the AI stuff, again, like at that point, the RTX Pro 6000 or the lower end Pro 5000 are going to be much better cards. Even if you go a generation back for their Beta generation of cards, the ones that they have there are still going to be better for the people who are like really into that stuff. It's just really hard to justify the AMD stuff there. That's why NVIDIA is worth multiple trillions of dollars during all this shit. That's why. I mean, if they don't split between GPUs, that's another situation. Even then, like, here's the other thing. You could probably buy for just a little bit more a 48 gigabyte 4090 that, like, someone made. Right? Like, Gamers Nexus even did, like, a documentary and the whole stuff with the AI GPUs and stuff. But, like, considering the amount they're asking for that AMD card, with 32 gigabytes, you can literally go get a 4090 with with 48 gigabytes of VRAM. That weird Frankenstein card where they're putting 4090 chips on 3090 Ti boards. Yeah. I'm talking about the 32 gigabyte 9070 XT. That one. They're like $3,000, $4,000. They're like similar price to what you can buy 5090s for as well. At least what you could have bought 5090s for. Which is why they also just don't make that much sense. It's like, just buy the NVIDIA card again. But like, yeah, there's like the crazy Frankenstein 4090 with more VRAM than it's supposed to have. That some Chinese people have made. Like, part of the problem isn't that it's the AMD card's a bad product, it's just they're priced poorly. Right, it's not a bad product, it's a bad price. Is it really? Are you sure? Let me double check. Wait, no, that's wrong card on Tech Power Up. We want 9070X, RDNA. Wait, we're looking for Navi 48. Yeah, we're looking for what? The AI Pro R9700, right? Oh yeah, its launch price is 1300. Never mind, you're right. I thought it was more. Can you even buy them for that? Yeah, never mind. I thought they were more than that because I was remembering their older cards that were like for this. I never looked at the price of the newer one. I just assumed it replaced the older one. Yeah, okay, this is a 32 gigabyte one thing. I mean, it's like, I guess. Right, like, there's this thing. But yeah, like... Yeah, there's only 128 tensor stuff in this one as well. There's fewer stuff than on, like, the NVIDIA stuff. That's why, like, they're so similar in AI performance to the 9060X, not 9060, the 5060 Ti. Yeah. Like, the 5060 Ti ends up having more AI performance, or same ballpark. Yeah. Right, because, like, doesn't Intel have one as well? Doesn't Intel have something? They have, like, a thing... Intel has, like, their weird thing, too. The Pro... There's, like, a Pro B60 with, the thing. This is a bit weaker, though, but, like, it's $500. And there's, like, a dual GPU variant on the same board where they can, thing. Because like I know there's like an Intel Pro B60 Duo, and then there's like rumors for a B70 and a B80 or whatever for AI stuff. I heard. It's not listed here though, because it's not in the database yet. Like there was rumors for like an even bigger one just for the AI stuff. I feel like that one will be more economical at that point. But like I have no idea on Intel's support for running local stuff. But like yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Okay. But yeah, it's like I said before though, it's not really a bad product, it's more of just bad price. I think like the AMD card is just gonna make even less sense when the Intel one comes. Because like you can already like I do wonder though how the dual GPU, if it's on the same board, functions. Because if it works a bit better that the dual GPU on the same board can change things a lot actually. But yeah. That said though, like it's just funny how like the raw AI compute performance on the NVIDIA card is just like AMD's highest end one is less performant than their smallest current gen chip. But yeah. I see. Well, all I know is like there's a dual GPU variant of the B60 with 48 gigabytes of VRAM. I mean, like, yeah, there's a bottleneck if you're connecting to the CPU there, because, like, you're gonna want to be using a Gen 5 board, so that at least each one is a by 8 connection, instead of, thing, because the by 16 connection gets split. So you're gonna want to make sure you're on a PCIe Gen 5 board. Like that, for sure. Like, that much is obvious. What do I need here? I did some of this stuff earlier and I was like waiting for something. I didn't finish all the stuff here. Oh yeah, I gotta do all of these. I mean, yeah, of course it's gonna be jank. Oh, good luck with that. But yeah, at least it's something that I'll probably consider looking into. But what was the thing again you said I should check out? What was it called again? Wait, no, I can't make it down there that way. I'll have to go around a different way. I see. And like another benefit as well for having a CPU with integrated graphics. There's another benefit there. You don't have to waste any VRAM on rendering out the display. You won't have to waste any VRAM. You could save a couple megabytes. Am I right? So you have even more to spare for your LLMs. Oh yeah, on Windows it's even bigger. Especially if you have like a multi-monitor setup. It adds up real quick. Alright, let's get this one done. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just doing my deliveries. Alright, let's go get the next thing. Oh wait, I need to gather all the resources around here. I'm doing the secret letters into White Knight Abyss on that other monitor as well, because it's exploration still. No, they did not. They did not revert any of it. Alright, let's go grab all those resources there.
What's that? Bring it on. You're fighting me.
Oh, God damn it. These pieces of shit are here.
We are getting there. Slowly, but surely.
Victory goes without saying.
A well-deserved victory.
Alright, gotta get the next set of rare growths.
No one escapes. Roger. Engaging the enemy. Useful resources located.
This hardly counts as warm-up.
Made possible by Seshkar's latest technology. Oh, I can't break this habit. We are getting there. Slowly, but surely.
Alright, let's see. Got all of those. There's another one over there. And there's one over there. The other one over there. Shit, I didn't bring my stash thing with me. Would have been great to clear that out. Here, I'll do that right now.
Rest is complete.
What happened to my easy stash? Yep, whatever. Alright, give me a sec.
Don't worry, I'm around.
There we go, now that's cleared. No, that section is just a little bit cleaner. Okay. Alright. Which way was the exit out of this place? How do I get out of here again? Alright, there's supposed to be like an exit out of this whole area. I just forgot how you're supposed to get out through that exit here. Or wherever it was. Into the Jinglu Valley or whatever. This is the it just works solution? Okay. Yeah, you know, let's try to see if we can get in from the other way. We go this way. Oh wait, the hole is still there. Oh, there's a ramp over here. Oh. I was supposed to take the ramp to go down. Damn, how silly of me. Okay. At least now I know how to get to that area. Not really. Alright, time to go pick the rest of the plants up.
Careful, that
Okay.
looks really powerful.
You mean in the YouTube description or what? Alright, I'll have to remove it later then. Because I've just been like using duplicate template things every time I create a stream. Oh, that's still there? Okay. Yeah, I'll have to get rid of that. Oh, fucking hell. I don't want to fight this shit. Oh, can this thing freaking die already?
Next up is AAR, PCA. But let's cheer for our victory first. Victory goes.
Alright, let's see. I gotta go grab this stuff here. Yeah, it doesn't even work for ToF anymore because of the thing. You know, I wonder though what's gonna happen with if they'll try to like improve their shit with for topping up stuff with Perfect World when they release NT. I wonder what's gonna be the situation there.
Let me take point.
Roger. Engaging the enemy.
Oh, the one where you have to go through the extra hoops? Yeah, fair enough. Ah, this is annoying. This is on the other side of that.
We're going head to head. Execute plan A. Let's do our best, people.
No, I don't want to go into combat. I fucking hate combat.
High risk target detected. Stay calm. We've trained for this.
Yep, we got the items there. Right, there's stuff there. Stuff over there. And over there. Alright, loaded that thing. Alright, we gotta get all these materials. Alright, got all of those. Oh yeah, I still need to spend my stamina stuff too. Right, we need to get over there. Damn, the zip lines I was using before are gone now. Wait, no, I couldn't use a zipline here. They're too far away. I mean, you can, but if you don't check on it too often, they just go away anyways. Alright.
Bring it on. You're fighting me.
No. I don't want to fight that stupid thing. Someone's stupid tower made it so I aggro the thing here.
See that one? Need me to do some trimming?
I have to get back all the way around again. And take the raft. Or maybe not. At least I got all the materials there. But like, yeah, you can just build your own towers. Generally, it's a bit better to just do that.
How you doing, Edmund? Interested in sparring with me?
Right.
Why are you idling here? Why are you idling here? Come on. I don't...
Originium will carve a path for...
I hate fools who like to micromanage.
Oh, that needs to be 50%. Okay.
Come on! Let me do something!
Alright, I need to get experience for all these guys.
All set and ready. Awaiting your
No, I never did. I never played the OG game. Alright, let's go loot the thing.
Heed me. Let me take point. I shall bring it. Darkness.
But it doesn't even fall up. Interesting. Alright, that got cleared. And now I'm out of stamina. Okay.
Originium will carve a path for us.
A strong team is one without... So this is what an elite debriefing looks like. Truly eye-opening.
Yeah, I need to get everyone level 80. That's gonna take a while.
Originium will carve a path for us.
How can the enemy turn the land into such lifeless devastation?
Oh, I'm just missing one clue there now. Cool. Alright, got those dailies done. Oh, I got some more experience materials there.
Originium will carve a path.
A strong team is one without... So this is what an elite debriefing looks like. And...
Alright, she's almost at level 80.
A strong team is one without any weak
So now she's at 393 intellect. Okay. The first thing you repair belonged to someone else. Yeah, that happens. That does indeed happen. Okay. How many pulls do we have saved up now? Okay. That's about what, like just under 7, that's about 70 pulls or so? Almost 70 pulls or something? Something like that. And there's some more stuff there from the login. Weekly routine. Gotta claim that.
Originium will carve.
Alright, she's level 80 now.
Sorry. That scene was a little terrifying.
The battlefield shows no mercy for
I hate fools who like to micromanage. Hey, come on! Let me do something for Enfield!
Still waiting for something?
Wait, what did I have on her again?
Do something for Enfield!
I guess the gloves. There's intellect there. And then intellect on the thing here.
Still waiting for something?
Looking for me? You finally remember something?
Alright. Let's go do some artificing.
Still waiting for something?
Looking for me? You finally remember something?
How do I do that? Where's the artificing menu again? And it failed. Oh, damn it. I'll need to like build up more stock bills. Because I'm gonna have to like just start artificing all the gear for the stats. Wait, no, I wanted to switch to Wuling. Oh, I have a job there. Okay, I have to take a picture of something over there. For a bunch of stock bills. Alright, let's go claim the thing here.
I hate fools who like to micromanage.
Yeah, at one point I should probably do all the tutorial thingies just to get the ore barrels. What should we focus on now? Alright, let's get loaded on in.
are you? Just one thing. And darn it.
We really appreciate this, Administrator.
So, Miss Jones, we had a nice...
Damn, I guessed right immediately. That was just my first guess. There's still more stuff there to get done. What was I gonna do now? Alright, another side quest. Alright, there's a drone part over there. And more all the way around here. One sec. Yeah. Oh, welcome back. How am I gonna get across? Nope. That's an invisible wall. How am I gonna get up there? Alright, that's all the way over there. Let's see. Okay, we at least should have some sort of platform across there. Oh no, this is Arknights Endfield. Wait, sure, Amazon Warehouse Simulator. Okay.
Sorry, I'm done gathering it.
Oh, we made it all the way up here. Oh, we got that one completed. But now over here, that's the question. How do I get up there? Oh, it's like that. Alright, make your drone parts. That's another mission down. Okay. Let's see. That's another one we can get done. Alright, there's a mission all the way over there. Alright, that one's cleared. And then now there's an elevator that goes up and down there. Alright. Alright, we got that mission done.
We getting buggers? Hear that sound? Getting buggers?
Oh, there's a chest there.
We getting buggers?
We're going head to head. Execute plan A. Roger. Engaging the enemy. Area split. 2 scissors.
Made possible by Seshkar's latest technology. Oh, I can't break this habit.
Guess I'll join your celebrations.
Yep, we got that one loaded as well. Okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, I should send some power here.
Careful, that enemy looks really powerful.
Oh, there's a thingy here too.
I've never seen nice things like these.
Right now that's 34 out of 107 chests.
Oh. Ah, look! They've been revealed. Ah, I just remembered something.
There's another mission thingy here.
Wow, I've never seen nice things like these.
Bring it on. You're fighting me.
Let's go. I have total faith in you. Take with the snow free.
This hardly counts as warm-up.
Hope it's useful.
Let me take point.
Let's go.
Surely, victory goes without saying. Made possible by Seshka's latest technology. Oh, I can't believe this.
Where's that mission? Yeah, whatever.
Acquiring Arlene is our top priority on missions. I wonder what secret it hides.
Okay, we got the Orlean there. And that chest. Alright. Now we got the item there. Alright, there's an Orlean up there.
This ain't normal.
Bring it on! You're fighting me!
Let's do our best, people.
Are we collecting this? Understood. I'll keep an eye out.
Alright, there's more stuff up here.
We're going head to head. Execute plan A.
Roger. Engaging the enemy.
Something ain't. We get an ambush. I'll start this.
Can I exit combat already? Nice job, game. Nope, I can't even teleport like that. That thing there. You know, I wonder. Does relogging work?
Arknights.
Bring it on. You're fighting me.
Let's do our best, people.
How the fuck did I aggro it if I'm all the way up here? So dumb.
This ain't normal.
Bring it on. You're fighting me.
Let's go. I have
Who knows? God damn it. Fucking
Quarreling. A thing that's just as unreliable
the
as
combat
my
stuff is just annoying. Ugh. Alright, let's see. Alright, I need Step Bro to help. Because I'm stuck. Okay. Alright, you know what I should have done? Wait, what happened to the... Oh, that's so much better. Just keep it at the lowest level. This is so much better.
A well-deserved victory.
At least you could lower it to the lowest difficulty.
We are getting there.
What?
Alright, let's see what else is here.
We can bring it on. You're fighting me.
Let's do our best.
See that one? Need me to do some tricks?
We're going head to head. Execute plan A. Looks like we made quite the haul.
Wait, they closed off this path? Damn. There used to be like an open path to that area over there. They just put random junk to close it off, I guess. Because at one point it wasn't closed off. Okay. Yeah, road repairs in progress. That's one of the things there. Oh, it lowers the cap if I keep it at low difficulty. Fair enough.
Always resupply when you can. You don't want to run short.
See that one? Need me to do some trimming?
Alright, we gotta get all the materials there. Yeah, might as well get this mission done. I'll raise it to level 7. But yeah, it seems like a handy and smart idea though. Lower the level to as low as possible when you're just gonna do exploration. Just so things are a little bit less tedious and annoying.
We're about...
Alright. Let's get on in.
In the struggle against oblivion, you've never been alone.
Oh, nice. Congrats on that. Alright, we have to go. We're gonna look at some Rick stuff in a bit. We just need to finish up here first. But yeah, congrats on getting Acacia. This takes so long to freaking get through. Alright, that's cleared.
No matter how far the journey's end, you'll keep going till paths cross.
I just wait for it to load. Bruh, nothing increases at this point. Level 7 other than mobs being tankier. God damn. Okay. Oh damn, I have to wait a while before I can lower it again. The best, like if you're gonna do, like we're doing exploration, best to do it at the lowest difficulty. But then after you're done with the exploration, you raise it back up. That's like the biggest brain way to go do things. Lower it to as low as possible. Just so things are a little bit less tedious to deal with. Alright, we got a temple here. Oh? Wait, is that the correct color we want? I think we're supposed to get red though. No, it's not. Yeah, never mind. My mistake. Yes, there is. I haven't done it yet.
You finally remember something?
But there is a quest for her.
Prepped and ready to go.
Alright, one more dupe left for this thing, then it shall be maxed out. For that one. But yeah, this one. There's 41 days and 14 hours left for it. I say. Yeah, fair enough. The story is just pretty slow. And a bit of a slog to get through. I haven't done her event thingy yet.
Acquiring Arlene is our top priority on missions.
But yeah, what's handy though is you can lower the world level. So when doing exploration stuff like that, because of how annoying things can get with the combat, it's like if you're gonna plan to do it for like a longer session or whatever, lower it and then raise it back up before reset. That way when you raise it back up, you can get the plant growth things to be with the higher cap or whatever. It's just big brain. Lower it as low as possible.
just as unreliable as my memories.
I see. There's stuff there. I have to like drain all that water though. Alright, did I miss out on anything else here? Oh yeah, the red one. There's still a lot of stuff there. I'll need to slowly get through. And then eventually there's the gift things there. But yeah. Lots of stuff I need to work towards getting and doing and everything. But yeah, at least making some progress there. And there's still a bunch of stuff there I need to work towards getting done. But yeah, let me just double check something. I think we hit the time quota I needed to hit for Enfield. Let me just double check. I think we hit the time.
Since the tactics manual doesn't have any rules against fun, how about we play some icebreaker games? どうかな?
No, we still need like 5 minutes. Okay. We still need like 5 more minutes in here. I'll just go find a bunch of random stuff. Alright. Got that one done. But yeah, I'll need to wash them before I switch over. As well to the Snowbreak stuff. Alright, where is the Aurelian?
High value object identified. Requesting approval for retrieval.
Not bad. I didn't even notice that. It's so beautiful.
Alright, got the Aurelian there.
Sorry, I'm done gathering it.
Oh, it's all the way up there. Nothing in there.
I remember that you kind of like these.
Oh, there's nothing there. Come on. Now it's over there. Come on. This is much. Alright, I think we can continue this another time. One sec. Just gonna double check something. Okay. Cool. I'm gonna be right back. I need to use the washroom and then we're gonna do Snowbreak. Also, you probably shouldn't be pulling on the reset anyways. Okay. You don't have frig matrices, then I don't know, maybe you're playing the rotation stuff.
True value found nowhere else. Witching hour. That doesn't sound right. Witching hour. That's not right either.
Oh, now it's showing me the elite targets. number again. 44,000. 44,000 was our highest. Okay, wait, no, that was with Springless. Okay, I fucked up earlier. That was with Springless's damage. This is not even translated. Damn, that is ska. That one wasn't even translated. They missed the spot. Someone should clip that. We have like a bunch of revival items as well. We did it! We did it! We got the gibble! We got the gibble! Yeah, we got the gibble! Let's go, gibble!
Since the tactics manual doesn't have any rules against fun, how about we play some icebreaker games?
On to the next room. Come on. Macaque. Okay, we're fighting Macaque. What kind of name is that? Wait. Program. I'm gonna prove you wrong. Good. Let's teleport here. Why not? Watch this. Wait. That was not supposed to happen. I was supposed to fly up in the air, not under the map. God damn. Alright, let's go switch the thing. Where are you? Hologram. There we go. Alright. Is it on cooldown? Okay. Wait, I thought I destroyed the armor in one of it. What? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, she has a chibi character model. What do they want?
Okay, so this is the accusation.
True?
Yeah, you look
Alright,
at
I
the...
Nowhere else. Which hour? That doesn't sound right. Witching hour! That's not right either.
Right? Give it to me. Give me the Basically, if you offset the cost, I'll give it I'll do some polls. But you have to like offset it, because I'm not doing it now. Because like I'm not gonna use Cobalt. I won't be using Cobalt, like I've said that. So it's like, why would I pull if I'm not gonna use? Yeah. Phase 3 the event went crazy. You're just fighting, yeah. Yeah, you just keep... Damage boost fog. It's your first time watching my stream? Oh, welcome! Welcome, I don't know what the first part of your name is, but I see the star in there, but welcome. We're just going through all sorts of stuff in here. Right? Well, we talk... Where'd my character go? What? What? Why are they invisible? Like, come on, man. You can't make this up. Ability to manipulate gravity in different ways. And, like, you can use it to navigate and explore different areas. It is actually a really cool concept, right? Like, let's say instead of, like, climbing it like this, what if I change the gravity where the surface of this thing was the ground? So you can be standing, right? And they ain't EA or Activision, that's true. That is true. At least they aren't those guys, yeah. So now, okay. Oh, you can like swing this shit around. Nice. I know, someone should clip this and then troll people in Ida Cafe and be like, this is, here we go, the new relic, new ToF relic. New ToF relic gameplay. New ToF relic gameplay.
Since the tactics manual doesn't have any rules against fun, how about we play some icebreaker games? どうかな?
Let the battle begin. They're just... Finally! Yes! Finally! I got it! I got what I was after! There we go! Finally! Chaser mount! There we go! Finally! Well, welcome, welcome, Raiders! We got the vacuum cleaner just as you joined! You raided me right as I looted it! After 10 years, we finally have the vacuum cleaner! Let's maintain it, let's see the colors. Instantly level 16, nice. Okay. Do they not have dialogue? Hey there, researcher buddy. We meet again. I didn't expect you to actually show up. Oh shit, it's going too quickly again. Are you going to bring up that field operation? It's skipping again. Now that we've met, let's get straight. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Let's get out of Enfield then. One sec. Okay, let's boot up Snowbreak. Alright, give me a second. can switch over. Oh. I have to hide the mini thingy. Let's give it a go now. Okay. Oh, and then there's pulls here. They're doing it this way. Interesting. Oh. Okay, free temple right there. You know, let's just get started with the polls then. Yeah. I think we can do that. Oh, there's 5 polls in there though. You know, let me just quickly make it so my stamina is not capped. And then we'll do the polls. Oh wait, one sec. I forgot to hit the record button. Yes, it's like -15 outside. Alright, we'll just get a little bit of this done first. Let me just double check something. Alright, that should save me from stam capping. Alright, give me a sec. Alright, let's go and do the polls. Oh, we have titles here. Okay, that's neat. Okay, let's go give it a go. Alright, first 10 poll. Nope. Second temple. Right, that's unfortunate. Alright, third temple. Nope. Alright, fourth temple. Alright, Alright, temple number 5. Alright, temple number 6. Damn, nothing. Alright. Damn, we're like just dumping out everything. Alright, temple number 8. There we go. So that would have been 75, 6, 7, 8, 79 pity.
All things transphase as you command.
Okay. I've gotten the character early like twice, but like that was a long time ago. Okay. But now I'm out of resources for weapon. I have to wait for them to like send me my stuff. Oh well. Yeah, 84 pity. Alright, here. Well, we can at least try a 10 pull here. Okay. Nothing. Okay. We'll have to try to get the thing. We have time. Whatever. Oh, that's a bunch of reruns, right? Because it is that, it is Chinese New Year patch. Makes sense. Alright, interactable scenes. Oh, they rerunning like all of them? Oh, that's neat. That's 188, and then... Let me just check the thing. Okay. Yeah, it's just the $30 pack. But yeah, new weapon type for her. She does indeed have a new weapon type. So there's that. Where is she? There's too many characters here now. We'll just skip through this first. Wait, Marion's weapon is free? Oh, that's nice.
My transformation.
That's pretty big. They're actually giving her, because...
Pass me the ammo, darling. Mission accomplished. Let's save, darling.
If she's not Octus Drive, then it's not gonna be free.
Noobs.
I'm gonna assume it's not free then. Because, like, they've never given it for free if they were not Octus Drive.
Darling.
Okay, we gotta go build her up and try her. Alright, let's see. Did I get the daily thingy? Yes, I did. Okay, cool. Just making sure. Alright, Neuronics. Yeah, too many of the same ones. Pretty much. When Acacia is on field and another operative's follow-up attack that hits the target, gains 1 phase energy. This has a 4-second cooldown. Default state, Acacia takes 50% reduced damage, and Awakened state takes deals 50% more final. For each 100 alignment index, she gets 8% attack. Okay. Another attack alignment index. I swear, everything is fucking attack alignment index. At this point. Well, it's not just at this point, it's just been that way for like the longest time at this point. You know? Well, not just at this point, but you get what I mean. They love making everything attack alignment index. Oh, I did finish it. I just spread it out across multiple streams. But I did finish them, yes. It took a while though. Same. Honestly, they're just annoying after a while. Because we just do way too many of them, you know? Yeah, I missed one badge like a year and a half ago because I accidentally forgot to click the button to claim it. It is what it is. But I've gotten all the other badges since.
異常なし、新装備との相性よし、あとは私に任せてよし。くらえ、万象入居。後期分析員の役に立てて嬉しいよ。
I really wish if I click off the game window, they would let me keep the audio again. It's annoying that they don't, because like I'm doing some Night Abyss farming for secret letters on exploration at the same time. That's why I keep clicking off. Right, because right now it's exploration for characters, so I'm using it to get some rhythm, get stuff for rhythm. Alright. Okay. Maybe we could do it another day though. Or oh, you have the one for Acacia? We could look at it later, I guess. Oh, we need to get the weapon. Alright, cool. We can try that later then. Yeah, it is annoying when the thing is like that.
なるほど、こういうのがお好みなんだね。
Man, this is some really terrible RNG. Okay, that one's at least usable. But yeah. I guess that's one way to go about it. Man, this is a terrible orangey. Well, like, I guess I can use that one. Okay. I had to buy so many just to get something usable. Because I can reroll the last stat. Right, because I can reroll the stat, I can make them better. And fix it. But it's like, you gotta look for like a 1 out of 2. Bruh. Really? That's how they pick it. Okay. And then she gets attack boost there. Yeah, it's just pain, man. Right, it's just pain. Oh, it's just that stuff that's expiring. Yeah, look at all these freaking gift items that I just keep hoarding onto. I've never, like, opened or claimed them. Alright, then there's this stuff.
By the power of the moon, Henshin. Ha! Just kidding. That's not how it works.
Oh, you end up with Okay.
Feeling pretty good. I'll be counting on you for our one-on-one training, darling.
Okay. We gotta get these leveled up. Bruh. She wants kinetic, right? Yeah. Okay, at least that one's 106. Leave it like that one for now. This one. But yeah. Wait, Geo is limited and standard simultaneously. What the fuck? How? Wait, how is Geo like that? What the fuck happened? Uncia, that makes no sense. Okay. Alright, she just is. Got it.
Ding dong. Your spicy hot pot is not ready yet.
I see. So you can get her on standard, but her banner is also up. Wait, they have a instant clear thing? If you've already cleared them before? Oh, that's nice. That is actually pretty nice that they added that in. Alright, that's like a nice quality of life feature. Yeah, cause like it's tedious to do all of them like over and over. Wait, what? Did it not count the thing? Or do they not have a thing for those anymore? I'm like not sure if it counted the thing or not. Okay, give me a sec. And then there's left optimize Heimdall. Okay. Wait, you can do it any mode now. Wait. This is what you do then for less optimized Heimdall. You go, this is what you do. You click classic, you click select stage, make sure you only have memory master. And then watch this. This is the ultimate strategy, okay? I'll show you my my strategy that I call Plan K A P double O M. Oh wait. Did I fuck it up? I think I accidentally queued. I'm supposed to click solo. Make sure you're on solo. You only want memory master. You don't want any of the other stages. Because memory master is the fastest. Wait, is it broken? It's broken, never mind. It doesn't even let you select the stage anymore. You just do that. That's the strat. Right, the strat is to do that. Yeah, I think it's borked. At least the missions and tasks are not as crazy as it was before. Alright. Oh, damn it. Well, like, yeah, they freaking borked this. Because, like, it's doing this now. Alright, I'll try again. Yeah, this is what we're supposed to be getting. Right, it's so much better when it's just that one because you can just jump off. Yeah, they found out what I was doing. Oh wait, this one's good. I can add that here. Okay, if I add a couple, will this be fine? The ones where you can just quickly suicide. Alright, we'll go again. Yeah, that one was kind of scuffed. I got that one done. At least we have the weapon part for Acacia. Alright, let's do her trial.
Behold, my transformation. Darling, let's send them all to Builder Island. Transphase force. Full moon.
Okay, you can transform here.
Darling, let's send them all to
And then
Builder
she just
Island.
floats.
Slash. Kya. Noobs.
In her awakened state, okay, let's see. Hitting a target with a shot applies 1-time scar and grants phase energy. When her standard skill hits a time with max time star, gains 3 stacks of radiant tide and gains 2 additional stacks of phase energy. Okay.
Darling, let's send them all to Builder Island.
What?
Slash.
Okay, when Acacia is in her awakened state and has 6 radiant tide stacks, hold standard skill to consume it to unleash the slash beyond time. Hitting the target grants 6 phase energy. Continuing firing time flow blades apply time scores on the target.
Darling, let's send them all to Builder Island.
Transphase core.
Wayne. Noobs. Ping. Your girl from another era has arrived.
Alright, 1 sec. At least like they've upgraded the trial thing to be
Special targets appearing in mass outbreaks. Yeah. Mission accomplished. Let's save, darling.
Oh, she has infinite ammo.
Noobs. Noobs. Pass me the ammo, darling.
Alright, 1 sec. Just another wave.
Kya.
Flash.
It just is currently unavailable. What?
Transphase. Transphase.
Oh, you need to like get the thing to fill up.
Noobs.
But you have to like switch back, I guess. Okay, this is better for single target.
Pass me the ammo, darling.
And then this is for AoE.
Darling, let's send. Slash. Noobs.
One sec. Gotta do another wave there. Yep.
Darling, let's send them off. Noobs. Pass me the ammo, darling. Yep. Trans space. Huh. Flash. Darling, let's just a scratch. Noob. Trans space.
Alright, one sec. Yeah, that's true. Like, you get both.
Noob.
You get the big one and then the regular one.
Special target. Yeah. Huh. Flash. Huh. Flash. Noob.
Okay.
Piece of cake. Let's start around, darling. Darling, let our time flow again. No matter the distance.
One sec. I'm clicking on the thing and doing Night Abyss again.
Now this is getting interesting. Darling, let's send them all to Builder Island. Pass me the ammo, darling. Transphase core. Wax. Transphase. Now this is get yeah. Darling, let's send them all to Builder Island.
But yeah, that's pretty nice for like AoE clearing, I guess. Just slash them in.
is getting interesting. Now this is flash.
I want to get the.
Flash. Trans phase. Flash. Now this is getting interesting.
Needed to like get the.
Darling, let's send them all to Builder Island. Yeah.
Alright.
Now this is getting interesting.
Hi Kumaki. Welcome, welcome. How do I get it to use do the thing again? It's not giving me more of the stacks.
Trans phase.
Alright, I'm trying to get like the special stack thing on her.
Now this is getting interesting.
Oh, here. It's just like that? Oh.
Transphase core. Wane. Now this is getting interesting.
Okay.
Darling, let's send them all to Builder Island. No matter the distance. The moon shifts. But my heart holds only you.
Okay. Yeah, we don't use only guns.
スティクスの渡し乗りの実力、その目で確かめるといい。私の戦いぶり、気に入ったか？こんなものか、肩慣らしにもならん。汚れを葬ってやる。闇を恐れる。戦うなら今だ。これで布石が揃う。
Yeah, they've been doing all sorts of things lately.
手応えのある任務はないものか。
It has been all over the place as of late. Less guns. More of, what the fuck? What the fuck are they using as a weapon?
I am here to dispel all that is unclean.
Like, look at this.
Over here. Wait, is this the right place?
Yep. One sec. I'm just clicking next wave constantly. And do a Night Abyss for the... Bruh. We gotta see her ult. Oh wait, there was an ult gauge thing there. And there we got that. Okay.
Good. We've made some progress. Hmm? Oh, wait. Did it really need to chase that bar?
Okay. What else do we have here? But yeah, you only need to do the trial for the new ones, not really the old ones.
Think I earned a little chin scratch as a reward.
Okay.
Easy peasy for me. Come on, focus. Huh? Ooh, this means I'm a pro, right? Take that and that. Easy peasy for me.
Alright, we can exit out of that.
And down. Felt like I was flying.
Alright, let's see what's left. And then there's like the minigame stuff there. Right. So we have this again. Okay, so it takes extra kinetic and frost. Nah. Alright, you have a good night then, S27. I'll see you around. Alright. Let's put... Hmm. That hits way too hard. Yeah. Come on. Alright, I don't need to try this one again. Okay. Alright, we still need to get all the other stuff in there. Okay. Let's see Coin Champ.
Tonight, darling, will be mine.
The winner hasn't been decided yet. Darling, this time, which of us do you think will win?
Okay then. So that happened. So we got Cirrus over here. Okay, the lighting makes her hair look a bit weird. What else is here? Oh, you can just sit down there, but you can't actually play it. Double sandwich. Oh boy.
What was it you wished to say, darling?
Okay. Well, Fanny has a thing.
What is it, darling? I'm listening. You look even...
No urgent tasks today, right? Then how about we go for a little walk together?
Damn, I shouldn't have done that Snowbreak thing before the patch. Oh well. Back to the game room.
My prince, how about...
Okay. So if you have their specific outfit, you can change their outfit in the room here. So you have just like a little wall you can put stuff in. Okay. Yeah, we've been in NPeak, not NPeak. We've been in Snowbreak for a while. Enfield stuff is done.
Ooh, Your Acacia is online.
What's the hurry? Can't wait to rank up with me?
Ooh, your Acacia is online.
Oh, you can change between them.
Darling spotted. Acacia's gaze of love firing now.
Okay. What else is down here?
Shall we sit together for a while?
Well, if it isn't the adjutant.
Alright, nothing else there. Alright, the sound of coins, sure. Tutorial.
Cue the flashy entrance. Boom.
There we go, standard mode. Insert coin, left side, okay. How do we do both simultaneously? Oh, wait.
Come on, drop a coin. The machine loves it.
Insufficient coins.
Pew, 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 pew. Easy clear.
What the hell am I keeping?
Want me to slip a coin in for you, darling? Yes, first left, right, pew! Looks like you've got the hang of it, darling.
Continue. What the f—
Time to use that on the coin pusher. I like the sound of that. Come on, drop a coin. The machine loves it. Nice.
What the hell is
Full
this?
energy bar.
This is just too much stimulation there.
I like the sound of that. Come on, drop a coin. The machine. Pew, 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 pew. Easy clear.
sparks at your fingertips.
Yep.
Wrong reference. But darling, oh, we're the perfect duo, aren't we?
Alright. You can get different ones cheering you. And there's like endless rounds. Okay. There's a coin dex. What the fuck? There's a coin dex, guys.
There you are. Come on, let's get started.
Oh, you can't even play with Marion until the 12th of February.
Cue the flashy entrance.
My prince, you made the right choice.
This is for you, Adjutant.
Cue the flashy entrance.
There you are. Come on, let's get started.
Alright, I'll try all of them.
One shot, one. Whoa, look at all those coins. Looking good. Keep it going. Looking good. Keep it going. Too easy, huh? Let's spice it up. Wow, listen to that jingle. Whoa, you're going to town on that thing. Yes, bonus secured. Way to go, Adjutant. Nailed it. We totally make a great team, right? One shot, one coin. Not bad at all. Looking good. Keep it going. Whoa, look at all those coins.
Okay, what's Frank coin in effect? Okay. We just keep going.
Too easy, huh? Let's spice it up. Wow, listen to that jingle. Whoa, look at all those coins. totally make a great team, right? Looking good. Keep it going. Looking good. Keep it going. Looking good. Keep it going.
Alright.
Too easy, huh? Let's spice it up. Wow, listen to that jingle. Whoa, look at all those coins. Looking good. Keep it going.
Alright, let's see.
Wow, listen to that jingle. Looking good. No obstacle is a match for the tag. Yes, bonus secure. Way to go, Adjutant. Whoa, look at all those coins. Using that one? Go for it!
Yep, we got another thing there.
Too easy, huh? Let's spice it up. Wow, listen to that jingle. Looking good. Keep it going. Yes, bonus secure. Way to go, Adjutant. See that? A coin tower. Awesome.
Are we stuck?
Looking good. Keep it going. Looking good. Keep it going.
Wait.
Looking good. Keep it going. Whoa, look at all those coins!
Radiant coin.
One shot, one coin. Not bad at all. Looking good. Keep it going. Woohoo! No obstacle is a match for the Chad-tent. Looking good. Yes, bonus secured. Way to go, Adjutant. See that? A coin tower. Awesome. Looking good. Keep it going. Looking good. Keep it going. Yes, bonus secured. Way to go, Adjutant. Looking good. Keep it going.
This is such a weird minigame. Alright, let's see.
Too easy, huh? Wow, listen to that jingle. Looking good. Keep it going. 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 Yes, bonus secured. Way to go, Adjutant. See that? A coin tower. Awesome. Looking good. Keep it going.
Hey.
Looking good. Keep it going. Yes, bonus secured. Way to go, Adjutant.
And we got another bonus.
Looking good. Keep it going.
Alright, come on.
Keep it going. Yes, bonus secured. Way to go, Adjutant. Using that one? Go for it! Using that one? Go for it! Looking good! Keep it going! Looking good! Keep it going!
Shit, are we stuck?
Uh-oh.
Give it a shake.
Up already, you stubborn little thing! Out of coins? No problem. Mia's got you covered.
Okay. Sure, free coins.
Looking good! Keep it going! Looking good!
Aww.
Using that one? Go for it! Okay, leave the next one to me.
Damn, I failed.
It's okay. It's okay. Look what I got. Give me a kiss, and it's yours. Mwah.
So you just play this coin pusher with them. Alright, we'll do it again. Because we need to clear it, right?
There you are. Come on, let's get started.
Wait, no, I already have Cascade Move. What?
Cue the flashy entrance.
Is there like a... Oh, here. You need 5 rounds with each of them.
Flashy entrance.
Okay.
I like the sound of that. Left, right. Pew! Looks like you've got the hang of it, darling. Want me to slip a coin in for you, darling? Yes, first drop. Our strat's working. Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Pew, 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 pew. Easy clear.
Alright, when empty, the probability of gold coins converting to spark coins? Sure.
I like the sound of that. Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Left,
Right. Pew! Looks like you've got the hang of it, darling.
Alright, let's see.
Want me to slip a coin in for you, darling? Time to use that. Yes, first drop. Our strat's working.
Alright, one sec.
Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Acacia's Action. Nice! Who doesn't like a full energy bar? Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Pew, 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 pew. Easy clear.
Alright, let's see.
Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up.
Oh, that's free. Free is free there.
Nice! Time to use that on the coin pusher. I like the sound of that. Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. I knew that was too easy for you. Acacia's Action Blast. Nice! Who doesn't like a full energy bar? Pew, 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 pew. Easy clear.
Alright, let's see. Increase the coin's base coin thing there. Okay.
Want me to slip a coin in for you, darling? Yes, first drop. Our strat's working. Time to use that On the coin pusher. Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Hey, remember our think outside the box? I'll just shake it.
Okay.
Left, left, right, right. Pew! Looks like you've got the hang of it, darling. Is it raining coins? Yes, first drop. Our strat's working. Acacia's Action Blast. Nice! Who doesn't like a full energy bar? Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up.
Right.
Nice! Who doesn't like a full energy bar? Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Think outside the box? I'll just shake it.
Alright, that one's cleared.
Pew, 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 pew. Easy clear. Want me to slip a coin in for you, darling? Yes, first drop. Our strat's working. Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Going all in? Now that's guts and gaming IQ, darling. Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. I knew that was too easy for you. Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up.
Alright, what can I do now?
Going all in? Now that's guts and gaming IQ, darling. Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Nice! Who doesn't like a full energy bar? Coin tower. Ooh, lucky. Hey, remember our deal? It's not a hack, just a simple technique. Is it raining coins?
Okay, we got more coins in there.
Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Time to use that on the coin pusher.
Oh, unfortunate. Game over. Alright, that is unfortunate. Alright, so the sponsorship? Oh, that was earlier. That was for Enfield. That was for Arknights Endfield. The top-up site. Right. But we did that earlier on stream. Like a few hours ago. So how far do we have to go with this thing? Then we can like unlock other... Oh, you have to like do this a bunch of times to unlock all the other mini games in here.
My prince, you made the right.
Okay.
Bingo! I thought those coins went down the drain for a sec. My prince, my slot's waiting for your coins too. Thought we lost them there. Easy does it. Nice and slow. Easy does it. Nice and slow. Well done. Now, time to finish something else off. Bingo! I thought those coins went down the drain for a sec. My prince, my reward is ready too. Easy does it. Nice and slow. My prince, my slot's waiting for your coins too. Thought we lost them there.
I gotta push these down.
Easy does it. Nice and slow. The right tool adds a whole new level of fun. Easy does it. My prince, my reward is ready too. Easy does it. Nice and slow. My prince, my slot's waiting for your coins too.
We'll take that one.
Bingo! I thought those coins went down the drain for a sec. Easy does it. Nice and slow. My prince, my reward is ready too. Easy does it. Nice and slow. Easy does it. Nice and slow. Easy does it. Nice and slow. You caught it. Easy does it. Nice and slow. My prince, my reward is ready too. Oh, my prince, my slot's waiting for your coins too.
Alright, we can get another gift box slot. I'll grab one of these.
A little mischief never hurts. Thought we lost them there. Easy does it. Nice and slow. Easy does it. Nice and slow. You caught it. Easy does it. Nice
And then we just
slow.
keep dumping these here. Okay.
Easy does it. Nice and slow. My prince, my reward is ready too. Easy does it. Nice and slow. Easy does it. Nice and slow. The right tool adds a whole new level of fun. Easy does it. Nice and slow. The right tool adds a whole new level of fun. Easy does it. Nice and slow. My prince, my reward is ready too.
Nope. What can I do now?
My prince, my slot's waiting for your coins too.
I'll take one of those. As well as that.
I grabbed a few on the sly earlier, just in case. Bingo! I thought those coins went down the drain for a sec. My prince, my reward is ready too. Easy does it, nice and slow. Easy does it, slow.
Alright.
Easy does it.
Wait, did the thing freeze? Okay, no, it's fine. Come on.
Easy does it, nice and slow. 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 My prince, my reward is ready too.
Alright.
Easy does it, nice and slow. Easy does it, nice and slow. Easy does it, nice and slow. The right tool adds a whole new level of fun.
Are we just stuck here?
Still not enough? I've got an idea. I grabbed a few on the sly earlier, just in case.
And we're dead. That's unfortunate.
We've still got some.
Alright. That's another task cleared. Wait, where's the... Oh, okay. Alright, they have one of these slot machines. Okay, so we have that there now. And did I win? Alright, let's go see the other things we can unlock.
This is for you, Adjutant.
Alright, let's give this a go.
We're making progress.
Look at the jiggle. Right, you get to look at the nice jiggle physics.
Yay! We did it.
Alright, let's see.
Yay! Our first one. Yay! We did it. Our first one. It's full. I'm ready.
Oh, I didn't realize you had the ability to solve thing there. Okay.
Yay! Our first one. So many coins. Adjutant, you're amazing. We're making progress.
What the hell?
Oh, Adjutant, amazing. You pushed it on. It's full. I'm ready to burst.
There's so many freaking coins.
Adjutant, you're amazing.
Alright, let's see this one.
Adjutant, go, go!
Yeah, you just keep spawning extra mounds of coins. What the hell?
Co-adjutant, go, go! Co-adjutant, amazing! You pushed it off! Co-adjutant, go, go! Co-adjutant, go, go! Co-adjutant, go, go! Co-adjutant, go, go!
Alright, let's see.
It's full, full! I'm ready to burst! Yay! Our first one!
There's too many coins.
That looks amazing!
Just pile it up everywhere.
I'm ready to burst! Co-adjutant,
Wait, what happened in Do It Night Abyss now? What's new? We're not in Do It Night Abyss section anymore. That was a couple hours ago. How long have I even been live for? Alright, let's see.
co-adjutant, go, go! We're making progress! It's full, full! I'm ready to burst! Wow! Let's keep going! Full, full! I'm ready to burst! Co-adjutant, go, go! Yay! We did it! We're making progress! Co-adjutant, go, go! That was amazing! You pushed it off! So many coins! Adjutant, you're amazing!
What the hell is this?
So many coins! Adjutant, you're amazing!
Bro. It's just overflowing.
Something stuck. Oh, more coins. Good thing you're here, Adjutant.
Okay, that was crazy. Oh, that gave a lot of experience. If you could, like, somehow clear all the way through.
There you are. Come on, let's get started.
Auto continue though? Which commissions though? Yeah, but it is annoying for like walking back and forth for stuff. For sure.
My prince, you made the right choice.
This is for you, Adjutant.
Oh, that one you have to like unlock multiple times. Okay. Oh, I see. What's annoying as well though, there's another thing that's annoying too. Secret ladder freaking stages for wedges and shit, man. Those need to get adjusted.
Cue the flashy entrance.
Alright, let's try this again and try to beat it with the other characters. I need whatever was causing the orgasm of coins, the coin-gasm, to come again.
I like the sound of that. Left, right. Pew! Looks like you've got the hang of it, darling.
What the fuck?
I like the sound of that. Blast. Charging up. Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Pew, 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 pew. Easy clear. Yes, first drop. Our strat's working. Nice. Who doesn't like a full energy bar? Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Left, right. Pew! Looks like you've got the hang of it, darling.
I'll grab one of those.
I like the sound of that.
Thanks for the follow as well, Mizora.
Charging up.
You're welcome.
Acacia's Action. Nice. Who doesn't like a full energy bar? Is it raining coins? Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Acacia's Action Blast. Nice! Who doesn't like a full energy bar? Left, left, right, right. Pew! Looks like you've got the hang of it, darling. I like the sound of that. Is it raining coins? Nice! Who doesn't like a full energy bar?
Alright.
Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up.
Alright.
Going all in? Now that's guts and gaming IQ, darling. Acacia? Nice! Who doesn't like a full energy bar?
Oh, we're out. Oh wait.
Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Think outside the box? I'll just shake it.
Alright. Enter depot.
Left, right, right. Pew! Looks like you've got the hang of it, darling. I like the sound of that.
He needs to drop more coins. There's like not.
Is it raining coins?
Not much there.
Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Going all in? Now that's guts and gaming IQ, darling. Acacia's Action. Nice! Who doesn't like a full energy bar? Coin Tower. Ooh, lucky. Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up.
Okay, we're out of things there.
It's not a hack, just a simple technique. I knew that was too easy for you. Is it raining coins? time to use that on the coin pusher.
And we're dead.
Hey, remember our deal?
I don't know how the hell I won it with Cirrus. I have no clue.
Pro tip: kiss Acacia for a revive token. Supply unlimited. Mwah.
Okay. We still get a bunch of experience for the thingy. So at least there's that. There, we got the dance arena. We need to do it again, and then we can get the firing desk. Okay. We'll try cascade mode. Give me a sec.
Yay! Our first one! Yay! We did it!
You know, I never get players who hoard gold. Yes, first drop. Our strat's working. Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up.
Pew, pew, my prince. I know their insider price.
Damn it, I want that thing. Oh, we change his girl every round. Okay.
Those coins went down the drain for a sec. Easy does it. My prince, my reward is ready too. Easy does it. Nice and slow. 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 My prince, my
student discount still works? Score! Adjutant, time to go shopping!
Ooh, I want that one. For the coin tree.
One coin. Not bad at all. Looking good. Keep it going. Looking good. Keep it going. That combo just makes you want to keep going. Right. Nailed it. We totally make a great team, right?
You know, I never get players who hoard gold.
Okay.
I like the sound of that. I knew that was too easy for you. Pew, 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 pew. Easy clear.
My prince, I know their insider price.
Take one of these, take this one. The more glow coins that convert to spark coins, the higher the thingy.
Thought we lost them there. Okay. It's well done. Now, time to finish something else off.
Let's stoke up a little.
I'll take one of these.
We're making progress. One coin, two. Oh, I lost count. So many coins. Adjutant, you're amazing.
There's way too many coins now.
My student discount still works? Score! Adjutant, time to go shopping! One shot, one coin. Not bad at all. That's bonus secure! Way to go, Adjutant! See that? A coin tower! Awesome! Looking good! Keep it going! Woohoo! No obstacle is a match for the Chadjutant. That's bonus secure! Way to go, Adjutant! See that? A coin tower! Awesome!
And then it blows up again.
Looking good! Keep it going! That's bonus secure! Way to go, Adjutant! Looking good! Keep it going! Looking good! Keep it going!
Oh, rip.
Okay. Drop already, you stubborn little thing! Out of coins? No problem. Mia's got you covered.
Okay.
Looking good. Keep it going. Looking good. Keep it going. Looking good. Keep it going.
Thanks for the follow as well, Mark. You mercy. You're welcome. Oh yeah, I don't need to keep that pinned anymore. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Darling,
My prince. Adjutant. Adjutant. I love you. The one and only dazzling Chen.
We're missing Marion from that though. But like she's not released yet. Alright, until Marion's released, we can't get Marion in there. Alright, we can get the furniture here. Alright, let's... Alright, the firing deck here.
My prince, how about we go back for a nap together?
Right, perfect for if you want to just stare at Yao's ass. Right, perfect for that. Now she's sleeping. Wait. No, you gotta be from the other side. Not really. It's just for staring at her ass.
Hey.
Alright, let's see. The dance arena? Okay. They step in the dance floor, show the moves, on-screen prompts? Okay.
Hello.
No, it's just to watch Cirrus dance. Too bad no free camera mode. Wait. You can do this. You can still look up. Okay, let's try the other ones. The warp simulator. Oh, you're just riding it here with them. It's even funny when you make them invisible. It's like, what the hell are they doing? You make the character invisible. It's like they're holding on to nothing. As they're on their vibrating chair that they're not actually sitting properly on. Look! She's not actually sitting, see? She's slightly floating above it. And of course, there you go, you got striped pantsuit there. Alright, Snow Rider. And then another one you can just look. You can look up. Wait. There you go. Better view of the ass than the Yao version. Alright, you can do that. Okay. Let's see. What else can we get done now? Oh, wait, no, not that one. Right, because most of the events won't be available for a bit. Because the patch just dropped. Yeah, missing the one with Marion. Because Marion not released yet. Yeah, most of the stuff not available yet. Because that's usually like what, later in the patch when they open that stuff up. And then there's the story stuff.
Ding dong. Your spicy hot pot is not ready yet.
Then they have all those things in there. Oh, I haven't seen. Is she in here yet? Is the new Acacia in here yet? Welcome back. I'm trying to see if they added Acacia's buff into this mode yet. We were just doing the coin pusher thing for the past while. We were doing a lot of the coin pusher. Is it here? No, they don't have her buffs in here yet. That's unfortunate. Oh wait, no, I did forget to do something. Forgot to do this. Ah, I see. Use AirPods? You never tried like larger headphones? For me, it's like, I don't really like shoving stuff into my ear inside. So like, I prefer just like regular, like, full-size Bluetooth headphones. You can also get better sound quality for the price with those because they can have a bigger driver. Ah, you sleep with them. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't. The Bose makes a bunch of good stuff. Oh, but yeah. I think though with like the AirPods with how they're shaped, it depends on your ear. Because for some people they freak a lot better than others because like they have like the way they go into your ear or whatever. For like the regular AirPods. I'm not sure with the pros. But for me personally, I don't like shoving things inside my ear. I say. No, like the AirPod stuff is pretty cool though. Especially for people who need like hearing aids and stuff like that. Like, funnily enough, right? The AirPods, they have a feature for that, right? So like, they're like the cheap, they're like the best budget hearing aids for people that need those AirPods. Like, actually, which is like kind of funny and kind of crazy. They're like a budget. They could also function like that. But yeah.
Stay close to you, Adjutant. Stay calm, Cirrus. You can do this. Objective complete. All recorded.
Alright, let's go to the next way up room.
Stay close to you, Adjutant. Won't feel lost anymore.
Okay.
Please, get out of my
On to the next room. Ah, I see. Alright, fair enough. Oh, did you hear about the guy who's like who had like a GitHub project on like trying to get like AirPods to be fully functional without an Apple device? Like there's like some sort of project there, some open source project. It's like that someone's working on to give you like full control without the need of an iPhone or another like Apple device. For people who want to use those. I remember hearing something about it like a while back. No idea how it's progressed. But like that's a pretty cool thing there. For the people who use those. Because there's a bunch of people out there that would like to use the AirPods and stuff like that, but they're not a fan of using an iPhone or whatever. So that's like neat for those guys.
I'll stay close to you, Adjutant.
I know, it is kind of dumb. It's like they could make a lot more money if they could just let more people buy it.
I'll stay close to you, Adjutant.
It is silly.
Please, get out of my way.
Because it's like not everyone wants to. It's the same thing with like their M series chips on their computers or whatever. There's a lot of people that would love to use an M series Mac or MacBook, but like they don't want to use Mac OS. There's actually a surprisingly large amount of people that are in that situation. End result, they don't buy one. Right, but like, they make like pretty good hardware, but a lot of people just, there's a lot of people out there that just don't want to deal with their software or ecosystem. They would like to buy the hardware, but not deal with the bullshit. But like, yeah. Oh no, you can, someone made a GitHub project where you can get the controls back on a non-Apple device. Like someone's like has like an open source project to like reverse engineer the stuff in there. They have like a Linux, Windows, and like an Android version or something. I have no idea how much control they have now, but I remember seeing a thing on it. Let me see if I can pull it up. Actually. The AirPods LibraPods, yeah, the project was called LibraPods. Oh, it's only for Android and Linux at the moment. Here, let me pull it up real quick. This thing. Alright, someone's like, the thing here. LibraPods unlocks Apple's exclusive AirPods features on non-Apple devices. Noise control modes, adaptive transparency, ear detection hearing aid, customized transparency mode, battery status, and all the premium features you paid for, but Apple locked to the ecosystem. You can use it with the AirPods Pro, the second, third gen, and the AirPods Max, and then they're still working on getting other models working as well. Like, actually. And then right here you see this Linux desktop over here. I think this guy's using KDE as their desktop environment. With that one. But like, yeah, and then like on Android and stuff as well. It's actually kind of neat. So like there is like a workaround. But yeah. It's just that for me personally, I don't like shoving things in my ear. I find it uncomfortable. to shove stuff into my ear. But that is the thing. So, like, people can, if they have put in a little bit of work to get that stuff set up, use the AirPods without it. Oh yeah, fair enough.
Oh, you won't be able to see my charming figure. Stay where you are. Is anybody hurt? Don't you worry. Professor Frisha won't lag behind. That's their weakness? Noted.
Yeah.
Your defeat was statistically inevitable.
Yeah, you should let them know. Because it'll make things easier for them. A very useful thing out there.
Professor Frisha won't lag behind. Stay where you are. This gun doesn't have an auto-load program?
Oh, shit. I accidentally moused over to a the wrong window. Okay. Organic eggs? I don't know. Shouldn't eggs all be organic? In terms of the material in there? Right, having to call them organic implies that there's some sort of synthetic egg.
I won't wander off this time. I'll stay close to you, Adjutant.
Which is just like, what?
よく聞きなありったけ本当は待ちきれないのはこっちなのよさっさと終わらせましょう
I won't wander off.
Alright, let's go up here.
Is it my turn now?
I won't wander off this time.
Excuse me, coming through.
Yeah, but like, that has nothing to do with like labeling it being organic, because they'd be organic either way. Right. Like all those eggs are you just said like listed there is just they're all organic.
Don't you worry. Professor Frisha won't
They're just from chickens raised in different conditions.
Professor Frisha won't lag behind.
Let my arrows rain. The end? Huh, this is just the beginning. Objective complete. Precisely.
Don't you worry. Professor Frisha won't lag behind. It's like they don't even calculate their odds of success. Don't you worry. Professor Frisha won't lag behind. That's their weakness? Noted. Time for a firepower shield. This gun doesn't have an auto-load program?
Okay, next thing.
stay close to you, Adjutant. Excuse me, coming through. I'll stay close to you, Adjutant.
Alright, let's kill the things here. The French devs are getting them confused with hydrophonic, but then again, there's no such thing as hydrophonic, guys. I say.
I won't wander off this time. Oh.
圧倒的な火力でねじ伏せる。それが全力なキスして戦いが終わったら。
Is it my turn now?
Alright, next one.
I won't wander off this time. I won't feel lost anymore. Please, get out of my way.
Alright, that's been cleared.
Ding dong, your spicy hot pot is not ready yet. Nice pick, darling.
Alright, let's see. Can we get the weapon early? Nope. No early weapon. Rip. No, I have not seen 3D printed steaks. What the fuck? 3D printing a steak of all things, the fuck how? Alright, that sounds super bizarre. 3D printing a steak. That sounds so bizarre. Right, like how the hell are they 3D printing a steak? You know, let's go try her out in the thing. The fuck is vegan eggs?
Behold, my transformation.
Special targets appearing in mass outbreaks. Pass me the ammo, darling.
Trans-phase force. Full moon.
Just a scratch.
Trans-phase.
Alright, let's see.
Behold, my transformation.
Special targets. Noon. Getting busy.
Let me go grab here.
Noobs. Behold, my transformation. Special targets appear. Getting dizzy. Noobs. Getting dizzy. Now this is getting interesting.
Alright, now this one. Oh, what is a thing? Okay. Let's go fight the boss here.
HP fully restored.
Oh, one sec.
Darling, let's send them all to Builder out. Just a scratch. Just a scratch. Just a scratch. Transphase force. Crescent. Yeah. Yeah. Huh. Slash. Just a scratch. Don't forget to save.
Okay. Cool.
Let's start around, darling.
Okay. What else can we get done? Because I don't want to do the story just yet. Right, we can do like the story tomorrow, that way at least. For anyone that's looking into it, we won't spoil it immediately. Right. Anything else here to get done then? Yeah, I was somehow missing the Ballad of Chaos. Endless Battle one. I forgot to claim it. Yeah, those are some new badges there for this patch. But yeah. And there's all the stuff there. Right, I believe we should have drops, right? Yeah, let me just quickly click on them in my inventory. 50 digicash, not much, but free is free. Right, if free is free, I'll take those. Oh. Here we go. There are the drops there. Yeah, they don't put the thing there, so... I guess I can do the coin pusher thing another time. Let's see if we can get a better score.
Yay! Our first one! Yay! We did it! My student discount still works? Score! Adjutant, time to go shopping! One shot, one coin. Not bad at all. Nailed it! We totally make a great team, right?
You know, I never get players who hoard gold. I like the sound of that. Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. 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 Left, left, right, right. Pew! Looks like you've got the hang of it, darling.
My prince, I know their insider price. Thought we lost them there. Easy does it. Nice and slow. 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 My prince, my reward is ready too. Easy does it. Nice and slow. Well done.
My student discount still works? Score!
Aww.
Adjutant, time to go shopping! One shot, one coin. Not bad at all. Looking good. Keep it going. Looking good. Keep it going. Looking good. Keep it going. Yes, bonus secured. Way to go, Adjutant. Looking good. Keep it going. 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 Using that one? Go for it. Using that one? Uh-oh. This isn't looking good.
Now it won't let me give it a shake.
Okay, leave the next one to Mia.
Wait, why didn't she shake it?
Uh-oh. Drop already, you stubborn little thing. Whoa, look at all those coins.
Okay.
My prince, I know their insider price. Bingo! I grabbed a few on the sly earlier, just in case. Easy does it, nice and slow. Easy does it, nice and slow. Easy does it, nice and slow. My prince, my reward is ready too. Easy does it, nice and slow. Easy does it, nice and slow.
Oh, out of glow coins. Come on. One sec.
I've got an idea. Well done.
You know, I never get players who hoard gold.
Let's see. Which one's this one? Alright, let me continue.
Is it raining coins? Yes, first drop. Our strat's working. Time to use that on the coin pusher. Come on, drop a coin. The machine loves it. Acacia's action.
Oh wait, no, this is gonna lose.
Charging up.
Right, give it a shake.
Box, I'll just shake it.
Yeah, that's not enough.
Nice. Who doesn't like a full energy bar? Nice. Who doesn't like a full energy bar?
There's not enough coins there.
Hey, remember our deal? One life.
One sec.
Darling,
My prince.
Adjutant! Adjutant! I love you! The one and only dazzling Chen!
Okay.
This is for you, Adjutant.
Okay. Surely I can get a better score. Come on.
We're making progress! Yay! We did it!
My prince. I know their insider price.
Bingo!
I thought those coins went down the drain for a sec. Easy does it. Nice and slow. Easy does it. Nice and slow. Well done. Now,
My student discount still works? Score! To go shopping! Not bad at all.
Alright, I think I'm gonna dump them there.
Looking good. Keep it going. Yes, bonus secured. Way to go, Adjutant. Looking good. Keep it going. Looking good. Keep it going. Wow, look at all those coins.
You know, I never get players who hoard gold. Yes, first drop. Our strat's working. Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Nice! Who doesn't like a full energy bar? Acacia's Action Blast. Nice! Who doesn't like a full energy bar? Pew, pew,
Alright,
pew,
let's see.
pew. Easy
I'll take a
clear.
bigger gift box.
my prince. I know their insider price.
I'll take one of those.
Bingo! I thought those coins went down the drain for a sec. My prince, my reward is ready too. Easy does it. Nice and slow. My prince, my reward is ready too. Easy does it. Nice and slow.
Right.
Easy does it. Nice and slow. Easy does it. Nice and slow. My prince, my reward is ready too.
Oh.
Lucky us. Bet there's more where that came from.
Oh, come on. Now we're stuck here.
Well done.
You know, I never get players who hoard gold.
I guess I'll grab that.
Is it raining coins? I like the sound of that.
That's not really that much coins.
Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Nice! Who doesn't like a full energy bar? Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Acacia's Action Blast.
Yeah, no, this is gonna lose.
Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up.
Yeah, that lost.
Acacia's Action Blast. Charging up. Acacia's Action Blast.
Yeah, that's the rep.
Think outside the box. I'll just shake it.
Yeah, that is a rep.
Make way for the... Darling.
My prince. Adjutant. Adjutant. I love you. The one and only dazzling Chen.
Sure. Did we at least max out the XP bar there? Oh, cool, we did. Nice. All fate charms in the coin decks. What was the one that just made it like drop a bunch of coin towers like crazy? I don't know. But yeah, and then you have that. Did they ever update any of the other stuff? Did this ever get updated? No. They never updated this shit. Oh wait, no, wait. They added bubble stuff there, chat bubbles. Okay. So they added a couple of things, but it's really just a chat bubble. Yeah, so they didn't really add anything new. Just a chat bubble in the massage one. I don't know when they added that. I just never checked it in so long. They didn't add any new interactions in there. Yeah, so we have this story, and I actually still never did this one. So we'll have to get both of these done at some point. Right? But hey, we made a crazy amount of progress there. With some of the stuff earlier and the other things. So I think this is just, we'll end off the thing here and then just let people AFK for drops. Just give me a second to get everything set up. So that we can do that. Because I need to get that set up, and then we'll head out, and I'll go get some sleep. Just give me a sec. I have to then go into the file server here. Alright, let me just double check which source it is before we end off. Oh, that's the old one. But yeah, oh wait, it's in that folder? Yeah, give me a sec. Alright, I'm just like getting everything set up. Right, because like we've been live for how long now? 10 hours? 10 and a half? But yeah, as usual though guys, thank you all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time. Right, you guys have a good day or night or whatever. I'm gonna go get some sleep. Well, wait, the file needs like another 2.5 minutes to copy over. So we'll still be here, I'll still be here for like another like a few minutes. Because I'm just sending the recording of the Snowbreak section so I can have it play in a loop. It's so big brain. But yeah. I forgot to hit the record button. Yeah, so it's like -15 outside. Alright, I'm just waiting for it to copy over. And then I'll let it refresh. I forgot to hit the record button. Yeah, because like the other recording is like it's like negative 15 outside. Part of it is there already. But yeah. Yeah, big booty stuff. We messed around. We unlocked everything and that was there. We just didn't do the new story. Right, but I'm saving the story for a bit later so that we don't spoil it for people. I guess so people don't get spoilers. Right? I'll update the title there.